everyone else turns away. Turn to me when the sky is grey. I'll never let go of you.
Let
Everyone else turns away. Turn to me when the sky is gray. I'll never let go of you.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me? Good morning, Hatfield House. Woo. Good morning, Avalanche Summit, UK. Good morning, Hatfield House. It's great to be with you today. I'm John Nahas, Chief Business Officer at Aave Labs, and it's my pleasure to kick this off today and to welcome you to the 4th annual Avalanche Summit. Building on Barcelona twice and Buenos Aires last year, it's great to see this community come together with builders, Aave Labs, members of the broader crypto community, all coming together to highlight the work that is being done in this ecosystem and the broader industry. I would like to take a second, though, to highlight the impact of ideas. Every community is founded on an idea. And the idea that has brought us all here today, after Barcelona, after Buenos Aires, and to this 4th Avalanche Summit, was the idea that started with the Avalanche white paper 5 years ago. That idea has brought us here today, and our wish is that the interactions that you have, the ideas that come out of this work and this ecosystem will spur your own communities, and we will be together at summits in the future that are around your products, your companies, and your ideas. And that's our inspiration for what we do and for what you do. So welcome to this 4th Avalanche Summit. We look forward to an amazing 3 days of ideas, talks, and all great things Avalanche, but specifically to highlight you guys, the community, and the work that we are doing to drive adoption.
You know, it didn't start with a headline, didn't even start with an ad. It started with you, the builder, the gamer, the dreamer. The one who told a friend, who told a friend, who told the world. You didn't wait for permission. You built, you believed, you shared. Avalanche isn't just code. It's a movement, fueled by passion, powered by community, shaped by you. So when they ask why Avalanche, tell them. Because we are Avalanche, and we are adoption.
To kick off adoption, to kick off some of the exciting things we're going to be seeing in the Avalanche ecosystem, really excited to welcome our good friend, Santiago Santos.
Hi. Thanks, John. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. I know there's some delays with the trains. You can never have a crypto conference and never be network congestion, but nonetheless, thanks everyone for joining. So today, I want to talk about my new project, Inversion, and it's all going to be centered around a question that I've asked myself over the last 12 years that I've been in crypto, which is, if this truly is transformational technology, why don't we have more users on chain? And I think over the last 5 years, we could have pointed to a variety of factors. We had the technology wasn't ready. Then we had UX and UI issues. And then we had a regulatory environment. And so across those 3 different components, I think it slowed down the adoption of this technology. And that's normal. If you look at the internet, in earnest, it took 20 years to get to where we are today. But I think what is most exciting right now at this point in this industry is that I believe we are very much ready to have 1 billion users on chain, if not more. The technology is ready, and in large part, you understand that by having built an Avalanche. There's a high throughput blockchain, and we have killer products like stablecoins. And so the question again is, why don't we have more users? And that's the conversation that I think I want to have today with you guys. So naturally, when you go out to the real world and you try to explain how wonderful this technology is, I think that there's still a lot of noise, right? You have that, or that, or that. And so, we all have these conversations with family members, and they're difficult. And, I think it's not too dissimilar from the internet. I think you could have looked back and studied history, and a lot of people were discounting the effects of the internet. You know, in 2001, you had the dot-com crash, and people were skeptical of the internet. And there's a great interview where Bill Gates is on a talk show in New York, and people are laughing him out of the room. And he said, no, the internet is going to be the most transformational thing that is going to happen. And people didn't believe him. And now we have smartphones, and we can't live without them. And so I think, like, when people naturally look at crypto, they say, we've been building for the last, decade plus, and we don't have more than 30, 60 million users. There's really just 10 people actively leveraging on-chain. This is going nowhere. And I think, like, again, I do think that we're at a very key inflection point where this is not going to take another 12 years to get to the scale that I think we all want, which is over 1 billion users on-chain. And so it's just a constant reminder of what's really happening under the hood. And, sometimes, there are decades when nothing happens, and then there are, very singular moments where there's a lot that happens. And I think a lot has happened since November of last year. You have Stripe acquiring Bridge and really going in on stablecoins. Stripe has so much distribution, is one of the leading fintechs, it's a founder-led organization. And they sort of realize that for them, they can't graduate out of the current system unless they use something like stablecoins. The financial system predates the internet, and so we've all kind of worked around the constraint of that system. But you need to have something like crypto to truly have a step function improvement. And so they realize that, and that's going to have a massive impact in how this gets adopted. You have Helium, which is a protocol for any telco experts out there, fantastic from a coordination standpoint, allowing telcos to cut costs by 75%. You have, obviously, MapleStory, which is perhaps the first publicly traded company to launch a token. It's a game that's been around for 20 years. It has 100 million users. It launched an Avalanche, and it's enhancing the user experience in meaningful ways. You have, obviously, BlackRock, which is a financial behemoth, going in on treasuries and tapping into capital markets on-chain. So again, the overlooked truth in all of this is that, and this is something that we believe at Inversion deeply, is every business will use crypto. In the same way that 20 years ago, we were making this distinction of there's an internet business and then there's a non-internet business. Well, the reality is that every business today uses the internet to stay competitive. And that's the same arc that we're going to have in this industry. I'll say it again, every business will use crypto in one way, shape, or form to remain competitive. And that will happen over the next 5, 10 years. And so, but again, I don't want to wait 12 years. I think we can do it today. And that's really the mission that we have at Inversion, which is we want to go and we will acquire a traditional business and transform it with crypto rails. Because I think that the issue that we have in crypto today is that it's not relatable to anyone. They all point to it and say it's only Bitcoin and meme coins, it's a casino. And I just got tired of that. And so what I want to do is you buy a traditional business, you make it vastly more efficient, and at that point, anyone looking outside in says, wait a minute, you took a business that had a 5% EBITDA margin and you took it to 15. Surely you must have done AI to do that. And the answer is going to be, no, I just did one thing. I replaced old infrastructure and used crypto rails to do that. And I think if we do that, it has so much impact, I think, for the industry where we're finally taken seriously. Because you can point to something and say, this is what we've been telling you all along. Crypto is the settlement layer of the internet. It's an expansion pack of what the internet allows us to do, transferring value in a faster, better, cheaper way. So what does this all mean concretely? So over the last 4 years, I've really spent a lot of time thinking about where can we do this today with the least amount of risk. There's a huge opportunity that we see to acquire telco businesses and lower costs. With Deepin, we turn a telco asset into a bank. Why a telco? Because you live with the customer 24/7. If you want to onboard 1 billion users, it's with mobile. And telco assets are really underproductive. There's really no reason why your mobile carrier can't be your bank when money's truly digital. And we believe that the opportunity to on-ramp people to transformational technology is not to try to convince them to come and create, a wallet and set up their own keys. It's really to go meet them where they are and where they're living 24/7. So by acquiring a mobile company at a great price, we're looking at an acquisition with 25 million users. At that point, we believe that we can onboard those users to use stablecoins. I grew up in Mexico. I can tell you everyone in Mexico wants to hold dollars in a bank account. And so the question is, why haven't they gone to, and why aren't they using stablecoins? And you do have some adoption of stablecoins. The problem is that every single user that comes to this industry goes through an exchange. And the reality is, not when you go to an exchange, when you go to Vegas, you're not thinking about your life savings or buying a life insurance product. And so naturally, we have a broken customer acquisition funnel as an industry. We're not going to onboard 1 billion users through an exchange. It's just unrealistic. So why? Because going back to that slide, we have a president that launches a meme coin. You have 1 million users register an account on an exchange, and then they buy Trump coin at $75, and then they wake up on Monday and Trump is at $15, and they hate this industry, and they leave. And I think we can do better than that. I think we are selling ourselves short as an industry if we are onboarding users through the casino. And I don't have a problem with exchanges. I think they serve their own purpose, and they've done fantastic work. But again, through this approach, crypto is invisible. The user never sees, never feels the crypto. They're, at the end of the day, using a mobile plan that is competitive. It is feature parity with their AT&T, Verizon, Vodafone plan. But we can do it better because we cut costs on the back end with Deepen. Not only that, that user then has access to credit and financial products in a faster, better, cheaper way. And so that's really the activation funnel that we pretend to do in a better way and at scale. And so we're launching as an Avalanche L1. Why do we need an L1 for this strategy? And I think we take the position that blockchains are really good economic systems to capture value, perhaps in the same way that MapleStory was thinking about doing this when they launched their own L1. So Inversion, we acquire businesses, we bring them on chain, we make them more efficient. That has value creation at the company level, that obviously has value creation at the chain level. We have a bunch of activity that then supports more and more acquisitions, and that's sort of the flywheel that gets going. And so by doing this, I think this is our view is that our best way to contribute to the crypto economy, the crypto industry as a whole, is to solve what we think is the biggest problem that we have right now, which is it's not tech. We have high throughput blockchains. We have great products. You guys are fantastic builders. We've been on this journey over the last 12 plus years of really building 0 to 1 products. What we need to do now is focus on go to market and bringing users, not selling them an ideology, not selling them on trying to do anything different than what they already do today, but more so meeting them where they are and telling them in a very unsuspecting way of turning businesses into crypto-enabled. And so again, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, most businesses were not using the internet. Every business today uses the internet. And we think that can take another 12 years to happen. But at Inversion, we believe we can do it today, and we want to do it today. And the only way to do that really is to acquire a business and do this transformation ourselves. Because trying to convince maybe like you guys, when you call a business, you call a CEO and says, listen, I built this great crypto product. And they're like, yeah, well, come back to me when someone else does it. And again, we think that we can do this today. In order to do that, we need to have a private equity style of acquiring businesses and taking control. And so that's really it. I wanted to keep it brief. I wanted to set the tone, the excitement, which, I've been in this industry since 2012. And honestly, if I were to summarize why I'm starting Inversion, is because I got tired of going to Thanksgiving dinners and trying to explain to people that crypto was very much a very powerful technology. And anyone out there being critical of the industry because it's only a casino, or because the tech's not ready, or because the UI UX is not ready, is simply not paying attention. But you guys are here, you're paying attention. And so we hope that at Inversion we can contribute to the broader ecosystem. I think in a version where we onboard 100 million users, and I think we can do that in the first year or two, everyone benefits. Because if you built a great product, you best believe that that activity is going to be routed to your product or your protocol. And I think in a world where we just have 100, 200, a billion users is a fundamentally better world because you just believe that users really benefit from this technology. And I think not all of them will appreciate the decentralization aspect or the ideology, but I do think that they will feel the impact of this technology. So again, most people can't explain how an airplane works, how a bicycle, they can't even draw a bicycle, but like great technology just gets used because it is fundamentally faster, better, and cheaper. And I think we are at that point in the industry that if you're, again, paying attention, you truly believe that. And so that's where we come from. So that's really it. You can follow us on X. You can go to our website. We're hiring a bunch of people. We're going to need a lot of help in this journey. But I know we have 5 minutes left, so if anyone wants to ask questions, feel free. Yep.
Santi, how are you selecting businesses? What's the
Handle 5.
Yeah, so the question is, how do we select businesses? It's a great question. So again, we invert and we say, okay, what businesses have systemic friction? So if you're any merchant, you have 2 to 4% payment processing fees. Some businesses have chargebacks. So naturally, those industries are interesting to us. Telco is very interesting because we, again, the sort of the prompt is, what business can I buy that has a large captive user base? And again, it all comes down to unit economics. It's like, how can I buy a really large user base at the best price possible? And so the telco businesses that we look at don't own infrastructure. They're asset-light telcos. We're much focused on Latin America. And so we can buy these businesses for 3 to 4 times EBITDA and convert them into a bank that trades at 20 times. So that's really the arbitrage that we're looking at. Prices, we're really focused on buying large businesses, not small ones, with really big user bases. Because again, if we buy, for instance, this business has 25 million users. And we have 30 to 60 million actives in crypto today. So one acquisition, we become the largest chain. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Santi. You have a prevalent voice in the industry and have been pretty outspoken at times around, the likes of Ethereum and Solana. Curious why, at the end of the day, you ended up choosing to launch Inversion on Avalanche.
Yeah, funny enough, I don't have a financial position or didn't have a financial position in Avalanche. I've invested early investor in Ethereum, early investor in Solana, most L2s. And so when people say, oh, you must have chosen Avalanche because you have a big bag. So I was like, well, actually, quite the opposite. Ran an RFP over the last 3 months, started in November, and there's 3 different, look, every builder makes different trade-offs. What we're doing is uniquely suited. I think the Avalanche architecture for us makes sense. That might not be true for other builders, but I'll tell you what mattered to us. One, obviously high throughput, and you need to have certainty that if you're going to onboard these users, you can actually support them, and stablecoin transfers are cheap, and so I think obviously you have a lot of proof points in Avalanche, as you have in other ecosystems, but in Avalanche, it's high throughput, it's EVM compatible. So when I go talk to, Aaves of the world, and I think I see Stani somewhere around there, you can port over a lot of the apps so that you can have some of these killer use cases. If we're going to offer our users, yield-bearing stablecoins, well, I want to have, a robust DeFi ecosystem. So it's EVM compatible. And also sovereign block space is really important for us. I don't want to compete for block space and block inclusion. I don't want noisy activity. Of course, it's a permissionless environment. Anyone can deploy on our chain, but there is some powerful mechanism there where it's we want to be really intentional in the products and services because for us the KPI is more users and extreme value to the user. And so having sovereign block space just gives me more comfort that if we onboard these users, we're not going to have to, it's not going to be overly taxing for us. And I guess the fourth point is from a business development standpoint, we're very much focused on acquiring real businesses. And I think Avalanche far and away has the best BD team out there in the industry, and it's very aligned. And just shout out to Morgan, John, Luigi, because they've been phenomenal partners in the journey. So, it matters when you go talk to a large business or and you tell them, listen, we're going to acquire the business, we're going to bring it on chain. This is how. I mean, it helps that like someone like MapleStory has done it, or Deloitte, or the KKRs of the world have done it. It's just it truly does matter. But also the language that we speak when we think about working very closely, and we will be with a team, because we're going to have to pioneer some things. Maybe we break some things as we scale. But we plan to very much contribute back to the Avalanche ecosystem from a development standpoint as we go, build tools, the client said, and something, and so build real tech and bring it back to the Avalanche ecosystem, because again, we're just singularly focused on growing the pie. Like, how do we onboard 2 billion users? And I think if we do this well, other companies like MapleStories of the world want to come on and do the same. So really I was way back in the day really excited about what Cosmos was building. I think of Avalanche as a better architecture with a real good BD to like truly execute on that. And so yeah, across those different, there's others, but like fundamentally those three were super important for us. Yeah. Well, I think we're out of time. Thanks again, everyone. Really appreciate the time. Hope you have a great conference.
I appreciate you guys putting a picture of me up there from 10 years ago. Thank you, guys. Just going to keep that going. What's going on, Leon?
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm really delighted to be here. I was just on my way here. It was funny. I was actually listening to Mooch's podcast, The Rest is Politics, and so it's great to see him live in the flesh and also here. So I appreciate you being here, buddy.
That's good. It's good to be here. Thank you for guys listening. My partner Gary, though, is in a little bit of trouble. I don't know if you guys are from Europe, but anyway, Gary Lineker's in a little bit of trouble right now. But
yeah, that's one I'm not going to comment on.
Yeah,
but
all right,
moving on fast. I just want to reiterate one thing. Super grateful for the invite to be here. I also want to reiterate the comments that the BD team at Avalanche has been extraordinary. I've worked with them personally over at Galaxy. I'll give a little spiel about what Galaxy is shortly, but super kudos to the team, and thanks to John and everyone else for making this happen.
So before I begin my remarks, I want to congratulate Leon and the Galaxy team for the NASDAQ listing yesterday or on Friday.
Yeah, let's go.
And tell us a little bit about why that was important for you guys. What does it mean for Galaxy? How does it expand your ability to attract capital? How does it help the Avalanche ecosystem, et cetera?
Yeah, certainly. So for those who don't know, Galaxy, we used to describe ourselves as the Goldman Sachs of crypto. What we really are at the moment is we're a conglomerate. And we are at the intersection of the two most exciting trends in the space right now, which is crypto and AI. We got uplisted to the NASDAQ, and what that really means for us is that we now have the ability to access institutional capital in a way that we simply weren't before. And that's super exciting when we're working with protocols such as Avalanche, as we have done in the past, because what it means is that we can bring, as we currently do, institutional capital on-chain. So a lot of what Santi just mentioned, a lot of those dollars which are eventually converted to stablecoins and brought on-chain, they have to come from somewhere. And what I hear in my conversations day in, day out is from fund managers, real capital, finally looking at the space in a way that they haven't previously. We can talk about what has brought that about, but they're bringing capital that wasn't there previously on-chain. And I think that's how we get from hundreds of thousands and millions of users to ultimately billions of users on-chain.
So I just want to make like 2 minutes of remarks, if that's cool, just because we're supposed to talk about the macro landscape. And if you guys are following this closely, these remarks are probably repetitive, but if you're not, I think this will be helpful. There's two big pieces of legislation in the United States that we're working on. One is the Stable Act, and the other one is the Genius Act. I don't know who came up with Stable Genius in the Trump world, but I mean, it's pretty ironic and fairly awesome, actually. But anyway,
I love that.
You have these two bills that I think are going to transform the space. And if you're not long Avalanche right now, and I know I'm not supposed to give investment advice, but let me just at least say the reason why I'm long Avalanche, because if you believe, if you look through this legislation, and I'll make a prediction here on this stage that this stuff is going to get passed very quickly. If not immediately, it'll certainly get passed by the August recess. But if you believe what I believe, and guys like Robbie Mitchnick at BlackRock or somebody like Larry Fink believes, we are about to enter the age of tokenization. And this layer one technology is in the top tier in terms of its versatility, its flexibility. And I'll just say, somebody that's been on Wall Street now, this is my 40th year on Wall Street. And you know, some of you can go yourselves because you weren't even born 40 years ago, but that's fine. But I would just say this to all of you, that when this happens, Avalanche is going to be a huge part of this. We are going to tokenize stocks, tokenize bonds, tokenize private equity firms, LPs. Avalanche is already a part of that with places like BlackRock and JP Morgan. But no one's really doing it until they can get the regulatory the categorization and the regulation resolved in the United States. And so that's going to happen. I sort of feel like this should have happened 3 or 4 years ago. That's fine. Gary Gensler's gone now. But the fact that it's going to happen in the next 3 or 4 months is very meaningful for this group.
So I think this is the crux of the matter. And there's a few things I want to make sure that we go through today, but one of those is clearly tokenization. I'm curious, when do you think we'll begin to see tokenized securities traded on blockchains in the way that we trade any other token through a wallet that we have?
So I'm of the belief it's going to happen a lot faster than other people. I think what's happened to us, we're like been browbeaten by the last administration, at least on the crypto front. And so people are like, it's never going to happen, or we're always going to have a very stiff headwind. But if you get this regulatory clarity, this is like 12 to 24 months away. You know, remember, Atkins went into the SEC, and a couple of my friends who I went to law school with, who are actually still at the SEC, said he sent a message to everybody, we need to send out rules whether this legislation gets passed or not. And so you just have to think of the significance of that. They're going to provide guidelines, market-based guidelines, whether or not the legislation gets passed. And so the backdrop now is incredible. In 2004, George Bush passed this minor thing in tax reform. He basically said that the dividends would go from not the ordinary rate to 15%. And my staff and I looked at that and said, okay, we're going to buy all these dividend yielding stocks because it's going to, the government is going to push the market into those stocks. They were the best performing stocks for the next 2 years. And so the government has a huge impact on what we do. And so that regulatory clarity is coming. And I think it's going to come. I think people are going to be working on, we're going to be at an Avalanche Summit in 2 years. And people are like, yeah, you know, Goldman's on Avalanche, JP Morgan's on Avalanche. People are tokenizing their funds. You know, I mean, Skybridge is obviously working on fund tokenization, and we'll hopefully report back soon on our own situation.
Yeah, so at Galaxy, and you know, for those who don't know, you know, I run both of our global sales team, but I also run our Europe office. And one thing which I've noticed in Europe is the actual tokenization space in Europe is pretty advanced, and it's partly because of what happened over at the pond. So maybe for those who don't know, taking a step back, if you wanted to issue a token in the US, there was significant lack of regulatory clarity. You didn't know if you were going to be sued, right? That was in the past. And if you then went to the SEC and said, okay, look, I'm going to disclose what I have, this is what we're going to do, they would potentially slap you with enforcement there and then and go, we got you. And so a lot of those founders went overseas, and a lot of the tokenization efforts that you see, frankly, in Europe and the Middle East, were a lot of founders and funds who saw the sandbox and regulatory environments over here and thought they were attractive. What's great for the space, and in particular for the US, is that with a new set of folks who have come in, Hester Pierce in particular, you've got to give a shout out to the incredible work that she's done, have said, look, that's insane. It can't be the case that broker-dealers, that we say, yeah, sure, register the broker-dealer, but by the way, you can't custody crypto assets or trade crypto assets. I mean, that's not a regulatory regime. And so a huge shout out to some of the folks in the US of saying, look, let's create safe harbors. And frankly speaking, Hester Pierce has looked at what we've done in the UK in the digital security sandbox and said, let's do something similar to that in the US. And what I found particularly interesting, and I think what is super meaningful for Avalanche, is that there are, conversations taking place, right? This has not happened, certainly, but there are conversations taking place in the US right now where they're saying, look, let's have no action letters. Let's bring in folks and let that experimentation on-chain happen here in the US. And, we pretty much know that what happens in the US happens around the world. And I think what that means is that the blockchains that have set themselves up for that tokenization wave, and I think that wave is incoming right now, will do great. And I think Avalanche is a clear part of that story.
I'll give you this perspective. I want you to think like a 50-year-old, 55-year-old CTO. The number one thing is they don't want to lose their job. And so they're looking at, someone comes to them and says, okay, we got to tokenize. Okay, what are we going to use? And they don't want to lose their job, so they need to pick something that they know is going to be up and running, stable, flexible, something they can customize to their own firm, and they can go back to their people that they're talking to or their CEO and say, hey, this is a chain that's malleable, and we can create sort of our sub-chain, if you will, on this chain. And so I'm an investor in something called XSY. Sean Ford is here, and these guys have basically created a on-chain using Avalanche asset management company, and they're going to be able to get you much higher yield than traditional platforms, frankly, because they're cutting out a lot of the costs associated with this stuff. It's the same reason why a couple of years back we invested in a company called Chime, which is a neobank. Chime has no real estate. They give you higher yields and lower credit card interest rate charges because they don't have the infrastructure. So this platform is going to allow people to put the economic rent right back to the consumer on all these different products.
Yeah, I mean, and I'll want to ask you a question about the macro environment right now in a second, but we've seen, stablecoins are just a tokenized dollar, and we've seen a lot of tokenized funds getting set up, tokenized credit funds. I think Apollo announced their tokenized private credit fund recently as well. This is, taking a step back, if you look at crypto, you have the store of value chains, which basically is just Bitcoin. You have stablecoins as the second major use case for the space. And then I think you have a third, you have a number of exciting protocols which are trying to tap into what is the third best product market fit for the space. And I think that's probably going to be on-chain, the tokenization of reward assets. And then the question really is which protocols really benefit from that third product market fit. But I got a question for you. So I saw on Friday Moody's downgrade the US. Given that you run a fund, I'm super curious to know, and I hear in my own conversations, I have my own perspective, but what impact do you think that has on how the investors that you work with look at the space, and what do you think that means for the space going forward?
So in crypto or just more general macro?
Both.
Okay, so in more general macro, I don't know if everybody saw this, the 30-year mortgage, which is really the driver of the housing market in the United States, is now over 7. And so likely heading to 7.5 unless something is done related to the tariffs and something's done related to the fiscal situation in the United States. And just point out to people that our small businesses in the United States are tied to housing. If you go to any local town in the United States, look down the proverbial Main Street, there are plumbers and sheetrockers, and there's delis that service those contractors, and there's small community banks that lend to housing. And 60% of the small businesses in the U.S., and that's really where the jobs are in the U.S., they don't come from the big companies, are tied to the housing market. So that Moody's downgrade and the overnight activity and yesterday's activity in the bond market is telling you that we're going to have a slowdown in housing, which means that we're likely to have a mild, if not pretty significant, recession. You want to couple that with the tariffs. I didn't want to make this overly political, but if you have a 30% tariff on China, that is as close as you're going to get to a trade embargo. 145, 180%, whatever that nonsense was, that trading stops, no more ships, if you will, leaving and heading towards the West Coast, and it's sort of game over. 30% is brutal as well. So you're heading into a situation, and my friend Ray Dalio, if he was here, would say that the administration, if they don't pull back on the tariffs, you're heading into a situation where you're going to have stagflation. Now, unfortunately, I'm old enough to remember stagflation. Stagflation is a situation where you have very high unemployment and you have very high inflation. And so now the Fed is vexed and the government is actually vexed as to what to do. So we got to get the tariff situation figured out. And this spending bill that they're talking about is outrageous. So if you look at that spending bill, any normal economist will look at that and say that's going to push the U.S. closer to a debt crisis. Okay, so I said all that bad stuff. Now let's talk about crypto. If you see that going on in the fiat world, you've got to own assets like this. You've got to, you have drunk driving going on from our politicians and our central bankers. And this business takes the keys away from the drunk drivers. If you have Bitcoin, that's like a decentralized currency, if you will, or a store of value. No more drunk driving. It's an immutable asset, and we can create a rail system and a store of value between each other. If you have something like Avalanche or some of the other layer ones, they will be the low-cost transaction system that we're using. So it's almost like communities like this are going to rebuild the architecture of a system that has now become very lax, and the people inside the system are committing malpractice.
Yeah, I mean, I love the analogy. So in my conversations with clients at Galaxy, the big problem which they've highlighted, as you have, is what does Scott Bessent and what do they do in the States about the issue? Because they clearly started out with taking a look at the deficit crisis and said, look, we need to cut spending. But cutting spending has been very hard. You've got Medicaid, you've got Medicare, and you've got Social Security, and they're basically shiverless. You can't really cut them. They've tried quite hard, I think, with the folks in Doge, and it hasn't really worked. And so you get to the point where you're paying a lot of money in net interest, and your deficit's ballooning, and at some point, you have to figure out how to bring down your treasury yields. And one way to do it is to effectively do a QE or some kind of twist to bring in additional liquidity. And if that happens, that should be beneficial for hard assets, for crypto assets in general. And so that's some of the thinking that's been going on
See,
the investors I speak to.
Leon is such a, the reason why he's a CEO and I'm not a CEO, I'm just like a podcast pundit, is like, you hear what he just said? I mean, it was fucking great, but let me just tell you what he really said. The money printer is going to be on forever, and sit in Avalanche, you're going to make a shit ton of money. That's literally what he just said. All right, keep going. Keep going. All right, go ahead.
This is not financial advice.
No.
So taking a step back from that, where do you... I'm just curious, so you have Avalanche, you have what's happening on chain right now. What do you believe about the space, which is perhaps not consensus or not you don't hear it spoken about very much, which you want to share?
Well, this is it. It's not consensus. See, the The problem is we're here, we're believers. Okay, even if you're here and don't own Avalanche, you're here on an exploration mission, you are closer to belief than you were by not being here. But what happens is when you get here, you don't realize how many people are not here. And, you know, my odyssey into Bitcoin and ultimately Avalanche and other things, it took me about 6 or 7 years. You know, I met Hal Finney. Some people may remember who he is. He was the first person to receive a Bitcoin from the Satoshi wallet. This is going back like 2011 or 12. I met him. People were explaining to me what Bitcoin was. I had my eyes were like glazed over. I didn't understand it. The Winklevoss brothers came to one of my conferences, explained it to me again. Again, I didn't understand it. I wish I was smarter. I would have been a lot richer. But when you get it, when you finally get it, and the switch goes on, I'll say to you something that my friend Michael Saylor says. When he finally understood Bitcoin, he started out as a skeptic. He was like, okay, how do I stay up all night and figure out how I'm going to buy as much of this as possible, because this is going to be the operating system of money going forward. So this is the DOS, this is the MS-DOS, or the, you know, you pick whatever the operating system is that we're going to be using in technology. So to me, what's not in the consensus is that there are so many people outside of the industry. The consensus is still not with us. And that's why this opportunity is so big. This is not, people tell me, oh, you know, this is like 1999, 1998 for the internet. And I'm looking at them like saying, no, this is like 1993 still. I still think we're before the Netscape browser went public, which was like May or June of 1995. That's how early we are. And I think that's not in the consensus.
Yeah, I love that. I think on my side, the thing which I can share where I think I have some unique insight is, for the longest while, there was this meme in crypto, the institutions are coming, you know, it's going to be the future of France, all these kind of weird things. The institutions are really coming. Like, these are the phone calls I have day in and day out. There are sovereign wealth funds buying either crypto and storing it, or indeed buying crypto-related equities, right? I think Norway came out and said that recently. It's Norway. I mean, this is, you know, this is a country with a lot of process before they do anything like this. I think, and don't quote me on this, owner of strategy in the Middle East. I think you were in the Middle East recently. Very bullish and pro-crypto as well.
I mean, Mubadala, the sovereign wealth fund of Abu Dhabi, has over $500 million now in IBIT, right, the BlackRock ETF for Bitcoin.
And I think the recent tokenization and stablecoin efforts are going to really accelerate this, because once you have stablecoins embedded in the wallets that you use to pay for everyday things, then the jump between that to owning any other asset, whether it be Avalanche or anything else, is completely gone. And at that point, you can earning yield and staking yields in assets on your phone, and spending those assets becomes trivial. So, you know, I've been on some of these, you know, panels and conferences for a while, and I think this year is the first year where I've sort of taken a step back and said, oh, wow, it's actually really happening in real time, and we're at the cusp of it. And I've been at the cusp of things before. I mean, there are, you mentioned making mistakes. I've made 1,001 errors in investing in crypto. You know, like it's almost painful to think about things I could have invested in, which I didn't. And I knew them right there at the time. And this is another one of those moments, I think, right now, where right at this time, I think the payments in the stablecoin space is going to be pretty transformative, not just for crypto, but for many other industries. Again, a bit like Santi mentioned earlier, this is no longer just crypto, right? This is just going to affect all payments and therefore all industries.
We have a couple minutes left, so we have 5 minutes left. Can we take some questions, maybe?
Absolutely, yeah. Don't be shy.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right, you're the CEO from Galaxy. You want to take that one?
Yeah. No.
Everybody hear that? So Trump's involvement in crypto and the the meme coin stuff that he does and things like that? Do you think it could potentially backfire on the industry?
I mean, the one thing I'll say, and I'll be super quick. I mean,
Yes is the fucking answer to that, but let's see what the diplomat says here. Go ahead, and then I'll give you my 2 cents.
I think we know what Anthony's going to say. What I would say is this: it clearly, to be very specific, in the last stablecoin bill, obviously there were some Democrats who looked at some things to do with meme coins and found it to be unacceptable, and I think that delayed the passing or the passing of the vote last night somewhat. So I think that's happened for sure. But I actually think that in general, what we've seen from the administration has been unquestionably very pro crypto, and it's hard to think about it in any other way than pro crypto overall.
So I'll say it a little different. I just remember this about Donald Trump. And I want you to imagine you're at the buffet at Mar-a-Lago, okay? And you've got your plate. Okay, now you just want to eat a few things from the buffet, but you're with Trump. So you got to eat everything. All right, so you go to the buffet, you want a little lower taxes. You want positive crypto legislation and a stablecoin bill, Market Stability Act, right? You want all these little tiny things. You want maybe banking deregulation. And then you want to take your plate back and you want to get your Diet Coke and sit with Trump at the table. But you can't do that with Trump. You got to eat everything. So you got to eat the meme coin that comes out at the inauguration. You got to eat that Canada's the 51st state. You got to eat that we're going to attack Greenland. We're going to go after Panama. We're going to hate on our allies, whether it's European allies. We're going to yell at the Ukrainian president in the Oval Office. Right? He's coming to get our help. His house is on fire. An arsonist has set his house on fire. He's coming to our house, ask for the garden hose, and we're going to yell at him in the living room. So you have to understand that you're going to have to stomach all that while people like Atkins and Besant and people that are believers in the industry, Cynthia Loomis. Everybody know who Bill Haggerty is? Raise your hand if you know who Bill Haggerty is. Okay, so Bill's a very close friend of mine. I worked on the Trump campaign with him in 26. He was the transition team head. He went on to become the ambassador to Japan. He's now senator from Tennessee. He is at point on this stablecoin legislation, and he has told people privately, which I'll share with you publicly, that, Gillibrand and Schumer, the two Democrats from New York, are on board with him. Why? They don't want to go through the nightmare that they went through in 24, where Fairshake and the other political action committees went after them. They would either like to be crypto neutral, but certainly not crypto negative, right? When this woman from Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren, says she's building an anti-crypto army, there's no voters for anti-crypto. So I'm very positive, but with Trump, you have to eat everything at the buffet table, and you just have to stomach it.
It's a question for you on the Elizabeth Warren side. Do you think that finally we've reached a point where crypto can be seen as bipartisan?
We're getting close. I think the answer will be by the August recess. I think the answer to that will be yes. They don't want to be on the wrong side of this industry. All right, we have time for one more question.
Yep.
I will take this one in front. Yes, sir.
You shot your arms up fast.
Yes.
I was wondering if the 4-year cycle, top and bottom, are over. So are we just from now on see like a little bit of like volatility, but then it's gonna keep going up? Or are we gonna see like 6 months up and then 3 years of like a crypto winter?
Really good question.
Do you want to go first?
So I'll go first. Obviously, I don't know the answer to that. I think we have more participants and we have more demand in the market. I don't think we're going to necessarily completely mute the volatility, but I think we're going to have higher highs and higher lows, and the lows are going to be more muted, excuse me. And I'll just go back to Web 1 for a second. Amazon traded like a really bad EKG for many, many years. And then Amazon continued to do well. And then if you look at Amazon now, it has roughly the volatility of the S&P. So I think the mature assets in this space 3, 4, 5 years ago will get to that Amazon sort of Google volatility.
I'll be super quick. I obviously don't know the answer as well, but what I would say is that we're finally beginning to see the throes of Bitcoin beginning to decouple from how it's traded previously. We saw that obviously when it traded down, stocks are getting smoked, and Bitcoin stayed steady in that 75 to 85 area. And that's partly because we're seeing a transfer from new types of buyers
Definitely
buying the asset class that they weren't buying previously. And again, a shout out to, frankly, Larry Fink, because I think he's done an extraordinary job in bringing over the credibility of those new investors into the space.
Okay, we
got one more.
Yeah, real quick because we're in OT. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
You mentioned that Netscape is forthcoming. We are still waiting for that Netscape moment. Who's America Online? Who's going to get disrupted? Who's basically thinking in centralized fashion right now and has a train coming down the tracks at him?
And John Nahas wants me to say Ethereum. You know.
I do.
Yeah.
And who brought you into Avalanche, by the way?
The gentleman sitting next to you who's looking for a compliment. You see Matt Pilmary? Okay, Matt Pilmary, who's running Pact on Avalanche, brought me into Avalanche. He introduced me to John Nahas in Korea in the basement of the Four Seasons. We had breakfast. I had no idea what Avalanche was. My team did a lot of homework, and then we started buying it and started working with them. All right, how did that? Was that a good enough plug for you, Palmieri? All right, just want to make sure you're okay. And Sean Ford, you're back there. Raise your hand, Sean Ford. Okay, all right. XSY had a lot of things to choose from. Former CEO of Algorand. He's sitting here with you guys on Avalanche. All right, guys, thank you so much. Really be with you guys.
Good day. I think it's good day. That checks out for London, right? I don't think it's.
Anniversary.
Yeah, he just keeps asking me to moderate, so I must be doing something right?
Totally.
So we are going to talk about Aave, which is obviously the largest DeFi protocol out there with over $40 billion in total value locked, I believe. And that is across 12 networks, including Avalanche. And the launch of V3 came in 2022, and now Aave is on the road to V4. And essentially, it is the latest architectural upgrade proposal, which you've described as a generational upgrade. Do you want to talk more about that and why now?
Yeah, I mean, kind of a good context is, you know, how we got here. So obviously, Aave is a very unique project in the sense that we started it very early in 2017 as of ETHLend. Focusing on peer-to-peer lending and later converted it into more of a pooled model where you can supply different kinds of assets, stablecoins, for example, earn yield, and borrow against liquidity. And I think kind of like a big momentum for the whole DeFi space was 2020 when we launched the Aave V1, when it was still COVID, and the macroeconomy was in a state where pretty much the economy wasn't moving and interest rates were extremely low at the moment, and a lot of users were trying to find ways of finding yield. So DeFi at that point was kind of like an attractive alternative way of preserving capital in a very extreme environment of COVID. And then DeFi summer came in and really showed that you can actually decentralize some of these protocols that are financial infrastructure, and that people should be able to own them and participate in open governance and have a saying. And I think now in 2025, Aave has been growing substantially. We had the best year so far last year, and I think what's been really remarkable is that when we started building Aave, there was a lot of centralized lenders out there, and we couldn't compete with our path because we chose to build something that is non-custodial, resilient, fully on smart contracts. So the speed that you can move is very slow. And now looking at the lending space, it seems like a lot of the lending has moved from the centralized businesses directly to on-chain, and I think that's a really exciting progress. And now what we're trying to figure out is that how do you take this on-chain lending activity and scale it to the mainstream, to institutions and to consumers, but doing it in a way where you benefit from the DeFi liquidity network effects. And that's what V4 is all about, is introducing a new architecture of liquidity hubs and liquidity spokes where you can segregate risk very granularly depending on different types of use cases, but at the same time you benefit from the liquidity network effects that Aave, for example, provides today, where you can supply assets into the same pool and have instant liquidity. As of example, Aave is the only place where you can actually borrow billions worth of stablecoin liquidity with one transaction as long as you post a collateral. So it's simply a innovation towards a direction where we take the best things that exist in DeFi, the ability to pull liquidity in a very permissionless way and have these benefits, and doing it in a safe way where you have risk segregation.
You said the best things in DeFi. What would you define that as today in the existing market? And you mentioned last year that Aave also had its best year yet. Do you think this V4 will kind of propel it even further this year and so on?
Well, the launch obviously is going to be very controlled because when we produce technology, we want to ensure that it's safe and secure. And that's what the Aave brand stands for, of actually having people behind of the technology that care about the safety. And I think that's really important. But in general, we build for everyone in the sense that we think that DeFi will be used by every person on Earth. And DeFi is just a perfect place for having financial algorithms and financial opportunities that can be distributed globally. So I do think that there's going to be a lot of growth, and I think that DeFi is growing also because it has proven itself, and there's very good regulatory tailwind at the moment that has been really helpful. The banks are more open to work with on-ramps, and getting access to DeFi is becoming more easier, and there's a lot of institutional demand at the moment. And I think this whole concept of tokenizations and RWAs are really important because that actually creates the demand side. So if you can use traditional assets as a collateral and you create a interest rate market against these assets, and that creates demand, and that creates a bigger yield market to be distributed across globally.
And then thinking about the unified liquidity hub that the V4 would enable, how do you kind of see that playing a role to unlock more for borrowers and lenders on the other side across chains like Avalanche and then other ones as well?
Yeah, the new model is maybe that good analogy is kind of having like a central bank that is issuing, which is the liquidity hub, that is issuing credit to these liquidity spokes, which are more of like commercial banks. So spokes, a spoke is simply a lending, or let's say like a borrow configuration of various different assets and different risk parameters, Oracle configurations that you can attach to a liquidity hub, and then a liquidity hub can actually decide to allocate liquidity. And liquidity hub has a governor, so that can be Aave DAO, or that can be an external governance contract sharing economics with the Aave DAO. So it's a way of actually creating and innovating something new. So if you're a developer and you have some interesting ideas in DeFi that you want to build, one of the biggest challenges at the moment is that once you build and innovate, how do you actually grow and get liquidity? So typically what DeFi teams do, they go and contract liquidity. So they go and rent the liquidity out, which has a cost, or they have to somehow partner or market their product. But with these spokes, what you can actually do, you can build something really cool and request a credit line from the Aave DAO, from the liquidity hub, and get instant liquidity directly seeded into that innovation. And it can be just some interesting collateral asset and borrowing configuration. That can be also a RWA collaterals or something completely new as well.
I also want to talk to you about stablecoins. That's an extremely well-made or well-fit product market fit within the industry right now. I know last year we talked about stablecoins and payments and everything else that's happening within the ecosystem, but a lot of things have changed since then. How do you kind of anticipate stablecoins playing a role in the broader DeFi infrastructure landscape, and as well as Aave's native stablecoin in this new V4? Do you kind of see it changing the way we think about payments and cross-border relationships, or what's like the next step here?
Yeah, I think stablecoins, I mean, it provides really interesting utility, right? It creates the stability that you need in a decentralized system that doesn't talk to outside world, right? And I think a really beneficial use case of stablecoin is actually accessing DeFi yield. And to explain what I'm trying to say is that stability means a lot in countries where there's economical instability. So, for example, that's Argentina, certain parts of Africa, Asia, and Middle East. But one thing that is really hard for stablecoins to sell is in the Western world, the stability, because the banking system works pretty well. It gets optimized. It's not what we really want. Obviously, we want a better system, and that's why we're here. And that's what we think that DeFi and blockchains can provide. But really big value proposition in the Western world, in US and Europe, is that stablecoins can give you access to that DeFi yield. And that's the kind of like a tool that you actually need. And that's what we are also betting on. So at Aave, we've reached kind of like I would not say we reached the maxima of DeFi. It's the biggest DeFi protocol, but there's still scaling that we can do on the DeFi user base, adding new interesting assets like RWAs and so forth. But what we're truly interested in actually taking this yield that we have and giving it to people around the world. So how do we get to that consumer adoption and also package that yield for institutions as well? Aave native stablecoin is very fascinating because it is a decentralized alternative, and that has certain type of value. But at the same time, it creates an interesting revenue stream for the Aave DAO. So 1 billion worth of USDC borrowed, actually 100 million worth of Go creates the equal amount of revenue to the Aave DAO. And that excess revenue can be actually used to create higher interest rates for users. And looking at historically speaking, since inception, Aave has been able, and DeFi in general has been able to beat the kind of TradFi risk-free rate. So I think as interest rates are going to go down, already started in Europe by the European Central Bank, also going down by Bank of England here in the UK. It's going to go down the line by Fed in the US. The more interest rate cuts we see, the bigger the DeFi opportunity will be. And that's when we actually have the ability to tap into consumers, but also institutionals, because there is that opportunity and ability to actually move on the risk curve with Aave V4, because you can create liquidity spokes and hubs that have a different type of a risk profile.
I was going to ask you that about the consumer adoption and institutional adoption. I think a lot of times when we talk about, TVL users, et cetera, it really does tie back to crypto native audiences and even crypto native institutions. When you're thinking of people outside of the Web3 ecosystem, you talked about the macroeconomic situation right now, where do you see the potential for adoption from mainstream institutions, consumers, and people who are not necessarily familiar even with the term DeFi?
Yeah, I guess institutions are a little bit easier because with the tokenization concept, there's a lot of value on that. So you will see a lot of asset managers that are already in the space, BlackRock as an example, and tokenizing these funds. So there's a great utility of using RWAs as a collateral, and in fact, Aave's Horizon initiative is perfect for this, because Horizon creates as a first initiative a RWA market where you can use RWAs as a collateral, and that means that you can access 24/7 liquidity against your traditional assets, and that doesn't exist the same way in traditional finance. And then I think that some sort of opportunity of packaging the yield that is in Aave in a more traditional form is going to happen. But the most interesting part is actually the consumers. So there's few kind of like a bottlenecks that has stopped us to go to like a real consumer adoption. And obviously one of them has been the regulatory headwind, which is actually getting better. We have stablecoin regulation coming in as well. Infrastructure, being able to actually scale. Like 2 years ago, transaction costs were very high. So if you think about transaction cost and Avalanche, for example, today, that's truly possible. And the user experience. So we are moving out of the kind of like a world where you have to install a browser extension and write seed words down and do all that, and go to an exchange to acquire, convert a traditional asset into traditional currency into a stable coin, and all that has to disappear basically. And I think that's what is going to happen in the next 12 months, and then you can actually build towards that end consumer audience.
So 12 months till the consumers come in.
At least the first ones. I think it's still like a long process. We need to obviously beat the interest rates in DeFi in a safe way. So we have to have sustainable yield at the same time. And I think it's really a long process. So we're, end of the day, changing finance. It moves slower because we're changing money and how it works. It has so deep network effects, so it takes quite a lot of time. So I would say like it's more of a, it starts now, but it's going to be a decade and a half journey.
Okay, it starts now. I like that. Very nice. I'm thinking about the larger DeFi market and then lending protocols in general, maybe taking a step back, but also considering Aave, of course. What do you think needs to be done to optimize for better capital efficiency for both users and then, on the flip side, builders?
V4, obviously. No, but I do think that I like the approach where there is ability to truly move on the risk curve. So that's always kind of like a balance that we have in DeFi, right? So we are trying to establish the strongest liquidity network effects and capital efficiency. But with that capital efficiency and liquidity network effects, you're compromising then obviously the risk and segregation of liquidity. So that trade-off and figuring out how to balance it really well is really challenging. And I do think that maybe the sweet spot is ability to actually segregate risks, but then have this kind of like a capital allocation model, for example, like the liquidity hubs work, where you can take additional risk and package it into a capital allocator is very interesting. So yeah, and having that optionality is going to be really important.
Yeah, I also think in terms of where we are today versus like previous market cycles, and then you talked about DeFi summer, and then you talked about 2020, and I look at DeFi in such a different point of view every single market, every single year. And obviously the title of this panel is the next generation of lending, and with that comes DeFi, right? How would you categorize what the next generation looks like compared to the current one?
I think pricing is really important component, and we have a good amount of lending and borrowing at the moment. So, and this somewhat ties to that capital efficiency aspect. But one thing we don't really do really well on the lending side is just like pricing the liquidity accurately. And you can see this in a way where, for example, in the Aave V3, if you borrow, let's say, Go or USDC, you're basically paying the same rate regardless of your risk and position. So the overall pricing of the liquidity is much more wider and based on a whole kind of like a market. And something that we want to solve in the Aave V4 is ability to just price more accurately the risk without losing these liquidity network effects. And an example for that is a feature called risk premiums, and it means that everyone on Aave V4 is paying the same rate of the borrowed asset, but based on your collateral composition, you actually get a premium on that rate. So what it changes is that if you have a very lean position, so you are supplying, let's say, ETH or AVAX, and you're borrowing a stablecoin, you are in the least riskiest category compared to if you have more complex collateral composition. So you will have to pay more. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to more accurately price the risk. That means that if you have a lean position, you're going to pay less in the future. And then that kind of a risk goes exactly where it should exist and be paid for. And I think that's really important development as well.
What about for Avalanche specifically, do you think is a really appealing opportunity? Obviously, we're at the Avalanche Summit, and there are a lot of people that are building within this ecosystem. How do you see V4 being placed within the Avalanche network, and what kind of opportunities can that unlock?
Now that we have this new architecture, what it really allows us to do, and also other teams, is to build really exciting things. So we're going to build something really interesting in terms of spokes, but it really opens up the floodgates to innovate. And I could imagine where you have a higher throughput and faster block times and very low cost, you can actually start using lending and credit in use cases such as, for example, trading more efficiently. And there's also payment use cases that you can use. We had a really interesting feature in the past versions of Aave, which is called credit delegation. And I truly think that it's something where I have seen some implementations built where you can give your, if you have certain amount of funds in Aave, you can, and you're just supplying the liquidity, you can actually give the credit line for someone else to utilize for some sort of activity. There's some implementations and use cases for that, but I really want to see more used in trading use cases and payments specifically as well. So there's a lot that can be actually done. But in overall, it's just we're moving to a system where Aave becomes more kind of like a modular infrastructure, and it can be expanded by third-party developers, and that's going to be really cool from like a developer perspective.
You talked about trading and payments as being good use cases. Are there any use cases that you think would not be a fit?
I don't know. I mean, well, I don't know. I would like to say something that, like, I'm not the biggest fan of meme coins, but I think.
Why not?
I think you can still like use meme coins as a collateral in some ways, as a separate spoke. You can borrow them as well against some other collateral. So I do think there's something there. I also want to see some expansion for actual extension of credit and under collateralized loans. And you can do that in a very safe way now with Aave v4 because you can spin out a liquidity spoke and create a system where you're underwriting loans effectively and then request the liquidity from the main liquidity hub that the Aave DAO is going to run. And I think that's going to be quite interesting. I personally want to see a lot of under collateralized lending happening, using basically social identity and trying to use attestations and bringing like credit, but in a really novel way. I'm less interested in bringing like the traditional credit systems on chain because I think they're very outdated and really broken as well. But I would like to see some sort of a universal form of credit being built with Aave.
Well, if they're outdated, wouldn't you want them to come in and get revamped?
I mean, it's really interesting because with on-chain, you could actually, you can create something that is truly borderless and that can be consumed by anyone, any part of the world, and just figuring out what is like the connective identity and what that can be actually. And a lot of credit is based on future income expectations or social capital. So there's a lot that can be actually done there. And I think it's a space that just becomes more interesting because, I mean, we haven't really exhausted all the kind of like collaterals that you have in DeFi, like native assets. I do think like RWAs are going to bring more use cases and collateralization, and that creates further interest rate markets. But I would like to see more of like going just purely lending against credit as well.
Yeah. My last major question before we go to audience questions. So if you have any, I see one hand, you have to wait. I have one more question. But before we go to that, Stani, on the RWA front, you've talked about it throughout this conversation. Where do you see the most opportunity for V4 on the real world asset front that hasn't already been addressed in the broader DeFi market? Or is it to kind of take what has been done already and then make it better?
I mean, for RWAs, like the biggest challenge is that, once you get them on chain, what will you do with them? So it's still like, it's not that useful to use. I mean, it's useful for transparency to use a blockchain as a database, but then the true utility for RWAs is DeFi. Like that's the future. With DeFi, I think RWAs are less interesting, and DeFi needs RWAs to scale the interest rate markets, so they kind of like go hand in hand. I mean, from Aave's perspective, Horizon is going to be the first RWA-focused lending market where you can borrow Go directly against RWA assets and USDC. And hopefully we get this activity to Avalanche. In fact, we're launching and expanding Go into Avalanche in a few days, which is going to be really interesting. But I do think that the utilization of lending and borrowing is such a crucial component for RWAs that they don't really, you can't get the fullest benefit without having interest rates markets basically. And then I think like what really needs to be solved, and I spend quite a lot of time on this RWA stuff, and I kind of feel a little bit old because I used to be fully DeFi guy, and now I kind of like, I'm looking at RWAs, so I feel really old. But but what I notice is that every single provider has their own type of eligibility requirement, which is fine, but there isn't really a way of actually connecting everything together. So, and you get the same type of a problem where you have to do the same type of eligibility and KYC across different providers. And that creates a lot of friction if you want to swap RWA assets between two different issuers. So I think that's something where I would like to see some improvements, because that will then help to use these assets as a collateral in DeFi and swap them as well on decentralized exchanges.
Okay, amazing. We have some time for some questions. Go ahead. We got a microphone.
I'm curious to understand what do you think. How do you think how far we are from under collateralized loans and utilization of ZK for the identity of those? Because in my opinion, this is what would be the driver for the retail users, right? The blocker is still a lot with the supply of the collateral side. So I'm curious if there is any work being done from Aave side, or are you mainly waiting for the industry to kind of provide this infra?
Yeah, I mean, it's I think the retail side of it is definitely important, like the credit extension. I think retail can be achieved on the supply side first, just basically getting this yield into everyone's hands. But then you're right in the sense that there has to be that other side of the trade, which is the consumption, the borrowing. So there's two ways to do that, obviously. Like one is with RWAs where basically a large amount of private credit is, or let's say mortgages are tokenized, brought into on-chain, and then you can borrow against them, and that creates interest rate yield basically to distribute to retail. But they're like a true kind of like an interesting, obviously, benefit is that if it can go like direct to consumer and create these opportunities directly for them to on-chain, and in the idea of actually creating more competitive environment and more transparent kind of like a lending process as well. I think that most of the things I see is kind of like looking into existing credit systems and how to like connect them together and bring them on chain. And I do think that's like the next maybe like couple of years, we'll probably see a lot of credit systems and identity being part of that. And ZK, the ZK proofs are interesting because that's like one of the innovations where you can prove certain type of information without revealing that. The very basic, obviously, that is taking off now is proving that you are 18 years old, but you can go as far proving other types of things, and that could be an interesting like a credit system. But I think the next 2 years is a good opportunity because a lot of the collateralized stuff is being built on DeFi and RWAs. A lot of people are working on RWAs, and this is kind of like the last big area of focus and very difficult one to solve as well.
Another question in the back over there.
Thanks. You talk a lot about lending against crypto assets, but you also talk about collateralizing loans, mortgages. How do you, and for a bank in the UK, probably the best borrowers would be farmers looking to borrow to buy a tractor or business property developers. How do you actually persuade those borrowers to tokenize their assets? Because the banks spend quite a lot of money marketing to them.
Yeah, I mean, the most fastest way, an indirect way, is simply taking existing loans or an ongoing credit issuance and buying that and then tokenizing that basically and then using as a collateral to draw more liquidity against and financing these financial institutions to give more loans out. That's the kind of like a more like a scaled version of doing that. And then the other version is basically there should be an opportunity for a market participant to come and actually issuing credit. And then they use the on-chain for sourcing liquidity. So you could technically start a credit business with a really direct way of getting LPs, which is on-chain, especially if you have a proven system. So that's the one benefit. And then the underwriting part. So I think one option is that we'll see that DeFi is kind of used as a liquidity source, or things like Go stablecoin, where you can use some of this collateral as a way to mint Go and fund these opportunities and convert to the traditional currency and so forth. So I would say like the way to do it is either this kind of like buying a big amount of credit and tokenizing and re-extending credit for those existing financial institutions, or a market participant comes and creates this type of a service based on the opportunity that they have from DeFi LPs effectively. But it's a process. Like you have to, like you start the credit system from the ground up. You know, you have to build the risk models, you have to build the trust and so forth. So we're going to see like a slow but steady growth for those participants until some point that they've been able to prove a good track record.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you to Stani for all the great insights, and thank you to everyone for listening in.
Thank you.
Turn to me, and everyone else turns away. Turn to me when the sky is gray. I'll never let go of you.
You can turn to me and let me in. You can turn to me, don't leave me outside. You can
everyone else turns away. Turn to me when the sky is gray. I'll never let go of you.
Hello. Can you hear me? There we go. Hi, me. I'm back again. We kicked off this morning talking about the power of community and how communities come from ideas. And right before we came up here, this was given to Emin by Koch Media, the boss. I can admit that he is, yes, the boss. But this is issue number 1. So I will take the liberty of saying that the Koch community is community number 1 to spin out of the Avalanche ecosystem based on a great idea and a funny meme. So congratulations to you guys. As we said this morning, communities come from ideas. And the idea that spurned this for the 4th year in a row, and this community of builders and innovators and users of Avalanche started with the Avalanche white paper. So it's my pleasure to introduce the Blockfather himself, the founder and CEO of Aave Labs, Dr. Emin Gün Sirer.
Get to know my audience a little bit. So could you put your hand up if you're an AVAX holder, AVAX hodlers? Hands up if you're a Bitcoin hodler. Hands up if you're an Ethereum hodler. Solana? Cardano? Ripple? Okay, awesome. And hands up if this is your first summit. How many first summit? That's amazing. That's fantastic to see so many new faces. So what I want to do today is tell you a little bit about where we are and where we're going to go. And for that, I think what I want to do is essentially tell you my story. And it's the technical version of my story. I'm not going to go back to my childhood. I'm not going to go back to like what really created this, that's sort of the villain creation story, the hatred for the system, the hatred for things that don't work, and the sort of the crazy obsession with building large systems that do what they say they do. I'm not going to touch upon that, but I want to get a bit more technical and tell you how I started down this path. The year was 2002. And how many of you were downloading stuff from Napster and LimeWire? I know you were. Hands up. But I know there are more hands that need to go. The statute of limitations has expired, so it's all good. So how many of you were uploading at the same time? Now be honest. So far fewer hands. So the problem then, as the problem is often with groups of people, people want to take things and they don't want to give things, right? This is known as the tragedy of the commons. Everybody wants something, and when it comes to giving that thing, it's a little harder to get to happen. So my idea back then, as a very, very young, freshly minted professor at Cornell University, was, well, we need to do something to incentivize people to give resources to the community pool, and somehow disincentivize people who constantly take things. And the idea then, of course, there were many ideas. You've heard of BitTorrent, which is based on barter. For me to give you a block, you have to give me a block. And I thought, barter is so archaic. Why don't we invent some kind of a magic internet token so that if you wanted to take something, well, you couldn't just constantly take it. On occasion, you'd have to earn that token back by doing something good for the community. So in 2002, I built this system called Karma. And Karma is the world's first digital currency with proof of work minting. So parse that a little bit, it's 6 years ahead of Bitcoin. Now, let's be very clear, I did not have the brilliant insight that Satoshi added later, which is that insight where he folds the consensus protocol into Karma, into proof of work. But nevertheless, this is what got me started on this path. Somehow, though, my mentors at the time told me, do not touch this topic. It's toxic. The regulators will come after you. Everybody's concerned in the post-9/11 world with all sorts of things like money laundering, etc. You can't make a career out of this. So I left this area, and I kind of just did a whole bunch of other things involving peer-to-peer systems and so on. And then Bitcoin came along. Who remembers the first time they read the Bitcoin paper? It's like your first kiss you can't forget. It's like all of you, almost all of you, I'm sure, remember how that was. And for me, it also was an eye-opening moment. And And, what did I see there? I saw a new family of consensus protocols, very different from the ones that were taught in graduate school. And it's just a much better way of approaching that probabilistic idea of consensus so beautifully done was something that captivated me. And then the next thing, of course, is there are a whole bunch of things that people take for granted. There are a whole bunch of asserted truths in that paper and in the writings of Satoshi Nakamoto. And we didn't have proofs for them. And to an academic, if there are claims but no proofs, that's very dangerous territory. And if you're going to build the next generation of finance, you got to have proofs. And when Itai Ayal and the postdoc at Cornell at the time, and I looked at Bitcoin, we saw that some of the claims were actually wrong. And we came up with something. How many people have heard of selfish mining? That's too few. So we came up with something called selfish mining. So if instead of following what Satoshi told you, you don't follow what he says, but you follow a different strategy for mining, then you could make more money than your fair share. How much more? Up to 2x more. So if you have 49% of the hash power, you could actually make 100% of the Bitcoin rewards. So this, of course, is heresy. It implies that Satoshi made a mistake. And of course, for that, I had to be roasted. I got death threats. There were efforts to write a whole bunch of letters to Cornell to fire me. And there's a whole bunch of things that happened. It was really stressful, but also very funny. And thank God for tenure that I could just sit back and watch as the letters came in. And there were 3 different projects that people crowdfunded. And we were like, Itai and I were just sitting in the office thinking, we did the work. Why are these people trying to just crowdfund this effort to show us wrong? It's like, prove that Emin doesn't know what he's doing kind of an effort. To their credit, all 3 of those projects flipped at the conclusion of their efforts and said, you know what, every time we try to prove them wrong, we get the same results as in the paper. This is a thing. And so I went from being persona non grata to suddenly people realizing, hey, these people don't want to just undermine our profit. They work for the same God. They are here to push the cause of cryptocurrencies. They're good people who are trying to show the actual security properties of Bitcoin so that we can more securely deploy these systems. And after that, I worked on something called Bitcoin NG, Bitcoin Next Generation. So as you know, with Bitcoin, it takes about 3 to 6 confirmations, about 30 to 60 minutes for your transfer to be finalized. That's a hell of a long time. At the time, it was amazing, right? It's far faster than sending a wire by bank. But yet, I knew we could do much faster. And the core idea here is kind of interesting for those of you who did not follow the Bitcoin NG saga. The idea is we still use proof of work, but normally Bitcoin uses proof of work to immortalize what happened in the last 10 minutes. Instead, we use proof of work to elect a leader who immortalizes transactions as they happen. And that changes the game immensely, and suddenly the finality of Bitcoin goes from 30 to 60 minutes to something much, much, much shorter. And I learned quite a bit actually from this effort. There were 4 different projects that use Bitcoin NG. I had almost nothing with all of them. But I saw that if you have a good technical idea, if your execution is not good in other ways, you don't necessarily win. And these Bitcoin NG-based systems are nowhere to be found. They still exist, but they did not see big success because the execution was flawed in various different ways. Then I worked on these elusive concepts, scalability and decentralization. These words are thrown around the whole time. It's essential for us to be decentralized. It's absolutely imperative that we build decentralized systems, or else we're just replicating the banking world with more steps and more complications. But then what is decentralization? How do you measure it? And I answered, I did a bunch of things. So what does it mean for a protocol to scale? Like, what does that actually mean? If somebody talks about scalability, but they don't really talk to you about the two different metrics that relate to each other. As something goes up, the other thing should not go up. As you add more nodes, latencies should not go up. If they are not talking in terms of multiple metrics, they're not talking about scalability at all. TPS is not a good measure of performance. I can give you as high TPS as you want. In fact, look around at other competing projects. They do this all the time. Just by embedding a hash of the phone book, I suddenly have incorporated the entirety of the phone book into my system. That doesn't really get us anything. You have to assemble the data, you have to process it, you have to validate it. So it was a big push at the time against the forces that be to say TPS is not correct. It's not the only metric. You have to also, besides throughput, you also have to look at finality and time to finality. And so what's the difference between POW and PAWS? I think this was an interesting one. Even my academic colleagues were confused, and they kept referring to proof of stake as if it was a consensus protocol. These are not consensus protocols. I was the first person, I believe, to my knowledge, that made that distinction crisp and clear. And we did some other fun stuff. One of the things that we did do was to measure the distances between Bitcoin miners. This is a little hard to do. We borrowed techniques that physicists use to discover exoplanets. You take a gazillion measurements, and from tiny variations, you discover, oh, these two guys are actually the same people in China pretending to be multiple different miners. Or these two guys are fairly far apart, etc. So then I was involved in the DAO hack. This was kind of fun. I wrote a paper called A Call for a Moratorium on the DAO. So the call was not heeded. And how many people know the DAO hack? Is it all ancient history by now? It's been 9 years or something. So the DAO hack was monumental for Ethereum. We identified 9 flaws. There was a 10th one that, I thought, hey, maybe this is not a flaw. I was wrong. That was a big flaw. So the hacker used that one and one of the 9 that we identified to steal 15% of Ethereum out there. So that was a terrible, terrible time. And I helped recover after that. It turned out that Vitalik and Vlad were both in Ithaca. We were running a project, a summer camp together. So you might have heard about Bitcoin covenants and vaults. One of the things I worked on was this thing called covenants and vaults, which keep coins safe at rest. So when your coins are in cold storage, you want them to be unstealable. And we discovered or came up with this idea of hack-proof vaults, where if the coins start moving, you can recall them ahead of the hacker. And so it's a way to add security to coins at rest without breaking down the immutability of the Bitcoin blockchain. Anyhow, I don't want to bore you, and we're coming to the end of this. My journey took me to where it almost always takes a lot of people, which is, what about layer 2s? They suddenly became very prevalent about 8 years ago. And everyone who runs out of tools in their tool chest, everybody who runs out of ways to scale their system, decides, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to spike this ball and let somebody else handle it because I've run out of options. Layer 2s are a concession to say that I am unable to take this thing any further. I can't scale it at my own layer. I'll let somebody else take it from here. And the thing, of course, with turtles all the way down is, if you don't know how to solve something, chances are that somebody else is also unable to solve that very thing. So I never believed in layer 2s, and the fact that they fracture liquidity is absolutely a killer. The more layer 2s you have, the less liquidity you have concentrated on any one chain. But much more importantly, they fracture communities. Communities divide and fall apart. People's incentives separate, and different communities splinter away. Every layer 2 becomes a parasitic thing on its underlying chain. And you see this playing out. I cautioned Vitalik against this, but we see the results today. So what did I do? Well, I said, well, look, if you guys must have this thing, and if you want to build something like the Lightning Network, which has all these terrible properties that I don't believe in, let me show you how to do this right so that you build fast layer 2s. And we built the world's fastest layer 2. It's still the world's fastest layer 2 umpteen years later. It's called T-Chain T-Chan. And it uses hardware security modules. And I think we invented the world's fastest way to get Bitcoin. We did something with the University College London here. We sent Bitcoin from UCL to Ithaca to Cornell in about 50 milliseconds or so. So, but the thing that I'm most proud in all of this time is the work I did with the John Oliver Show. I'm an uncredited writer in one of the episodes, and I introduced the word HODL and wrecked into that show. So if you are using that, if you think that's mainstream, I had a tiny, tiny hand to play in making those words go mainstream. They did so much due diligence. They did more due diligence on everything I said than any other press outlet that I've ever worked with. They're amazing. And if you do listen to that episode, listen to him carefully. He does sound more like me, like the sentences are a little longer, a little stilted. It's not exactly like him, because every single word came from me there. Except some of the jokes, the funny ones, those are from them. So, what happened then? And this is what brings us to today. Ultimately, that journey took me to the fundamental realization that we need to address the problem at its core. We need fast consensus protocols. You can't punt it to someone else. And if you as an expert don't know how to do it, then nobody else will solve it for you. And that took us to Avalanche Consensus, which is a new family of consensus protocols. It's impossible for me to underscore how rare that is. My field of distributed systems is only 50 years old, and there have been only three families of protocols: classical, proof of work as in Bitcoin, and now Avalanche. It is the fastest, it is the most scalable, and most importantly, it makes no compromises on that which matters most, which is decentralization. And achieving those is incredibly hard. Everybody else, other than us, every single chain out there compromises on decentralization. It's easy to build a proof-of-stake coin if you reduce the number of people who are participating in each decision. So trivial. I just say, hey guys, you 10 are the ones who are making the decisions. Done. And that's what really they do. It's like you 10, and then the next round is like you 10 over there. That's okay, but those 10 people are a vulnerability. And they are no longer decentralized because that decision got made by a small sub-quorum. Now, you can't do that. It's just not in the crypto spirit of things. And this is true for every single chain out there but us. So, this was such a big breakthrough that I thought I don't want the Bitcoin NG experience again. It is such a big breakthrough that I can't punt this to other people to carry out. They will screw up something else. They will keep so many coins for themselves that it's going to die. They will do some dumb thing. They're going to lose their own coins and tank the system, etc. This has to be done properly. Someone has to show the world that that is being sold, the dream of highly scalable, super fast systems, is achievable. So to do that, I left Cornell. Everything else that happened after that is all you. I'd love to take credit for where we are today, but everything else, other than the initial formation of the protocol, is all you guys. So, what does that mean? Well, we introduced infinite scalability. There are only 3 systems that tried to do what we did. It's us, Cosmos, and Polkadot, which was build a system that is not just a single chain, but a collection of chains. And of these 3, we're the only ones that did not introduce artificial bottlenecks. You get pelted with questions as a founder. How are you accruing value? How are you doing this? How are you doing that? And to appease those cracked voices, people end up making crazy compromises. How are you, like, for example, not making sure that everybody is as secure as everyone else? A lot of these questions come from a good intent, but the framework is wrong. Polkadot, for example, tried to have what they call shared security. What that means is a shared bottleneck. So they have to have these parachain auctions, etc. They raise some money from it, and then they run out of that money. It's just not a good way to create value or enduring systems. We came up with a way where every time somebody introduces an L1, the capacity of the system grows. Every time somebody wants to build a system that's bespoke for a particular use case, they can. They're not hampered by other validators. They share just as much as they need to, and no more. And we built interoperability from the ground up. We're miles ahead of every other chain out there, every other protocol out there in terms of interoperability. What they are trying to tackle now is something that we've already done and gone. If you want to create your own token, you can. If you want to take your token and use it as gas, you can. If you want to build your own L1 powered by your own token, you can. These are things that we started out building because we realized just how important they were. So, Now, what we're working on is single chain performance. It's time for us to focus on the engineering of a single chain. Now, one of the things that we did recently, that some of you may or may not know, it was the Etna upgrade followed by the Octane upgrade. That's 2 upgrades. One was in December, the other was in April. Compare that to projects that ship every few years. We shipped 2 major upgrades within 5 months. One of them made it really, really easy to launch our own L1s, and the second one completely changed the way gas dynamics work so that we now have the world's fastest, cheapest EVM. Transactions are typically less than a penny and often less than 100th of a penny. So here we are, just shortly after these 2 upgrades, and we have many more in the works, and I'm really excited about the technical roadmap that Corey shared with you earlier today. Each of these are bringing the best of scientific breakthroughs to blockchains. And one of the most important ones in this regard is the async execution, ACP 194. So what it does is it extracts parallelism on a single given chain. It allows the consensus portion of the process of accepting a transaction to be performed in parallel with the execution portion. And you will probably have heard of efforts to build new chains that try to, quote, extract parallelism. Those people are trying to build a single chain where they're trying to get some parallelism somehow, but it's really essentially a sort of a feeding off of breadcrumbs kind of an idea. We extract coarse-grained parallelism, the easiest kind to extract, very, very cheaply. You can have as many chains in parallel as you like. Nobody else comes close to what we do on that front. And on top of that, on a single chain now, with async execution, we will extract micro parallelism to get even faster speeds and even higher throughputs. There's also a big push for changing the way we store data on a blockchain and the way we organize the data on disk in a database. So first of all, we're reducing the amount of data that we put on chain, on the nodes. The node state growth is, if you do the naive thing of storing everything forever, of course is going to be very, very difficult to deal with. So we're reducing all the redundant data. We're building lighter clients that make it really easy to run validators. And we're introducing state rent and tiered storage for identifying the hot data from the not so hot data that can be stored in tertiary storage. On top of this, we have a new database called Firewood. Everybody else in this game uses a database built by Google for the purpose, almost everybody else, uses a database built by Google for the purpose of storing your bookmarks in your browser. We're changing that. We're bringing a proper new database built from the ground up for blockchains. This database performs Merkleization as a matter of storing data on disk. It's not an afterthought. It is not something you add on as a layer. It's not something that's expensive that you add onto an oblivious infrastructure. So that is going to give us performance that other chains can only dream of. And finally, those of you who did come to the summit maybe 2 years ago might have heard me talk about something that I'm super excited about, which is the marriage of AI with blockchains. It is time to make it easy to write code for blockchains. It's time to open this field up to everybody. And we're not going to be able to do that if we force everyone to be a programmer. We're not going to be able to do that if we force everybody to learn Solidity, as nice a language as it is. I happen to like it quite a bit. It's just not going to happen for the folks at large. For that, what we're doing is building chains where every validator runs an embedded LLM. And the chain transaction format is not bytecode, it's not a virtual machine, it's free-form text. So you can write transactions like, I hereby give you $5,000 for your movie if you can raise $5 million by next, September. You just write it out in English, or Tagalog, or German, whatever your native tongue is. And then the LLM interprets it for you as if it's a trusted execution engine, as if it's a trusted executor. Kind of like a lawyer in the sky, but has no conflicts of interest. Of course, as AI gets smarter and smarter and has a mind of its own, we will run into issues. But this is something I'm really, really excited about. It's a moonshot. It may or may not work, and we will probably lose a bunch of money experimenting with it. But it's going to be well worth the effort, because otherwise our field is not going to go to the masses. Let me wrap up by talking to you about what we are not doing, because often communities are defined not just by what they do, but by their ethos that prohibits them from certain things that really are a no-go zone. We do not cut corners. We do not cut corners, and I cannot say this enough. We do only sound, scientifically sound, properly documented, properly understood efforts. The Avalanche system could have gone out the door many years ago, but it didn't. It needed that proof set that came from Team Rocket. We do not compromise on crypto principles. It's easy to build something that's centralized. It's so trivial, but what's the fun in that? That's not what got us started here. It's easy to build something that's hidden behind layers that require $50,000 per validator, etc., that supposedly goes fast. That's not what we're about. We do not build for fair weather. All of you have seen what is it, Flugtag, those like things that people create and they launch them off of those ramps in Germany. You can build something that flies, you know, on a good day with the wind on its back. But when the load comes, it croaks. And then what do? You download your state from Google Cloud to rebootstrap your system. That's not the Avalanche ethos. And we do not constantly bait our community with things to come. We don't want to wait for Godot. There is no crypto shiny object that's going to come and save the day and deliver the promised land to us. We build stuff that works based on sound science. And I'm really, really proud to have attracted, as developers on top of Avalanche, people who share this ethos of actually building things that work. To wrap up, half of what brought us here was this belief in science, to apply the best from academia to blockchains. We ended up with the fastest consensus protocol with the most scalable architecture. We're now working on improving the engineering of single chains so that we have the fastest, most decentralized chain for any given use case. The other half of what brought us here is the community. And for that, I am grateful to you all, and I cannot wait to see and hear about all of the cool stuff that you all are building today. Thank you so much for sharing some time with me today.
Thank you. Come on, sit down. It's hard to follow Emin, but you don't have to rush out. So my name is Mariam. I want to talk to you about physical commodities. And in my world, infinitely scalable infrastructure requires and demands a much, much larger playground that perhaps crypto is playing with. And what I want to introduce you to is commodities. When I talk about commodities, I'm talking oil, natural gas, copper, metals, the rare earths that fuel everything we consume, and how much they deserve to be on your radar as the thing to build for. So that's really my talk is, yes, I'll tell you about water, but what I hope you'll take away is that commodities is the $1 trillion gap you should be mining alongside your Bitcoin and alongside everything else you're thinking about. But before I do, I want to tell you a little bit about myself so you get a sense that I'm not making most of this up. I'm a very long-term commodities girl. I grew up in Shell and in private equity. This is some of the stuff I've had the privilege of being involved in. They are all world firsts, some of which we did. Shell's Prelude was the largest floating object for the extraction of natural gas. I led all of that across Asia Pacific. This little baby is one of my favorite ones, private equity-backed startup where we put small-scale liquefaction and we took natural gas from rubbish and fueled so many things. We invented the world's first LNG-fueled rigs, which were very clean. If any of you know natural gas, we drilled most of the shale gas plays in the US using our infrastructure. We got bought up by Cargill and Shell, but that was one of my proudest moments. Then in Shell, after we got bought up, I had the privilege of being involved with some of the very first blockchain platforms that were used for oil. I co-founded and chaired a holding company that most of the world's energy traders and most of the world's banks were involved in for post-trade processing of Brent crude oil. One of my favorite headlines is this one. We launched to 67% market share in Brent crude on day one. So when I tell you that scale is possible, it's possible with blockchain, and it's possible with the infrastructure and the flows of the big boys. Really, I'm talking from experience. Many other projects came out of the holdco I chaired, including the world's first intended DeFi liquidity pool for financing commodities. This is 2017, and it's still going and backed by most of the world's largest trade finance banks. And then my next iteration was saying, hey, there's all of this stuff happening in the world of Web3 and blockchain, but everything we were doing as an industry was in closed systems. We weren't tapping into the ecosystem. We didn't understand community, and we weren't building in this open ethos that all of you are so familiar with. We were building siloed projects and really using blockchain like a spreadsheet. So what happens if you actually go out there and try to create a fundamentally new infrastructure that allows commodity supply chains and commodity value chains, the flows and the financing, to come on chain in an environment that allows the world's largest players to play alongside the entrepreneurs and the industrialists? And that's water, and what I'll talk to you about. I love this photo, and actually my friend James, I see him in the room, James and I were invited to speak at OPEC when we launched some of our first projects, because it was the first time you had digital twins of oil projects and you had Brent crude being on a blockchain, and the Secretary General was tweeting about our work. So a very parallel world to yours, right? We're sitting in these crazy rooms getting excited that they're talking about our work at that scale, the same way that you are. I propose a marriage is long overdue, and that there are many ways in which this room, this community, should be tapping into the flows of this world. But before people can tap into them, and before we can open it up, we kind of have to understand if it's relevant for the industry to be opened up. And I propose that they are, because the way we've been trading commodities is really antiquated. And in many ways, it's designed to keep newbies out, right? There's so much money to be made that it doesn't really make sense, especially if you're one of the large traders, to allow others to come and participate. The barriers are high, and I will hopefully leave you with an understanding that the barriers are high in two worlds. One is financing, and the second one is in just compliance. It's really hard to get this right. The second thing is contracts are rigid. They're designed by the incumbents, they're held on to by the incumbents, and I come from Shell, so Shell's one of the incumbents, and we used to work very hard to preserve the status quo because there's a lot of value in it. And the third thing is, because those two things are true, new liquidity is locked out. And unless you're a traditional financier to this world, you will not get in. You can do things like write them a check and say, hey, I don't want any returns and I'll finance your trade, but I would propose that's not the smartest move. It's big bets and big profits. I kind of just want to put some numbers in your mind, so when we think about this world, we start to get a sense of dimensions, right? Like some of the big trading houses, $28 billion in 2 years of profit, $6.8 billion paid out to the partners in 1 year, $120 billion of cash piles that they don't know what to do with. in the trading environment. It's a lot of money. And so everyone wants to be part of it. The problem is it's really not for the faint of heart. And the next visuals aren't meant to scare you. They're really just meant to show you that, you know, I go to conferences and people show up and tell me they're going to tokenize oil and put it on Binance. And I go, are you really? Do you know what that actually means? So it's not for the faint of heart, because we can't afford to do silly things, because these things happen, and these things are happening to people and organizations that are the leaders of this industry, right? You can't mess with compliance, you can't mess with understanding what's a derivative, what's a security, what's not, where you should put this. But everyone keeps playing because all these people are also making the hundreds of billions of dollars of profit. So, if this ever goes forward, I want to give you some more numbers, because I want you to think about how it is a prize worth getting right. I talk about this number all the time. I'm really bored of it. My team's bored of it. But $20 trillion per annum is the physical traded commodity market. 20 trillion. What's even bigger is what happens when you go into the financial instruments that represent that physical market, right? So that's all commodities. This is just financial instruments per annum on oil futures, right? It's insane. Do you want to know how big it is? That's all of digital assets. So when we talk about real-world assets, I propose there isn't a bigger one of these. And I also propose that this is one that fundamentally needs innovation, where we're not going in and bulldozing our way into the system because we want to, but because it actually needs help, and where it needs the most help. This gap in commodity financing, not trade finance alone, but financing the resource, financing the commodity, is just a little bigger than this whole industry combined. So there's a place for us to play. So if there's a prize to win, and the backdrop of this is all the scary headlines I showed you, what do we need to do? I propose it doesn't need disruption, but we just need to open it up. How do you open it up? By bringing in new liquidity, leveraging updated infrastructure to do so, and enabling many more participants, namely yourselves, and the liquidity in this market to come in and be part of its future. So how do you do that? And how do you go from a place like Shell, where we're building all these siloed ventures, to a place like crypto, which also does siloed really well? And how do you create something that actually comes together? Where our thesis is build the connective tissue, architect its future structure, and then work with yourselves to get everyone to come and play. But alongside you, we work with the giants of industry to also come and play. We see water really as the connective tissue that weaves the legacy participants with the new world. So we're working to make sure if industry is my old world, tech is somewhere in between, whether it's decentralized AI or traditional tech, the entrepreneur has a room at the table, and we're able to create new openings for new liquidity and new traded instruments. So how do you do that? We think about getting to this world, right? If you build, you have to build a connected ecosystem. These things have to be interoperable. If you think about the flow of a molecule of oil or natural gas or uranium or copper to where it is consumed, that is a connected supply chain. It's physically connected. The money flows, the participants flow. These siloed projects that try to tackle one piece of it, they cannot make a dent in this whole ecosystem because we need an ecosystem approach. So our focus as NEO, which is the commercial entity that launched Water, is really to bring liquidity and tokenize the exchangeability on this layer 1 infrastructure that we're about to launch on Avalanche. And we have two things that we use to weave every project together, in addition to liquidity and the tokenized exchangeability. We call them water IDs and watermarks. Water ID, I'll tell you what these are, but what we imagine is a world where everyone else is building these applications, leveraging that, and leveraging our networks to get into the resource holders who can give you access to flows, to liquidity, etc. What's Water ID? That's really your master connected on water. It's know who your counterpart is, know what business they do, and establish that layer of trust so that it is interoperable and transferable, not just between projects, but also between chains. We don't care if you're on water or if you're not on water. We just would really like you to use Water IDs so that if I want to do business with you, or if Shell wants to do business with you, or if BP wants to do business with you, the fact that you've gone through this onboarding once means you're available to work with everyone else. Any of you who've tried to work with a giant will know how painful and long that onboarding is. We hope to facilitate, expedite, and enable that to happen much more faster. And that's really the identity layer that sits on water. And if you remember, so many of the scary headlines I showed you, they're really about people doing business with people they shouldn't have been doing business with, right? And you eliminate so much of that risk by having this interoperable identity. The second piece of identity that we create at a protocol level is what we call watermark. And that's really the asset layer. So if water IDs are who are you doing business with, asset layer is what's the business you're doing. It's really track and trace and programmability throughout your supply chain. And we've done this in practice with some of the giants of industry. We've had the privilege of working with Rio Tinto and General Motors to actually go through the end-to-end of automobile manufacturing, from mine all the way to a hood of a car. Because if you think about commodities, it's really all the raw materials that go into everything you consume. How cool if you can make that programmable, trackable, traceable, but not just for ESG, but think about a world of tariffs. Think about a world of profit share. Think about a world where fundamentally new ways of transacting are coming to life and they could use these rails. And so for us, this work really laid the foundation of showing how identity and watermarks come together to create this new asset class that's genuinely tokenized, and it's going into some of the largest manufactured supply chains on the planet. What we're working on now, and I hope to be able to mobilize your energy around, is, okay, so we know who we're doing business with, we know what business we're doing, but when it gets really interesting is, let's bring liquidity, new liquidity, to actually create liquidity pools and exchangeability. But I don't think we need to go and create synthetics or bring what already exists. I think we need to solve real problems, and there are parts of the value chain and the traded life cycle that don't have traded instruments that we are working to introduce into our liquidity pools. So we're going much further upstream, we're going pre-production into the part of the market where there is no traded index, there is no price, there's no futures market. And instead of building that out in a traditional TradFi format, we're building that out in a tokenized exchange on-chain. And I think that's really powerful, and it goes back to some of the stuff I heard Santi say this morning. How do you onboard the bigger economy? Well, you do that, I think, by solving a real problem and doing it in a scalable fashion that actually brings new optionality to the world and brings new liquidity where liquidity is needed. And so my time's coming up, but my call out to you is join us, because this is about expansion. It's about expanding the commodities pie, the liquidity that comes into it, and the use cases for crypto and cryptography. And I hope you'll reach out to me. I hope you'll come build with us. And if you don't want to build with us and you just want help with intros to commodities, still come talk to us. It'll take a village to do any of this, and I really hope that we do. Thank you.
Charm up here today, guys. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you, Mariam. That was a great talk about the work Water is doing, and leads really nicely into what I want to talk about today. If you've heard me speak in keynotes and panels before in the past, it's oftentimes about Avalanche, why Avalanche is the best, and why Avalanche should be your choice. But today I want to give a little bit of a different talk. You're here because you're familiar with us. I want to talk about how we believe and how I think we need to bring the world on-chain. A little bit and set the table. Most people, unless you're from the UK and know history, have not heard of Sir William Curtis. He was a member of Parliament, was the Lord Mayor of London. And he was most famous for coining the phrase, the 3 R's. The 3 R's represent 3 basic skills that children and people learn when they are in school: reading, writing, and arithmetic. Obviously, only reading starts with R. Apparently, he was very much mocked for this. He actually never had a proper education himself. But English to an education and a job was the basic understanding of reading, writing, and arithmetic. But nobody here and nobody in this industry is in it just for a job. Nobody's looking for their next gig or something to do or a diploma. This room, this industry, this ecosystem is full of entrepreneurs and of builders. And as an entrepreneur, you are the champion of your venture. Which reminds me of a speech by US President Teddy Roosevelt, the famous Man in the Arena speech. Nothing speaks more of the work we do in this industry, in my opinion, than this speech. I'll give you a second to read that, but I will highlight that he says, it's not the critic who counts, the credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena. Entrepreneurship and building is not about the critics, and it's not about the commentators. Despite what we see on crypto Twitter on a regular basis, and despite what we see from the anonymous accounts who love to poke holes in everything, they are not in the arena. You are the champion in the arena. You are the one who strives valiantly and dares greatly. And you are the ones who know that in the end, the triumph of great achievement. But to do this, you need more than the basic 3 R's of reading, writing, and arithmetic. You need the 3 entrepreneurial R's, which is raise, then reinvent, and revolutionize. Whatever worthy cause you may be looking to champion, you first must raise. You raise funding, you raise a team, you raise a product, you raise a community, you raise revenue. And you don't just raise once, you do it over and over and over again. As you progress and fail and pivot, you are continuously raising as an entrepreneur. But you first need to decide on a path. Do you reinvent or do you revolutionize? When you reinvent, you're a change agent who sees the world and looks at existing solutions and says, how do I make it better? Reinvention changes the world that we know. Revolution is what a visionary sees and says, let's take some huge risks. Let's change the world that we know for something completely new that has not existed before. Revolution adds something new that we didn't know we even needed or even had a need for. Reinvent says, we have banks. How do we make them better? Revolutionize says, do we even need banks? Let's come up with something totally new. Both paths, reinventing and revolutionizing, can lead to the promised land of success. As I said, reinvent improves the system, and revolutionize creates a new system that someday makes the existing system obsolete. We're going to get into this more and more, but as you can see by the pictures I use in this meme, reinvent is our world. Revolutionize is something completely new and completely different. Oftentimes, I like to say that crypto people build crypto products for crypto users. The world on-chain and bringing the world on-chain effectively and eventually is a different world. But we need to bridge that gap. So, these three entrepreneur R's represent the journey that we all take as builders and innovators. And whether you're a seasoned firm like a Fortune 500 or two kids working in your dorm room, these three R's are going to effectively define your journey. But before we get into the crypto side of this, remember Blockbuster? You used to have to go to the store and rent a DVD and pay for it each time. Netflix entered their arena as a champion of a new way to rent movies. They raised funding, they raised the product, they raised the customer base, and a business model, which was a DVD by mail service. They took movie rentals and reinvented them. You didn't have to drive to the store and pay per time, flat monthly fee, watch as much as you want. That was a reinvention of the current existing system. But then they actually revolutionized by ditching that system and moving to a completely new model, which was streaming. It wasn't just an improvement, it was a fundamental shift and transformation, which was using new technology. And it also made their DVD business obsolete. They actually disrupted themselves, and they destroyed their established business for an even greater success. And then they reinvented again. As some of you have been seeing at the recent Oscars and Emmys and everything else with original content, they got into the production business too. So Netflix is a perfect example of how an entrepreneurial organization changes. First they raised, then they reinvented, then they revolutionized, and then they reinvented again. Same with Amazon. Amazon started as a way to reinvent books, and in doing so, became a change agent for e-commerce. And then they revolutionized with AWS and became the global supplier of e-commerce. So Amazon, Netflix, and so many of these examples revolutionized and reinvented and raised by taking risks, disrupting existing industries, and sometimes even their own business models. But what does this look like in Web3? How do champions raise? How do they reinvent, and how do they revolutionize? That's our goal in order to bring the world on-chain. Blockchain changes this, but not every blockchain, not every general-purpose blockchain. There it is. Avalanche does this. Avalanche is the infrastructure with the speed and the ecosystem, as we just heard Miriam talk about water, to take whatever path, whatever industry, and reinvent and revolutionize with that technology. It's not about the chain, it's about the outcome that the technology allows you to deliver. Let's start with the foundation on the crypto side. You raise money, an idea, and a team to reinvent or revolutionize. Raising, though, in Web3 is a little complicated, and it's twofold. First, you raise a product, you raise a team, funding, profitability, and you also raise a token and a community. You're building two interlinked entities, a traditional business and a token ecosystem that, when done right, creates community value. The beauty of Web3 is it's not a one-time event. It's a continuous community building process where success feeds back into the ecosystem in a virtuous cycle. Your community becomes your investor, your user, your evangelist, all at once. And tokens are an ability to give them skin in the game. Your earliest devotees don't just cut you a check. They spread ideas, they talk person to person, word of mouth, and build alongside of you in public. And back to the critic, they'll even tell you where you're wrong every day. Two examples that I like to highlight in the ecosystem are LFJ and Pharaoh. If you're raising a token, a platform or a community, they're a great example. They have great communities. LFJ's been around for 4 years, and Pharaoh's a new entrant into this space. But DEXs in general were revolutionary for crypto. They take the attention of a community and ignite DeFi trading. In addition to their own tokens, their benefit is they allow any asset to be created, anyone to provide liquidity for those assets, and for assets to trade 24/7, 365. This is novel compared to traditional finance. Once you've raised a token in a community, how do you grow engagement? Incentives are a fantastic way, and tokens and Web3 are perfect for this. Life AI has 100,000 users that let those users come on chain and sell their genetic data to health companies and researchers in a private way in order to give their data value. Additionally, the Arena is a social platform with hundreds of thousands of users currently whose net worth is literally their network. Your content, your network is what is monetized on a regular basis. So we've talked about all the things that a normal business needs, but a Web3 enabled business to raise also has technical needs. You need hardware, you need technical know-how, you need all of these things that for the most part used to be very difficult to raise on your own. You needed distributed systems teams, you needed cryptographers, you needed a million things. And for those of you familiar with Avalanche, you know that you don't need that with Avalanche. Avalanche has dropped the barrier and the cost and the technical requirements, but you still need someone to help you. So if you build your chain, you need all these things. So recruiting validators for your own chain can take a long time. GoGoPool makes this easy. By clicking a few buttons, anybody can become a validator for a new chain on Avalanche. And here you're just not raising a product, you're raising an entire ecosystem complete with global validators, security, professional hardware, management. And it doesn't take months anymore to launch a fully decentralized, public permissionless blockchain. It can be done in as easy as a couple days and with a few clicks. So that was raise. And once you raise, you follow the path to reinvent or revolutionize. Reinvent is breaking what is to make it better, faster, and cheaper. We've been hearing about that a lot, and decentralized. Avalanche is the place for this. Companies are building on Avalanche every single day. In sports, media, and entertainment, you have NFT ticketing and loyalty and rewards and points. In finance, you have private equity, you have payment, you have insurance, you have trading, you have commodities. You have so much. In gaming, you have in-game assets, telecoms, advertising, government. The list continues of ways we at Avalanche are helping enable people to reinvent the world we know for a better world. A couple examples, as we've been talking about, is gaming. Gaming has been siloed for the longest time, but now players can own what they earn, and developers can build real scalable economies around the value and the IP of games. MapleStory, obviously one of the most iconic names in gaming, with 180 million registered users and now live for a week with a few million on-chain users, is doing this, as well as Off the Grid, a AAA battle royale game from Gunzilla with 15 million users. Avalanche has delivered what Web3 gaming has promised for years. Real games, real players, and real economies, with ownership at the core and scale built in. This is the tip of the iceberg. Additionally, non-co. How many of you have tried to send money across borders? It's impossible. And we continuously hear about how stablecoins, if anything, are the killer app in this industry. But that's the dollar. That's a digitized dollar. Non-co is reinventing cross-border payments with financial exchange on Avalanche. They're faster, immediate, less expensive, and include the euro, Hong Kong dollar, Brazilian real, and starting with the Mexican peso. But for now, we still need established entities, and we will see the true potential of Web3 when we do more than make existing systems marginally better. We need new possibilities. We need to revolutionize. Until today, we don't see that too much. We still have not seen a killer app in Web3 that has been an aha moment like social media was for Web2 or email even was for the early days of the internet. We can't just continuously incrementally improve things, though we are, and it is amazing. We have to create something transformative. A really promising example of this is Kite AI. Kite is fundamentally reimagining the economic structure of AI, which still is an industry in its infancy. I don't know if they're the epitome of a revolution, but they are not changing the AI industry that currently exists. They're actually helping to shape it. By using their proof of attributed artificial intelligence, they solve the fundamental problem of micropayments that are effective, efficient, and cross-border immediately. We heard Santi speaking earlier. An inversion is trying to change the status quo by, yes, reinventing, but they're trying to do it en masse. And sometimes revolution is not completely out of nowhere. Sometimes revolution happens unbeknownst to the knower and the user. By reinventing global industries and companies en masse. And that's kind of what we're starting to see. We don't really see revolution yet in this space. We have not been seeing revolution at a scale that just changes the way we think of the world. So everyone here has an opportunity to build something truly transformative. Not just improving what exists, but creating something no one has imagined. So that is my call today to action. And my question is, what can we do to collectively change the world a little bit more? Imagine bringing the world on-chain the way we brought the world online a couple decades ago. After WordPress, I could have my own website. I could be my own personality. I could have my own economy. Shopify, likewise. I could have my own store immediately. I didn't need a brick and mortar. I didn't need to talk to somebody to set something up. I could set up my own e-commerce shop. And when websites launched 2 decades ago, or not more, if you looked at me and asked me, would you like your own website? I would say, I'm not a bank. I'm not an institution. Are you crazy? Why do I need my own website? That's where we are today with blockchains. We still think of them as this distant idea and confusing technology. We are making it easier. Avalanche is making it easier. We are at a point now where you can launch a blockchain in as little as a day. In the future, near future, what if we could launch blockchains as easily and as quickly as we launch websites, which we're almost there. So let's expand on this. Do I need my own blockchain? Why not? If I had my own blockchain, it would highlight it would hold my identity, my medical records, my ownership, my titles, my deeds, my certifications, all the assets that I own. My digital wallets and all of my accounts could live on my own sovereign chain. Revolutionize using Avalanche means that the growth of any economy, including that of the individual, can be brought on-chain. I can monetize things that currently are unvalued. My attention, my opinions, my expertise, some positive contribution to some community or company or whatever it may be. In this world where anything of value can be digitized, earned, traded, and utilized in a digital economy, things can flourish, like this meme. One that incentivizes good behavior and innovation, which incentivizes growth, that incentivizes better community and better communication. We can incentivize all of these through blockchain on Avalanche. So our collective mission is to raise, to reinvent, and to one day revolutionize. One country, one industry, one company, and one individual at a time. So, jump in the arena, champion your venture, spend yourself in a worthy cause, ignore the critics and those cold and timid souls, especially the ones on Twitter, and reinvent with great enthusiasm. Strive to do the deeds to revolutionize on-chain. And should you fail, at least try while daring greatly. But I hope you know, at the end, the triumph of high achievement. And this is how we, an Avalanche, bring the world on-chain. Thank you, everybody.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Great to be here. I seem to be the only person that's shown up with a dog. What can you do? But it's great to introduce you because she is one of the Aave labs. Oh. You'll be absolutely delighted to know there's plenty more where that came from. But it is a pleasure to be with you, and what I'd like to do is talk a bit about my mission, how it aligns to so much that we've heard so far in this fabulous conference in such a glorious venue. What a gathering to talk about the future now. And to be utterly up to the minute, you see, she's already going to sleep. Do feel free to follow her example if I'm losing you at any point. But you just heard from the previous speaker about the great Sir William Curtis, who set out, as he called them, the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic. Obviously, that was a problem, as was said. Only one of them was an R. But look at what a visionary Sir William was. Because he knew full well then, he knew that they weren't 3 R's, but in going, reading, writing, and arithmetic, he knew then he was going RWA, real world assets in the 18th century. That is a visionary, my friends. That is a visionary. And we all need to believe, because we are on the leading edge. By being here, you are all visionaries in this future technology now. And it's why I'm so proud to be able to be in Parliament, in many ways representing everything that you're all trying to do. I've been lucky enough to co-write select committee reports on democracy and digital technologies, on financial inclusion, on AI, on digital skills and inclusion, everything that this gathering is all about. In fact, in 2016, I wrote a report off my own back on distributed ledger technologies because I saw the huge possibilities then in almost any sector which you choose to look at. I did 3 years on the Science Select Committee, and I've just begun 3 years on the Digital Select Committee. So everything very much in this space. And what I believe threads all of this together, everything that we've heard so far this morning, everything that you will hear over the next 2.5 days, what connects all of it, if we get this right, is that beautiful golden thread of inclusion and innovation. That is how we bring all this to life. Because how can we have the best proposition, the best product, the best development if we don't have every possible voice, perspective, background in the mix? I say inclusion and innovation. In many ways, it's inclusion for innovation. And yet, when you look out there, across this country, across the world, all of the positivity here can feel like it is hitting up against some really powerful negative forces right now. Populism, protectionism, retreatism. If we look at the geopolitical and the macroeconomic, it all lines up to being an extraordinarily difficult time to be trying to make positive inputs. But in spite of all of that, the mission remains the same because we all have the great good fortune of being born human. And when we connect, when we collaborate, when we create, the opportunities are as good as infinite. But again, the contradictions. We've never been more connected, and yet we have an epidemic of loneliness. We've never been more connected, and yet isolation and that feeling of atomization has never been at a higher point. And yet, if we just hold true to everything that we have from having had the great good fortune of being born human, and we connect and we collaborate, then we absolutely can. By human leading on these technologies in our human hands. You've already heard this morning so many great examples of deployment of the technology. To describe them as tools in some ways may feel like I'm underplaying them. I'm giving them not the respect that they rightly deserve, but not a bit of it. They are tools, incredibly powerful tools, but by conceiving of them as tools, we can imagine them in our human hands and how we then determine, as so many of you in this room do, how we build with those tools in our human hands. And I want to slay two myths today, two false dichotomies. The first is that you can have innovation or you can have regulation. You can't have both. Every epoch, every piece of human history, not least recent human history, tells me completely the opposite. Right-sized regulation, good for innovation, good for investment, good for citizen, creative, good for consumers, good for our countries. Now, we all know bad regulation. There's a fair bit of that out there. But that, in no sense, means that regulation of itself is bad. That's bad regulation. Right-sized regulation is the route that every jurisdiction, every government, and every nation, and below that, every regulator should be on. And you only need to look at English common law as the greatest example of that. The rules-based order. Because what do you want if you're an investor or an innovator or a creator or a builder or developer? You want clarity, you want certainty, you want consistency. That doesn't come from an unregulated landscape. How is it that you could have two parties in, say, Senegal contracting for a piece of business which doesn't involve the UK? The business isn't going to be done in the UK, and those people aren't even going to come to the UK, but they do the deal in English law and submit to the courts of England and Wales because of the certainty, the clarity, the consistency over hundreds of years that comes from our common law tradition. The same approach needs to be taken in this country and around the world when it comes to regulation. And ensuring that we have it principles-based, outcomes-focused, inputs understood. To those principles, trust and transparency, inclusion and innovation, already mentioned, interoperability and an international perspective, critical. Decentralized, permissionless, accountable, accessible, assurable. Good principles when we're regulating, developing and deploying tech. Good principles, I'd argue, for pretty much anything that we would wish to be involved with. Right-sized regulation, underpinned by those principles, not just a way forward, but the optimal way forward. A couple of examples. The fintech regulatory sandbox that I was involved in almost a decade ago. Built here, deployed here, measure of success, well, replicated in well over 50 jurisdictions around the world. Open banking, the Competition and Markets Authority CMA 9 order, a deliberate, a willed regulatory intervention because of a market failure. We willed it, we wanted it, we created it, we rolled it out. Measure of success, not only replicated in well over 60 jurisdictions around the world, but many of those jurisdictions now having gone much further than the UK in their deployment. just like us, with so many of the sports that we created in the Victorian times, and now around the world, we get well and truly thrashed at those same sports. World Series Baseball, though. I know we've got a lot of Americans here. Great game, World Series Baseball. Not many teams outside the US playing in that World Series, though. Greater connection. Let's open up to the world if we're going to optimize, create, collaborate, and make great stuff happen. So that's the first thing that I wanted to slay. This sense that you can have innovation or regulation. You can't have the both. What we need, right-size regulation, clarity, certainty, consistency that flows from that. The second myth I want to murder is that legislators, parliaments, can't keep up with technology. We're always going to be legislating for the last or the second, third, fourth last technology. It's entirely possible that that can happen, and we've certainly seen enough examples of it, and things certainly become problematic if one takes a prescriptive approach to legislating. But again, the reality is, it's in our human hands. We know what we need to know to legislate in a leading edge, agile, adaptable, flexible way if we so choose. Let me give you a couple of recent examples that I led on. Now, I'm going to say something in a minute, and I'm going to feel this sense. You'll be too polite to yawn out loud, but I think there's going to be a big from you. You ready? The Electronic Trade Documents Act. I know. It doesn't immediately go, why are you talking about that at a gathering such as this? Well, I'll tell you for why. Because it was a small, elegantly constructed piece of legislation that we got through in very quick time, and it did something very simple, very effective, and it demonstrated that not only were we leading edge, but we were ahead of the curve when it came to legislating for these technological opportunities. Let me talk a bit about it. It sounds like it's a trade bill. In reality, it's a technology-enabled bill. I described it variously as the most important law no one has ever heard of, and the blockchain bill that never once mentions blockchain. And it is smart because of that. Because of the approach we took by making it criteria-based, it had adaptability, flexibility, agility. It made it both technology neutral and technology future-proofed. What does it do? Very simply, it enables trade documents to be held in electronic form. Now, many of you may think, God, that's so old. You've been able to do digital documents for decades. But the key thing about trade documents, like bearer bonds, possessive in their quality. Thus, you hold the paper, you hold the goods. So the technology had to exist to be able to put the legislation in place. So if you held that electronic document, you had to be able to show no one else could hold it and perfect transfer, that you no longer had any rights around it. And it is blockchain and the technologies that enabled us to do that. And what a stunning thing. A small number of clauses of a statute, enabling trade to now be perfected in minutes rather than the average 10 to 14 days. Economic benefits, increased liquidity, potential new pools of liquidity through a secondary market in those financial instruments, and environmental benefits, not least because somebody no longer has to get on a plane at Heathrow with a document wallet, fly to, say, Singapore to connect that document with the goods in the port of Singapore to perfect that transfer. Smart, leading edge, simple, ahead of where the industry was. Yes, we can do this with legislation. Secondly, the Property Digital Assets Bill that I've been leading on in Parliament. We had the last stages of that in the House of Lords a couple of weeks ago. Again, an elegant two-clause bill which clarifies the property rights around digital assets. We'd already set out the regime for stablecoins in the Financial Services and Markets Act of 2023, so we did a lot of work on that. It's something like 350 pages. I've read all of them, so you don't have to. Thank you. But what the Property Digital Assets Bill, soon to be Act, does is give that clarity, that certainty, that consistency that for those trading, custodying, whatever element of the digital assets ecosystem one finds oneself in, there's increased clarity about the property rights that attach to those digital assets. I won't go into the English law tradition around things in possession, things in action, but essentially by putting this bill through, it enables a potential third category of property rights which attaches more clearly to the particular characteristics, as you all know, around digital assets. So Electronic Trade Documents Act, Property Digital Assets Bill. Can the legislators get involved with these technologies, with these possibilities, and legislate not only in good time, but legislate in a forward-looking way? Yes, we can. Is there enough of it? No, there isn't. We need to bring the DAO bill through as next, I think. And what I'm trying to do is have a pathway of these small but perfected and specific pieces of legislation which enable, and empower the economic, the social, the national and the global benefits of these new technologies to be felt by citizen, consumer, our cities, our countries, in an increasingly, if we get it right, positively connected world. Now, I cover AI, blockchain, cyber, digital assets tokenization, with ED&I and ESG as threads running through all of that. We've talked a lot rightly this morning around digital assets and tokenization. The opportunities, not least economic, are stunning of themselves just with that technology. But where things, I believe, become even more interesting is when we look at these technologies in combination, in concert with one another. Look about what we can achieve when we combine blockchain and AI. One simple example, some of the issues around AI with provenance of the data, an obvious blockchain solution. Similarly, some of the issues with power usage, AI and blockchain can interact to really get after those issues and have far more efficient running data centers. Data centers of the future, they are the foundries, the factories which are fueling these new technologies. We need to ensure that we have those as optimized, as leading edge as we possibly can if we're going to truly say these are not only the technologies, but they are powered in a future-proofed, planetary-saving manner. So I've also introduced a bill briefly on AI to look about how we maximize the opportunities there, to have a small, nimble, agile AI authority to look across the economy, to see how we optimize all existing regulators, where regulatory gaps exist, how we can ensure that that technology is deployed in a right-sized manner. To have AI officers in all organizations, to have labeling, and to have IP and copyright rightly respected. But the reality when it comes to AI, when it comes to blockchain, DLT, when it comes to digital assets, tokenization, crypto, where are we as a parliament? Where are we as a society? Where are we as a country? Where are we as a planet? The truth of it is, there are nowhere near enough people engaged in the discourse, in the debate, in the discussion, in the arguments around how we plot this human-led technology's future now. That's why the most important clauses that I've put into a number of bills are all around public engagement. Because without that public engagement, how do we really optimize that first principle that I set out, that principle of trust? And with no trust, how do we get 1 billion on blockchain? But with that trust, with that real engagement, the opportunities for individual empowerment like we have never seen in human history up to this point, and what can come from that, absolutely stellar. And the great good news is we know how to do this. One quick example. Look about when IVF, in vitro fertilization, was proposed decades ago. What could be more scientific, what could be more terrifying than bringing human life into being in a laboratory test tube? Why is it seen not only as a positive part of our lives, but it's largely faded into the background as just a normal part of our lives? Because decades ago, a colleague of mine, the now late, the great Baroness Warnock, went up and down the country with the Warnock Commission, engaging with the public, asking them what did they want from this new technology? Where did they want the perimeter, the boundaries to be drawn? Hence, a positive, normal, natural fading into the background technology. And in a sense, that, in conclusion, is the fundamental truth. Human society has always had technology right from the outset. It's always at its best when it's human-led technologies. Look to 3,000 years BC, at least, in finance, when people were flicking the abacus. The abacus, the greatest technology of that time. So if technology has always been there, and we know that human-led is the best way to optimize, then what do we conclude? We need to conclude that it's us who determine, it's us who decide, it's us who deploy, and if we get it right, it's us who, with these human-led technologies, it's us who delight. We all have a role to play, and we all must play that role. And if we do, what an extraordinary thing. The transformation, the transition together to social, economic, psychological, shared benefits, together, our trillion-dollar future. Thank you very much.
Everyone else turns away. Turn to me when the sky is gray. I'll never let go of everyone else turns away. Turn to me when the sky is gray. I'll never let go of you.
Hello, hello. Oh, there we go. Good afternoon. Hi, everyone. Everyone is energized after that, like red sauce lunch, right? You guys are just the Italian. I think it was a great choice. It was really good.
I wanted to make sure my microphone was on, but hello, everyone. I am Jacqueline Melanik. I am one of the co-hosts for Crypto in America, and as the presenter mentioned, this is Eleanor Terrett and Gerald Gallagher. We are the three hosts of this podcast, and obviously we are in London, and we are very fortunate to be here today with the founder and CEO of Aave Labs, Emin Gün Sirer. Emin, hello.
Hi, everyone. Great to be here, and wonderful to see all these faces here at the Avalanche Summit.
Yeah, well, welcome on the show, and thank you for having us at your event. Obviously, we are in London, but I think the question that we ask every single one of our guests first is, what does crypto in America mean to you?
So for me, it's very, very simple. It's building the new financial rails for transferring everything of value. It's very clear to me that when we started Avalanche, and in fact, one of the foundational tenets for us was that all value wants to be digital. Think about anything you care about, house titles, car titles, anything. And just think about what you want to do with it. You just want to be able to send it to anyone out there. You don't want any impediments to that effort. You don't want any foundational impediments to that effort. You don't want the recipient to be limited in any way. Assets want to be free, and reach wants to be maximal. And the only way we get there is by building rails that are global in nature, that provide the least friction possible. So that's what it means to me.
You were a professor at Cornell, and then you left to launch Aave Labs. How do you compare the U.S. environment for a founder such as yourself now compared to maybe past years, the past 4 years specifically?
Oh, now versus the fact. Okay, so generally, I'm a huge U.S. maximalist. I believe in the United States being the foundational place for entrepreneurship, for launching new things, for building the next wave of technology. That's what distinguishes America for me. And the moment I cannot say that, I think we've lost something of great value. Last 4 years were not a good time to be a founder in crypto. We all know this, and the main reason for this was the absolutely regressive approach that that certain regulators took to crypto. Not all, and I want to be very measured here because there are lots and lots of fantastic regulators in DC and elsewhere who have the light touch, who are incredibly well informed. The caricature that people play up in crypto circles about regulators being out of touch is incorrect. Like, there are people there who are as savvy as the most technically competent person that we all know in crypto. So these people are really, really good, but somehow the general policies were absolutely horrendous in the last 4 years. I'll share this. I was debanked personally, and it was an absolutely horrendous experience. Just one day, somebody came in, delivered I'll share this if you want. You just get a letter, and in my case, I got a letter that the bank that I had been using in upstate New York for more than a decade just said, for reasons we don't want to disclose to you, we will never be doing business with you again. Please pay off your mortgage and get out of our establishment.
Which bank?
I'm not going to name names.
Small local bank.
Had to ask.
So, I'll name names. KeyBank. So, all right, they're terrible. Just a month before this, they had told me that you're one of our top customers because I was stupid enough to keep the Aave Labs treasury at that bank in full, and you're one of our top customers. We'll do anything for you. Blah blah blah. And then the next thing I know, I have this letter in my hand, and when you receive that thing, I don't know what your reaction would be. Mine was, I don't understand what's happening. And perhaps I ended up on some list. And the only list I could think of was OFAC. Who's heard of OFAC? I don't know how many people have looked names up. I figured maybe my name sounds like somebody on OFAC. I looked through the OFAC list, and it's all like, it's all ISIS over there. It was just ISIS. I was like, oh my God, like if I ended up on this list, we're so screwed. Like, I don't know how to get out of it. There's no recourse. And anyway, long story short, I took my money out, I paid off the mortgage immediately, and I was like, okay, this is ridiculous. And I found another bank because, just a week ago, I was in JP Morgan's offices talking about blockchain. So they knew me, and Chase was nice enough to take me on. But anyway, so this happened, and it was absolutely horrendous. Imagine trying to build a company with this level of uncertainty. You get a letter, there's no recourse, your entire banking system goes away from out under you. So that was horrendous, and I would say that we're now getting better clarity, but it's a nuanced one. So, and I don't want to drone on and on, but I will say this. What's happening in the last couple of months is essentially the boomers discovering some basic stuff. They're discovering Bitcoin. It's wonderful to see. That thing that got us all excited, it's fantastic. Now the old people are actually getting onto it, and they're like, oh yeah, the dollar might debase and we need something much stronger. Great. This is fantastic. They have a lot of learning to do. And it's good to be ahead of the boomer curve. And so it's going to be fun to see them learn about DeFi. It's going to be great to see them what programmable money can do. There's so much more ahead for them, and I'm really excited for them to discover the rest of the coins.
Yeah, so I mean, I want to talk to you a bit more about being ahead of that curve, right? You talked in your keynote earlier today about building and launching Karma, in post 9/11 times. I think there are a lot of founders in the space who maybe don't remember 9/11, and so you've obviously had a lot of success with Aave Labs, and you had some time in academia. What was it like, sort of watching this technology? I mean, being like literally pre-Satoshi. Like, what was that journey like for you?
Oh, it was. So a lot of people would look back and craft a narrative that makes perfect sense. It was chaotic, and we didn't know where it was going to go. The word blockchain was not invented when I was working on Karma. So I did not have the vision that Satoshi had. I did not think that I could build something that would replace the dollar. That's an aggressive vision. I was a much younger professor, and I thought, maybe if we're successful, this thing could be used on the internet. So seeing Bitcoin take off and being able to observe systems that had no caretakers stay up for so long. Right? There's nobody with a pager running around maintaining Bitcoin, and yet it's more resilient than Facebook, which has an army of people with pagers. More resilient than how many AWS outages have we experienced in the time Bitcoin has been around? Countless. And they have professional staff. So that was just eye-opening for me. And I was like, this is it. Like all of those things that we learned in grad school, all of those things that we teach in distributed systems, they are coming of age. And it's just this amazing thing, like, I somehow lucked out. I managed to get interested in the topic before it hit mainstream. And it's just so electrifying is the only word I can come up with.
I think a lot of times people think about the crypto industry in terms of like the past 5 years or 2017 to now, the ICO boom to now, or, oh, the inception of Bitcoin. And then, you know, Gerald brings up the fact that you existed before Bitcoin, or you've been in this space or interested in it beyond that. You've existed, yeah, beyond that. But something I wanted to hear from you about is in the American market, I've spoken to a lot of founders throughout the years, and a lot of them either they don't even want to mention that they're building in America or that they're American or that they left. Maybe they're incorporated in the Cayman Islands or whatever it is. I mean, you know how it goes. But when it comes to existing in America today, how do you see the opportunity compared to maybe like not saying, hey, I'm building in America like a few years ago?
So I have this saying, and it's fairly straightforward. So you can take any project, and you can look at where the founders are and immediately figure out what's going to happen to that project. There are only like 3 or 4 different classifications. It's fairly straightforward. There are a lot of people who have a one-trick pony, a tech trick. You know, oh, I came up with this clever little idea, And those little clever ideas, they're not going to make it. And these people are almost invariably in San Francisco. Okay, so they go to the tech center, they have the one-trick tech pony, and they go there and they're going to push the tech as far as they can, and they fail to see that this is a societal transformation, and it involves assets. You can't do it with tech alone. Now there's a second class, which typically goes to Austin, or goes to Dubai, goes to a tax haven, and those people are going to sell tokens, and they're trying to optimize for token sales. They're not going to make it. The moment the tokens are out, those people are out. And you see this, right? The founders, the co-founders disappear. They drop like flies as soon as the tokens have been sold. We ended up leaving Ithaca, New York, to go to New York City, New York. I live in Manhattan. It's the most regulated piece of real estate on earth. There is none other that's more regulated to my knowledge. And we went there for one reason alone, because that's where the assets are, that's where the asset managers are, and we're going to go and change the world by getting those people onto better rails. And you can't do it from afar. You certainly cannot do it from outside of the United States. So the talent pool there, you know, not to offend anybody, and it's an incredibly strong talent pool in London as well. But the talent in the US is just a much bigger country. So I'm super proud to say that we were always based in the US, proudly so, and it's been great for us.
Are there ever moments where you thought maybe we should just go because of how...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, there was a time when we sat down and I thought, okay, you know, you make a bazillion decisions as a founder, and it takes a lot of luck to be successful, of course. And I used to think, oh yeah, I really lucked out with this decision. This was the right spot-on decision. But there was a couple of months where we were like, we have to have a backup strategy. We might have to leave the country. And we made a list of places that we could go to. We're like, you know, maybe these guys who were based in Cayman, etc., they knew something. Sam was around at the time. So, you know, it's very, very, very disorienting and depressing. I'm glad we did not have to move. I'm still in Manhattan, very proudly so. And it turned out to be the right thing.
What are your strategies in Washington? I know that DeFi is a big, obviously, a component of the market structure bill. We just got a draft from the House Financial Services Committee and the House Agriculture Committee. That's going to be the crux, or at least a large part of the market structure bill, incorporating DeFi. And obviously, that's what Aave Labs is based on, an Avalanche. How are you interacting with lawmakers in Washington? Are you interacting, and how are those talks going?
So let's see. At a personal level, I try to be on the tech side, but I do go down to DC. And I've met with people on both sides of the aisle, quite a few of them actually, and really enjoyed my conversations with them, as the politicians are quite savvy when it comes to blockchain. So I occasionally partake, but really the bulk of the work at Aave Labs is done by our legal staff, and they maintain very close ties. And behind the scenes, behind the sort of the media-worthy names that we all recognize, there is a huge group of staffers, and they work very, very closely with other people who are helpful and have a consistent, coherent framework. And Lee Schneider, who has been leading our legal efforts at Aave Labs.
Great GC.
Yes, indeed. He has brought in a very, very coherent approach to asset classification, and he's been pushing this reasonable treatment for everything digital. And so I think everything he has said from a legal theory perspective has been proven right, and I'm really, really proud to be essentially riding the coattails of such an effort.
I like that. The lesson today is listen to your lawyers. That's a takeaway.
Spoken like a true lawyer.
Yeah. No, I want to talk to you a bit more about that interaction with DC, because you are, I guess, relying on all the right people now, but you did testify, I think, in 2023 about the House Financial Services Committee.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one of the points that I thought you made that was interesting and a bit prescient was about, one is obviously, as you mentioned, sticking to the technology, right? This is about the new internet. This is not about securities laws. It's not about commodities. It's about the new structure. But you also made a point there about the different classifications of tokens. And it was interesting because in reading those remarks and preparing for today, I noticed you were basically aligning with what's emerged as like the taxonomy, that sort of the control framework and Miles and that team have put together. How do you think about where we're lining up now? You know, I think you mentioned sort of in-game or like payment tokens. Do you still think of the ecosystem in the same way?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the main message that I tried to bring to that hearing in DC was, number one, blockchains are the next evolution of distributed systems. So that's just what they are. Leave this technology. If you leave it alone, this is where it wants to go. And it's something we should welcome, because it enables so much more to happen that could not have happened with old school technologies where someone's in charge. So if you have to trust Zuckerberg, if you have to trust a Web2 operator, then there's only so much you can do compared to a truly decentralized platform. That was one big message, and I think it's now kind of understood in DC circles. And the next one was just the fact that something is on a digital rail doesn't change that thing. If I take, let's say, an orange and put it on put a digital token around it, it's still an orange. If I take a security contract and I put it on a digital rail, then it's a security. So it all depends on the nature of that which you digitized, and not the fact that it's in digital form. So this, I think, is obviously, I don't know anything about any of this. It's all Lee Schneider's teachings, and that's what I tried to convey to the lawmakers on that day. With I think, some success, and I think we're seeing the fruits of all of that hard labor that other people did also, like quite a few other people were involved. And we all, as an industry, tried to push this narrative that, hey, this is an emerging, unstoppable trend, and you will only get crushed if you try to stand in front of it.
I know that John Wu, the president of Aave Labs, previously said that Aave's strategy was, quote, huge risk takers in technology, but very conservative when it came to regulation. Aside from the obvious reasons, why did the team take this stance?
So indeed, we brought an entirely new protocol to life. And people used to ask me, like, there has to be a trade-off with what you're doing. And I consistently said the same thing. There are many trade-offs in distributed systems, but one of the biggest weaknesses of what we are doing is the fact that it's so brand new. And 5 years ago, the protocol was far less articulated than it is today, and far less well characterized than it is today. So that was our biggest risk. And when you're building so much code from scratch, I don't think you should take risks on other fronts. I don't think you should be taking legal risks. I don't think you should be taking regulatory risks. So we moved to New York City knowing that we'd be under scrutiny. And we're like, it's not a problem, because we will follow everything to the letter, plus more, with a huge safety buffer on everything related to regulation. And meanwhile, we will do our best on the technology front, because we're doing so much new innovation there.
Do you think it ever limited what Ava Labs was working on though?
Absolutely, it did. Absolutely, it did. We'd be somewhere else. There are many other projects that took risks on the regulatory side. We did not. They started doing cavalier things. We don't do that. And in a different world, we'd be somewhere else as a result of taking additional risks. But you can only do so much. I think we followed the reasonable thing in the end.
How is the New York regulator to deal with? Just curious. I know Adrian Harris has been they'd like to say they're pioneers of blockchain regulation in New York. Would you agree with that assessment?
I'm not sure who the pioneers are. I think the people from Wyoming would kill me if I don't mention them. And there are many others in the Senate and the House who are really, really amazing and devoted to the cause. But everyone I have interacted with at New York DFS has been quite savvy. And look, New York is the center of financial services in the world, right? And it competes for that position with London, with Singapore, with Switzerland, obviously, and a slew of other countries. And for them to remain at that pinnacle position, they have to have a light touch, and they have to absorb and accommodate new technologies. So I've had nothing but very positive interactions.
Yeah, I want to dig a little deeper on the New York piece, because obviously they have been pioneers, I guess, in some ways with, maybe in not the right direction, bit license and some of those things. And but they are still sort of the deepest, most regulated, financial markets. What was it like for you guys? There's been a huge push now. I've actually heard from commercial real estate brokers in New York that crypto companies, are coming in and driving a lot of demand in that market. There's been a lot of offices. We say Development Foundation just opened an office there. What was it like, I guess, going from do you see a change at the city or state level from a regulatory perspective between the last administration and this administration? Has the message changed? Because you have states like Oregon kind of copy and pasted the Coinbase suit. That was a really interesting choice. And I don't know if New York is going to be more embracing of us or still kind of that edge.
That's a good question, and I have to say I don't really know the answer to it, because I haven't really had that many interactions at the city or at the city level for sure. At the state level, I think New York is quite well positioned at the forefront, but at the city level, I don't know that much has changed. Eric Adams is very pro-crypto, but he's been busy with other things. Let's just put it that way. For those of the British audience, he's had to deal with some issues on the home front, so to speak. So yeah, I think overall, I don't know what's happening at the city level, but New York is well positioned.
I think when it comes to creating a regulatory, cognizant, and builder-first strategy, that's been something that I've noticed Aave Labs has been focused on as well. And before, when I asked you, has it limited you in any way by, going by the books, or what was the books? As we continue to see new frameworks being built in the U.S. and, globally, what do you think are the opportunities that you would like to explore now that maybe your hands are less tied?
Personally, I'm very tech-oriented, so I think what I'm going to be focused on is entirely on the tech side, scaling chains, making them run faster, single-chain performance through the roof, and building systems that do not compromise on crypto principles. That's my bread and butter. But you will see, I already see us in entering into a lot of joint efforts with asset managers, with asset owners, asset creators who want to build regulatory compliant systems that are high performance. So you'll see a bunch of walled gardens for Wall Street. You'll see a lot of efforts on the institutional side. And certainly RWAs are coming for sure now that there's more clarity and there's a green light for digitization of assets. So that's going to happen, and I'm super thrilled about it.
I know you're having a lot of conversations, or maybe the broader Aave Labs team, with bringing institutions on-chain onto Avalanche. I believe it's one of the biggest for the Biddle Fund, which is BlackRock's as well. What are the conversations you're having with these institutions? What do they want to do on-chain, and what do you kind of see the opportunities as today?
So, if I look back to how it was 5 years ago, it's night and day.
They weren't even here.
Yeah. Well, so that's true. But we'd go to these big firms, and they'd be like, so what's a wallet, and how do we custody? And they were not clueless. but they had to be educated on some basics, and the foundational infrastructure wasn't there. That's not the case anymore. Everybody knows what a digital asset is. Everybody understands that there's custodians that you can go to, and they're compliant. And so the wheels have been greased, so to speak, and the conversations had stopped. They got a chilling effect with the SAM failure. That was terrible. Nobody wants to remember that awful episode. And then because of what was happening with the Biden administration going after crypto, villainizing our area, was just essentially putting everything on ice. And suddenly we see an opening of the floodgates. We're getting many more in-calls now, and so really it's really an exciting time. And the bills that are being sort of advanced in the House and Senate are fantastic. So more clarity can only help. And it doesn't really matter what, how restrictive, et cetera, the bills might be. Clarity is what the space needed, and that's what we got.
You mentioned, when we were speaking off stage before, you mentioned Solana, and they're obviously having their thing over in New York, and you guys are having your thing here in London. You said they're a major competitor. I was wondering what plans does Aave Labs have to make Avalanche as competitive for deployment as Solana and as BNB chain?
Sure. So Solana is a very worthy competitor. So I've always admired how they pulled all the plugs and made something that goes really fast. From a technical perspective, there is something called an operating envelope, and you want to build things that go really fast in their operating envelope. So you want a plane that when everything is right, that plane is going to glide through the air like there is no tomorrow. But you also want a second thing, which is a plane that when it's out of its operating envelope, it falls back into it. So that's why, for example, one of the reasons why they have those little curved wingtips on airplanes, right? So one reason is to reduce wing vortices. The second reason is if the plane tips to one side, those winglets help it tip the other way. So it doesn't just kind of go worse into the bad direction, it brings itself back into the operating envelope. So Solana has been plagued by design decisions that help it go fast on a good day in the envelope, but cause it to crash as soon as it gets outside of that envelope. So that's something that they need to deal with. And the other thing that they need to deal with, of course, is the fact that, after a crash, it's well, there are a bunch of other issues. Let's maybe not even mention the things that they have to deal with. We have always been focused on bringing the best of science and building things from sound engineering principles. And so the next big push for us in the next coming months that you will see, that our CTO actually discussed before, is a push on the single chain performance side. Solana is a single chain, and it's got to support. It can only support all applications on the same chain. So every successful application on Solana competes with every other successful application. We are different. We allow everyone to have their own chain. And as people bring more hardware, our performance improves. So that's a huge plus for us, but we want our single chain performance for any one application to be super fast as well. We inherited a bunch of design decisions inherent in the EVM that make that very challenging. And we are currently undertaking a huge push to change our implementation so that we have the world's fastest EVM that doesn't compromise on the soundness or the reliability or the self-correcting nature of our chains and gives us additional performance that's orders of magnitude faster than what we have today.
I want to ask about sort of the choices that go into that, right? Because you mentioned, sort of being this single chain, you're very focused on being the infrastructure layer. We also talked about, though, like institutional finance applications, and then, obviously building an ecosystem, starting from zero. You're not going to build a wallet, but you need a wallet. You're not going to launch a stablecoin, but you need a stablecoin. And so we had Vlad Tenev on the podcast a couple of weeks ago, and we asked about, would they ever launch a native stablecoin? And he pointed out, well, we put together this consortium, and we want the activity on the platform. And you guys seem to be encouraging, I guess, like just more is better.
Absolutely.
And that's a very interesting approach, for launching a native chain. How do you guys think about the value of partnerships or of having certain builders in your ecosystem? Like, what is the Avalanche universe look like if you're not going to be so maybe dependent on everybody sort of building on Avalanche? I mean, I guess they are, but not in a in that sense.
Right. So you've got amazing network effects in any system like this, in any blockchain system. And so to achieve that, you got to be able to attract and build a system that can absorb growth that's coming in from different directions. So our multi-chain architecture means that we can have a fantastic game like OTG on top of us and have it run at full speed, while we also have institutional use cases or RWAs and so forth. So that's one of the main things that allows us to absorb the growth that we expect to come in this space. That growth is not competing with each other. Our devs are not competing with each other. Our devs are not predatory on our existing chains. They cooperate because interoperability is built into the system from the ground up. So those are the things that distinguish us. Finally, I think the main thing that really changes the game here is allowing devs to succeed. And I think partly because I used to be a professor, and partly because of the personalities involved in the early days of Avalanche, we ended up building an amazing, in my opinion, an amazing community that is incredibly supportive, that's well known for taking founders from scratch and carrying them to completion, whatever that might be. So we're not an announcement machine. We always look down on that. We actually help people succeed with their dreams. And that really is the thing that creates those amazing network effects.
Last thing, Emin, I think we're going to need a part 2 with you, maybe at the next Avalanche Summit, but we always ask our guests to wrap things up, aside from everything we've discussed, what's something you're watching in DC, but given that we are in London, maybe from the global regulatory state, what is something that you're paying attention to that you think others should as well?
So around the globe, I think there's going to be, yet again, a competition for accommodating digital assets. I remember very well when Premier Xi of China talked about blockchain in his yearly speech. This was, I think, maybe 6-7 years ago. My phone started ringing off the hook. Every single central bank was calling. I was a professor then, and they were like, hey, and I would say something like, okay, they would say, look, we've always been interested in blockchain. It's not because of the Chinese announcement. And I'm like, yes, of course.
We promise,
but
yeah.
Do you want to know what they asked about? They're like, yes, what are they doing? So what am I doing? I'm looking at what's happening in places like India, very, very exciting and interesting space. We are looking at the ramifications of GDPR for blockchains, what it means to be GDPR compliant on a chain. We, I think, are incredibly enamored with the regulatory situation in England. So there's greater clarity coming here as well. So those are really good in the global scheme of things. Of course, the United States drives all of this, and the macroeconomy situation in the United States is something that we also have to watch given the circumstances.
Amazing. Emin, thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you. We'll have you back.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Here to talk about crypto's challenges and the path forward. So far, I think probably at most of this conference, you've heard a lot of bullish stuff. We're here to talk about what might go wrong. And the interesting thing about crypto is that not only is there a lot that can go wrong, a lot does go wrong all the time, and yet somehow we happen to make it anyway. That seems to be kind of the story of crypto historically, is that everything that can go wrong eventually does go wrong, and then somehow we still survive. So let's start by talking about stablecoins. So you spend a lot of time in DC. I spend a lot of time reading about DC. I don't spend as much time there. And there's a lot of kerfuffle right now about the stablecoin regulation. What's your sense of what's going on there, and what might go wrong?
Yeah, first off, what an amazing venue to talk.
Yeah, also, this is absolutely beautiful.
Congratulations to the Avalanche team for having us. It's a really, really interesting time right now. We've been under threat, attack. Gary Gensler really wanted to put an end to us, but you just can't kill this technology, right? It just won't go away. And yesterday, something pretty big happened, but actually wasn't that big, because the Senate voted on something called cloture. So they said, hey, we're going to stop arguing over this bill, and we're going to move forward with it. And so we don't even, this isn't like a vote to have the law go into effect and send it to the president. This is a first procedural step. But I think it was very interesting to see a number of Democrats, like 16 of them, I think, came over and said, wait a second, we're going to support this thing. But what are some of the storm clouds on the horizon? Guys, this should be the easiest piece of legislation in the history of mankind. It's the greatest thing that could have ever happened to the greenback. Why? It's our greatest export, right? And if you have stablecoin legislation, you'll regulate it, and what it'll do, it'll extend the dollar as a reserve currency for decades to come. It'll force people to buy treasuries. It'll probably be the issuers will probably be the #1 buyer of treasuries. We like that in the US. We like people when they buy our debt. It'll keep rates nice and low. But gosh, the amount of struggle that we went through just to get this cloture vote tells me that as we start looking forward into market structure, which is much more complex, it's going to be tough to get. What's your take, Haseeb?
Yeah, I mean, so it was very surprising because last year, you might remember, we had the first bipartisan vote on crypto, and that was like, oh shit, things have changed, right? There's now a real vibe shift that happened before the election, that crypto is now bipartisan in the US. And then I think it was, last week or 2 weeks ago, that you had this big walkout.
Yeah, 9 of them.
Yeah, and it was this big dramatic thing that like, oh, wait, hold on. Before we end up voting on anything on crypto, the Trump family has to not divest per se, but like have some law passed such that the Trump family can't engage in crypto.
Well, no, they actually said, well, we have a national security problem with this thing, right? That was the first thing they said.
Okay.
And so we reached out to them. I chair the Blockchain Association National Security Committee, and I'm a Marine. And I'm like, hey, guys, let's talk. Ruben Gallego is one of the voters. He's a Marine. I'm like, dude, like, do you have a problem? Crickets. But to your point, it's because they have Trump derangement syndrome, and they just couldn't get over the fact that this guy has a stable coin.
I mean, look, to be clear, I understand where they're coming from. It is questionable the way in which the Trump family, affiliates itself with foreign actors, whatever, blah, 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 blah. But it looked like for a second that was going to derail the stablecoin bill. And the stablecoin bill was supposed to be the easy one, right? The market structure bill, which actually defines how crypto gets regulated, what's security, what's not, that one is the hard one. And we were like, okay, easy little putt, and then we'll go for the more difficult one. Now it looks like maybe both of them will be difficult. Now, the House, we've yet to see what's going on there. But the Senate, they passed cloture. Passing cloture means that now they can actually debate it on the floor. But my guess is that, okay, you had 16 Democrats say, okay, cool, let's bring this to the floor. That probably means it's going to pass in the Senate. Yeah?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
What do you handicap the odds at?
I think it's going to definitely pass the Senate. I think we're on a glide path to getting a law in place. I think it's going to happen.
Okay.
Beyond
what do you put the odds at, though? What do you put the odds at? Is that 90? Is it 70? You think 90?
I do.
Okay. All right.
I mean, look, America, we're here in London, right? What does Winston Churchill say? That
America.
Democracy is the worst form of government, except every other government. I'm murdering that.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying Americans will do the right thing once they've tried everything else.
Same thing, right?
Okay, yeah.
We'll get there. Because it's the right thing to do, and it's so important for our country, right? And it's important for any country, I think, to adapt. And even I met with Rachel Reeves the other day, and she's thinking about a stable coin. Now, it's really interesting. In this legislation, though, you're not allowed to pay interest. Kind of interesting and weird in a way.
Well, that's the Senate bill, right? The House bill.
Yeah, my sense is that it's going to come out without having the ability to pay interest.
Yeah, and so why is that? Why is that?
Well, I think there's some special interest at stake. But it's kind of weird, isn't it? Because, like, if you step back and you're like, what's the risk? What's the difference between a money market fund, like our buddy Rob Leschner has, where you buy a bunch of treasuries and it's a security and you pay interest, and a stablecoin where you buy a bunch of treasuries and you don't pay interest. Like, is there a risk difference here, and why are we making a big deal of it? So I think my personal take is that the non-interest-bearing stablecoin is actually going to be bullish for crypto, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
All right.
Why?
Because if you don't have interest, you want interest. Where are you going to get it? You're going to go into DeFi, right? Or you're going to seek to swap it into tokens like AVAX, or I'm sorry, they say AVAX. So I do think it's going to be bullish for alts. I think it's going to be bullish for DeFi as well.
Okay. I mean, the most basic thing in my mind is that the reason why these things are not going to be paying yield is because the banks are terrified. And the Fed is probably terrified, is that if this thing starts draining deposits out of the commercial banking sector into the stablecoin complex, then banks are potentially fucked.
That is exactly the concern.
Yeah.
But why aren't they freaking out about money market funds?
Money market funds are not tradable 24/7.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And I think this is why tokenization is so exciting. I'll just jump into it.
Yeah.
Look at you know what the meme coin market cap was last year?
I don't.
About $140 billion, right?
Is that really market cap, though? I mean,
but think
is
about
that analogous to market cap?
You know,
Okay.
it's a metric, right? It's not a perfect
sure,
metric.
fine,
We'll talk about metrics later.
Yeah.
But you have a completely unimpeded by regulation, pure access to that 24/7 borderless demand, right? And that's what I think we're going to hopefully get with stablecoins. Very, very exciting. That's the secret power of tokens, right?
I agree with that. Okay, well, so one other part of this narrative of why stablecoins are scary and why it really is, once upon a time, it was beyond the pale to imagine that stablecoins were going to be allowed. The conversation, like if you remember 5 years ago, was when are we going to ban stablecoins, right? Because obviously stablecoins allow you to evade sanctions. They allow you to buy drugs. They allow you to do all sorts of terrible bad guy type of stuff. Now it's a different world. But we still had, not that long ago, the biggest hack in crypto history, which was the Bybit hack, which was on the order of over $1 billion that was hacked out of an on-chain wallet. And that hack was perpetrated by North Korea. And so you spend a lot of your time in the Hill looking at how national security intersects with what's going on in crypto. How do you think about this situation?
Yeah, again, I think stablecoins are the greatest thing that could have ever happened to national security. I mean, could you imagine today, Haseeb, if like stablecoins were the norm, right? That everyone used stablecoins as a norm. And then I called you. I'm like, dude, I've got this great venture investment. I want you to join the cap table. We're going to lead. But we're going to take money. We're going to write it on a paper, and we're going to give it to each other. No one's going to know about it. Do you know the response that we would get? It would be insane. And crypto people don't like talking about this, but the fact is, you can go through due process, and you can freeze and seize. And so if that token goes off to North Korea, you can go through due process and seize those treasuries where the value is. Now, there's one real big issue with this, and it's latency, right? The North Koreans are really fast, and they're very good. We're actually better. In fact, they stole $2.4 billion in the last 2 years. This is Lazarus Group, state-sponsored. And the sad thing is that in the past, we had these young startups. It was brutal to raise money, right? They raise money, they give it all to the lawyers, and then they get hacked, and then the government would say, "Shame on you! I'm going to punish you because they would blame the victim, right?" I think personally, and we published a paper with Christian Carlo. There's only one way to address this latency, and it's kind of appropriate to talk about it here in the UK. But did you know that we won the Revolutionary War in the United States, not because of the way our armies maneuvered at Yorktown, but it was because our privateers ravaged the British economy, ravaged it. War of 1812 came around. James Madison authorized 500 privateers, and that stopped the war. It's so important to the United States. It's actually enshrined in our Constitution in Article 1. So I think the only way that we can address this threat is to no longer play defense, but to go on offense, and to commission private citizens to have what's called a letter of marque to go on offense. And that's the only solution that I see. I would welcome other policy responses.
Okay,
Yeah.
You got to flesh this out. What exactly are you imagining here? How does one go on offense against North Korea?
So if you read the Constitution, it's enshrined. It's part of our culture. It's been in hiatus for 200 years. But the Congress has the ability to authorize private citizens and enterprises to go violate the law, in this case it would be OFAC, to go on offense and hack our adversaries. The Constitution says by land or sea, I think we can adapt it to.
Okay,
to
so by
society.
TCP/IP.
100%. And
Okay.
and like there's to me, you have to go on offense. Otherwise, it's funny. After we published this paper, phone started ringing. Hey, I'm so and so of special operations. Hey, I'm so we want to do this. So we just need the authorization. Our entrepreneurs, our people are better than the North Koreans, and we need to go on offense. My 2 cents.
Okay.
What do you think?
I have spent zero time thinking about this, but I'm starting right now.
All right.
I guess one question is, okay, practically speaking, let's say that we authorize that now you can be a privateer and be basically a vigilante and go fuck up North Korea.
Pirate.
On chain or whatever, using hacking them. What if you end up hitting somebody else?
Yeah, so in history, what they actually had was stakes. So you'd actually post a bond, there'd be courts, and that would be adjudicated. If you made a mistake and you did the wrong thing, your stake would be slashed. It's very similar, isn't it?
Okay. And is there some kind of bounty or prize or what's?
Yeah, like prize courts would adjudicate who gets what. You give some back to the victim. It's better than zero.
Okay.
Some would go to the government. Maybe we can use it to fund the Bitcoin reserve. You never know.
Oh, wow.
Oh, by the way, the greatest thing about this is it's tax-free. Taxpayers don't have to pay a thing, right? We can do it today where you can hire contract people, but taxpayers pay.
Yeah. So basically, we enlist our own citizens as mercenaries to go out and be bounty
Or
hunters.
foreigners. John Paul Jones was not an American.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
yeah.
Wow.
So let me ask you a question. If
Yeah.
it's okay to pivot. We took care of the pirates.
Yeah, I think we nailed that. I think
All right.
everyone understands what we mean.
MicroStrategy.
MicroStrategy.
Everyone seems to be pouring into this trade.
Yes. We're seeing the microstrategization of everything now.
Sorry, I should say strategy. Okay. Can you explain what it is and why it's so exciting and why people are pouring into it and what could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, actually, let me just do this real quick. Let's just see a show of hands. How many people feel like they understand what MicroStrategy fundamentally is? Raise your hand high. Okay, so I see less than half people understand what MicroStrategy is. So here's what MicroStrategy is, okay? MicroStrategy is a company that was once doing something else, totally unrelated to crypto. And one day they woke up and said, you know what, this business is stupid. We should just speculate on crypto. And so what they did was they took that company, they issued a bunch of debt, so they raised money in the debt markets, and then used it to buy Bitcoin. And they did that, and Bitcoin went up. And they said, wow, that's great. Let's do that again. And then they raised more debt, and then they used it to buy more Bitcoin and said, this seems to be working. And they just kept doing it over and over again. And now, the weird thing about MicroStrategy is that not only is it a giant pot of Bitcoin with a tiny little company on the side, but the whole value of the company is worth more than all the Bitcoin in it, right? It trades at a premium to the Bitcoin. Now, it hasn't always traded at a premium. Sometimes it trades at a discount, but most of the time it trades at a premium. And the weird thing about this is that by the nature of the corporate debt markets, it's actually a way better way to get leverage on buying Bitcoin than going on Binance and taking a levered long on Bitcoin. So it's kind of the best debt you could possibly get in terms of the terms that you have to pay back this debt. So as a result, there's a lot of people now saying, oh, wow, they have billions of dollars of Bitcoin that they're holding on the MicroStrategy balance sheet, and they're trading at a surplus or at a premium to the underlying Bitcoin. I should do that too. And so now you have a bunch of MicroStrategy copycats that are doing the same thing with Bitcoin, but you're also getting people doing it with other assets, right? So there's people doing this now with Solana. There's people who've elected to say, I will do this with XRP. I will do this with Doge. Somebody's saying they're going to do it with Trump token. And so I suspect that you will see probably before long people doing this with almost every asset. I heard the other day that somebody was saying there's a MicroStrategy for copper now. I don't know.
I missed that one.
I don't know that that's going to quite get the same speculative premium that you're going to get with Bitcoin. But it does feel like there's a deep arbitrage going on here about the nature of corporate debt. I'm obviously not a corporate debt guy. I'm a VC, so I don't spend my time in that world. But it is simply true that basically robust corporate debt is just treated differently for a lot of regulatory purposes, that certain people can buy it that other assets you can't buy. And as a result, it's just like a different nature of capital that you have access to when you're able to issue corporate debt. And so that arbitrage seems like it's going to continue for quite a while. I don't know. What's your take?
Something seems broken, right? It just doesn't seem. I mean, we saw this, the Widowmaker trade in the last cycle with the Grayscale trade, kind of similar, right? And that was all about making it easier for people to access the asset class than having to worry about all the other custody and other issues around it.
Right. The problem with the Grayscale Trust was that there were no redemptions.
That's
right. So
right.
the money comes in, doesn't come
Yeah,
out.
and here it's a little bit different.
Yeah. Well, it's still true the money doesn't come out.
Unless they sell it. But the point is that retail continues to want a couple of things. We saw this with the ETF. They want it to be very easy operationally to buy something, and they want a known like regulatory structure that they're comfortable with. So here they're just buying another security, just like the ETF, another security. I don't know how this ends. I think we're seeing a ton of people pouring into it.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting that I haven't seen AVAX yet. I'm sure that's coming, and maybe someone in the audience is working on it.
Wink, anybody?
We've heard about a lot of ETH. We'll probably see some of that as well. Typically with these things, everybody pours in. There's a consolidation. There's probably going to be one, maybe per asset, maybe per region. I don't know. Surely at some point, if when prices crash, it'll wash out a few folks. But I don't know.
Well, that's the thing, is that you can actually, with this structure, you can survive an asset crash, right? As long as it eventually goes back up later, like you're not getting margin called the way you are on Binance. So the interesting thing about this trade, I would have thought that MicroStrategy, because MicroStrategy started like in what, 2020 or 2019 when MicroStrategy first began. So it's been 5 years now that they've been doing this. And I sort of thought that once we get an ETF, it's game over, right? MicroStrategy, why would it ever trade at a premium? Because now, if you want to buy something in your 401k, you can just go buy the BlackRock ETF, right? Easy. But it's still happening, and it's getting even bigger, which is weird.
Yeah, and there's another issue. As we go down the tail, I would argue that derivatives markets in the United States are completely broken, and they have been broken for a very long time. This is one thing I'm actually really excited about. And what you've seen previously is that you needed to have a future before you had the ETF. There actually are some futures that are listed that you wouldn't maybe know about. An AVAX future is already listed on Crypto.com, but they're not offering leverage, and there's a couple other places where they're offering it. But I think one of the reasons why these products may be appealing in the future is because they're very easy for retail to access, and they don't have access to that derivatives market. I do think Brian Quintenz is going to fix that really quick. I think we're going to see perps coming onshore. I think we're going to see listed futures coming onshore, and that will maybe help restore some of the balance. Because today, we trade and we would love to hedge. We can't even hedge. Like, all you really have in liquidity is like Bitcoin and ETH if you're a U.S. person. So I think that's maybe part of the breakdown as well.
I will say, I love that we're in London and we're saying onshore, as though on the American shore.
Offshore, that's my bad.
Offshore from London.
Sorry.
No, and you also bring up the Revolutionary War, which I think it might be a little early to.
I'm messing this all up, aren't I?
Yeah, I could see a lot of people really, blood in their face leaving. Okay, so the other thing that I think is interesting to talk about when we talk about, some of the challenges that crypto is facing, there's this conversation going on Twitter right now about REV. Okay, now this is a deep cut. I don't know. How many people have heard of REV? Okay, way less people know what MicroStrategy is. Okay, so REV is this term. It's a relatively new term. So it's kind of a twist on MEV. MEV stands for minor extractable value, which is basically if you're creating a block, how can you kind of fuck around to make some money from what people are doing in that block? And REV is basically a more inclusive measure of both the MEV, the fees paid to a blockchain, and the tips that are paid when you're, basically paying the miner for some MEV bundle. So it's basically all of the value that people are paying into a blockchain. And this term has gotten popularized because Solana right now is crushing it on REV. They're making a shitload of REV on both fees, but fees are actually a minority of what's happening. It's mostly tips. Mostly MEV tips, which basically means that someone wants to trade a meme coin and they're paying a very high price to snipe this meme coin as fast as they can. And there's a big debate going on right now about, is REV the right way to measure the value of a blockchain? And ultimately, is a blockchain like a company that has revenues and earnings, or is it some other thing? Is it more like money or like an economy or some other thing entirely, and focusing entirely on this measure of revenues or fees is kind of missing the forest for the trees? What's your take on this question?
I really commend Blockworks. I think they came up with this concept. Yeah. How do you try to value blockchains? And to your point, Haseeb, like, they're not companies. DCF modeling probably isn't the best thing. And they come in different shapes and sizes. Introducing this metric, I think, is an important metric. But obviously, nothing perfectly trades on fundamentals all the time. And I think it's wonderful to have a standardized metric to be able to evaluate blockchain to blockchain a certain thing, right? I remember when I was at Citigroup, I sat down with our chairman one time, and he's just like, Chris, only thing I care about is ROE. And I'm like, okay, why? ROE, ROE, ROE. because it's the only thing that I can compare my company to, which is a bank, to any other company out there, is a standard way to measure value. Very, very important. So look, I think it's a great metric. What we also would like to see is just more standardization of metrics. We've been working on an initiative on standardizing interest rates and staking rates. Why? Because fixed versus floating swaps are a $500 trillion industry, and you can't do that without standardized rates. And these are the little initiatives of standardized metrics that you can help bring to really mature and institutionalize our ecosystem. So look, is it perfect? No, but and the thing about crypto, right? There's that we have liquid strategy. There are metrics everywhere. It's not always easy to distill them and to really identify them, but like I think it's a great metric, one of many.
Well, I mean, to your boss's point, like okay, ROE. Saying that you want to standardize a metric assumes what you're setting out to prove, which is that you should be trying to measure the same thing for all these things which are supposed to be in the same reference class. And what's very clear, for example, look at the REV on Bitcoin. It's basically zero. And yet Bitcoin is obviously the most valuable thing that we have in our industry. Bitcoin's not trying to be what Solana's trying to be.
That's right.
I think REV is a good metric if what you're trying to measure involves a very high volatility trading venue. That has relatively immature MEV infrastructure. That is going to produce a lot of REV. Because you have high volatility assets and very, very low time discounting, where it's like, I want to trade this thing right the fuck now, and I don't want to wait.
How do you think about something like Metcalfe's law in the context of valuations of blockchains?
So Metcalfe's law, do you want to define what Metcalfe's law is?
Go ahead.
So Metcalfe's law is a measure of the value of a network. And it was postulated in defining what the value of the internet is back at the time when the internet didn't have standardized metrics. And the idea of Metcalfe's law is that it's proportional to the square of the number of members of a network, Because each person network is connected to every other person, and so that's a square number of connections. And it's, again, one of these things that sounds really good. Does it actually predict prices of anything? Not really, but it gives you the false consolation of having a number that you can look at and kind of point to. Look, I think if you're measuring banks and you line up a bunch of banks next to each other and you say, okay, how do you value each of these banks? ROE is probably a good metric, But if you're taking a bank and putting it next to a tech startup, probably trying to contort what a tech startup is doing into ROE is only going to confuse you, And so I think if you're looking at what Avalanche is doing, what Avalanche is doing is really quite different than what Ethereum is doing, which is quite different than what Bitcoin is doing, which is also, I'd say, quite different from what Solana is doing, Solana is one giganto database that is highly contested for basically meme coin trading. And the way in which you're going to monetize and generate fees and become valuable is really different on Solana than it is on many of these other chains. And of course, if you're looking at an exchange or a DEX, that token is doing something very different than what any of these L1s are doing. So I think REV is, in a way, Blockworks developed this metric to justify why Solana is so valuable. And I think they're right to do it because Solana is really valuable. And it's valuable for a different reason than why Ethereum is valuable, Back in the day, the way that everybody looked at the value of L1 chains is looking at TVL. And TVL, of course, total value locked, which is basically the AUM of a chain. And the AUM of a chain, we quickly realized, is actually not a perfect metric, but it was at one point. At one point, TVL actually was almost one-for-one predictive of the prices of different chains. And the reason for that was that it was very hard to get TVL. TVL was very scarce. And TVL followed the actual economic activity happening on a chain. But those two things have decoupled as people have learned, I can just buy TVL. I can just rent TVL. I can go do a TVL deal, The concept of TVL deal did not exist 3 years ago. Now they're commonplace, You can just go and find these, KOL groups or these whale groups, and they'll quote you a rate of like, hey, we'll give you TVL for this much APY, and that allows you to basically game this metric in such a way that it no longer represents reality. REV is a difficult metric to game, but obviously not an impossible one.
Are you in the KOL group?
It's like Fight Club. You're not allowed to tell whether you're in the KOL.
So we have a few minutes left. There's been a lot of noise around putting equities on chain. And it feels like, from my vantage point, this is going to be a reality. Do you have a view on that? Timing, impact? How do you think about that? I mean, this seems like the next big thing in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these things that I've been told is the next big thing for about 10 years. So I'm a little bit like, okay, bring the receipts, right? If you're going to tell me that it's the next big thing, it's a little bit boy who cried wolf, right? Here's where my skepticism comes from, and now you tell me why I'm wrong. I think a big part of the reason why on-chain equities have not worked historically, because they've been tried many, many times. Yep. The reason why they've not worked historically is that the people who are on-chain are not here to do the safe part of their portfolio. They're here to do the batshit crazy part of their portfolio. And if you're doing the safe stuff, right, it's like the reason why, the on-chain treasuries are great and they're growing, but they're still tiny, right? In relative terms, compared to the stablecoin complex, it's 2% of stablecoins are on-chain treasuries, right? They've not really grown in proportion to the way that they would if you look at the relative proportions in the real economy, right? And the reason why, very simple, is that when you're on-chain, you're here to gamble. You're here to do the crazy stuff. You're here to lever up 5 times and do 40% APY stuff. You're not here to do the safe stuff. So okay, maybe if you're going to bring on Tesla or MicroStrategy, or you're going to bring on chain I don't know, GameStop. Okay, maybe there's demand for that. But if you're coming on board and saying, hey, don't you want your nice dividends from your Apple stock? It's like, not really. That's not what people are here for. Now that will someday change. And slowly we're seeing the safer portion of people's portfolios coming on chain, but it's not even the safer part of their portfolios. It's a different set of people who are coming on chain, and those people are doing safe stuff, and they're coming in through the new banks of the world and through these more traditional players onboarding users on chain and then bringing them other financial assets. But the crypto natives, they're not buying Apple stock on chain.
I totally agree with the demand side and the challenges of legacy demand based on those crypto natives that are punting, right, for the fences.
Yeah.
I think as time goes on, though, we have to address some realities, and that's the fact that public markets are broken. I mean, they're really broken. You know how much money we raised in IPOs last year? $30 billion, right? Remember I talked about the 140 billion meme coin market cap? It's apples to oranges, but it kind of gives you a flavor, right? 81% of companies in the United States with over $100 million in revenue are private. What does that mean? It means like the people that would love to have access to the most exciting, innovative companies, they can't. They're on the sidelines. They want that access much earlier. And so the one thing that I think about is that the superpower of tokenization is that borderless, 24/7 global demand, and we see that pent-up aggression. Is there a way for companies to directly list, saving themselves 5 to 7% of their stock by paying investment bankers, accessing that global liquidity, and having that price
You think it's not a mature public company story, it's an IPO story?
Yeah. I think it's going to accelerate a way to IPO or issue. You can actually now issue new equity on chain through a direct listing. So direct listings were 300 million last year versus 30 billion IPOs. I think in time it's going to slip, but I think we're out of time, sir.
I think we are. Okay. Well, thank you, Chris. Let's get a round of applause.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, brother. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone.
Everybody, really excited for this one. It's a special one, especially given MapleStory's launch just a few days ago now, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Feels like
surreal.
A year since a week ago and a few years. But before we get started, Don, why don't you give everybody just a quick primer on MapleStory Universe and everything behind it real quick.
Okay. Well, I'm Dominic Chang. I'm Chief Business Officer at MapleStory Universe. We have launched NXPC token as well as our first game, MapleStory N, just last week, May 15th. From my knowledge, it was one of the largest TGE in the last, I guess, 3 to 4 years. And it's as much as I'm very proud of what the team has achieved. We are very excited about the game that is already live from the date of our launch. So MapleStory Universe is bringing the long-loved IP that has been live for the last 23 years, has generated $5 billion lifetime revenue in US dollars, as well as 250 million user base globally. We are adding blockchain layer to our contents as well as ecosystem that is backed by this super mega IP.
So, as Dom mentioned, right, 20-year IP, couple hundred million users. Give us the thought process, right? What led you to want to go down Web3 and utilize that? But give us also a little bit of history, right? Like, crypto projects tend to launch rather quickly, and they come and they go as quickly as they come, right? How long ago did the team, I know the answer to this actually, but how long ago did the team first start to consider this and think about this? And what was the process and the stages that that you went through to get to this point, which was last week?
Right. So the project itself was really an internal small project that wanted to tackle the fundamental business model that built what is Nexon right now. Nexon is a listed company trading in Tokyo Stock Exchange, servicing globally. Has multiple successful IPs like MapleStory, Dungeon and Fighters, Kart Rider, Crazy Arcades, Mabinogi, etc., etc. But it was built on very successful, innovative model more than 20 years ago, which is now de facto of Web2 gaming, which is free-to-play business model. Nexon was the inventor of free-to-play business model, and then has shown very successful cases on applying that very model with the live operations know-how for the last 30 years of history. And now, Nexon, with 15 billion market cap business, was going to tackle what has fundamentally built them. Because, especially in MMORPG, the game economy is fundamentally flawed. Meaning, incentives of game devs and the game players are quite not aligned. Live operations means you have to deliver major updates and every year at least. It could be every quarter, every half a year. And that, in order to deliver that update, you obviously have to spend money. And that development budget is growing over a year, very, very fast. And obviously, in order to recoup that development budget, game companies have to keep selling the items that could keep the players relevant in the game. For example, new dungeons cannot be beatable with the new items. If you make a BM like that, business model like that, people will obviously buy the new items, which helps game developers drive their revenue. The more you sell those new items, what happens in the game economy is that the more inflation that you see in the power in the players' capacity. Meaning, people complain. People actually complain quite a lot about this business model. However, game companies just have to keep doing this. They cannot stop it. Just like what's happening in the banking world. Central banks just have to keep issuing, more fiat currency. And coming back to the original question, we started this project to tackle this very flaw of game economy or business model that has built Nexon, what is Nexon now. So we so we tried, while we were ideating what could be the next gen gaming model, we were fundamentally asking ourselves, how can we do it differently? What if all the assets that could ever exist in the game economy can be capped? What if all these assets can be transferable and still keep adding value, without having to issue more? And we found out there is a perfect technology for that, as we all know, which was blockchain. So we never actually started this project because we wanted to do something with blockchain. We wanted to tackle the very real problem that every game company has, but with blockchain. Blockchain was just the perfect technology that we could come into. So we started building the very idea of finite quantity of items that could exist in the game economy, and we wanted to diversify the contents creation with the power of ecosystem. Now, even all these famous Web 2 games are shifting to this trend. Fortnite is doing it, Sims is doing it, GTA is doing it, everyone's doing it, but just without blockchain, I guess. If you actually take a step back and take a look at the general entertainment industry, all these centralized powerhouses, existing traditional centralized powerhouses, are losing to rather decentralized ecosystem. TV stations are losing their audience to YouTube, TikTok, because all their audiences are developing different tastes, different preference over what they like or what they find entertaining, fun. And it's becoming more and more difficult for a single company to cope with this ever-diversifying preference or needs when it comes to entertainment. So we are allowing our IP to be used for external developers, ecosystem participants, to come up with their own contents. We are starting with our own game, MapleStory N, which has gone live from May 15th. But we are introducing APIs, SDKs, all these development tools where developers can start working on their own games using MapleStory IP and keep providing utilities to the core asset, which is game items. Also, I forgot to mention this, when we were designing what should be on the blockchain, and we were debating what makes MapleStory's IP more and more valuable. And our answer was the reward experience, the sense of rewards that people feel after grinding hours and hours, maybe more days and days, and get that particular item they've been seeking for so long. And the sense of achievement is actually, undescribable, actually, if you haven't really felt it. And that particular feeling should be tokenized. But you cannot tokenize feelings, right? So we focus on the items. So we decided to identify items as the assets that keeps MapleStory IP more and more valuable.
You've talked about all the thought that went into this and all the effort that went into this. And earlier today, when I was talking about kind of how we bring people on chain, I highlighted games, and I highlighted, of course, you guys that recently launched, as well as Off the Grid and stuff. And the current meta, I would say, in the blockchain space and especially on the blockchain VC side, is that blockchain gaming is dead. I would argue that blockchain gaming is just beginning, and it's beginning with people like you guys, with MapleStory Universe, and with others that Avalanche is bringing on, right? We are actually bringing real games with real players, with real usability that up until now was just let's be frank, tokens masquerading as games, right? Like it was a lot of hype, not much of a creation. So I will attest to this because the question was how long ago. I think I met the Nexon team in South Korea in Pangyao like almost 3 years ago. Yeah. And we've been working together for almost 2 years to bring this game to fruition because real games take time. Real development takes time. This isn't a smart contract with a token, right? It's a play to earn. Like play to earn in gaming is different than play to earn in crypto. You just click a button, you get a magic token. So there's been time and effort and a lot of studies from you guys. Kudos to an amazing launch, right? An amazing tokenomics and so many details that people oftentimes take for granted, right? I want to shift gears a little bit and ask you, what the success? You guys are successful, 180 plus million users, 23-year-old IP. But what does success look like for MapleStory Universe, right? Not just in year one, but down the line.
Right. 250 million.
The stock got a 13% bump the day your chain went live, so we'll take credit for that one.
We were, the launch was very successful, even in my opinion. So I think we've earned some time. We have some room for further growth. However, the end game, what success means for our project is when another app developed by any external developer has more users than our contents, then this proves our assumption. The power of ecosystem is much better than one single corporate working on what entertaining is. This is the value that we are trying to prove to the industry. It's not about we are the best company on defining what the real entertainment is. It's more about being a platform for anyone to express their creativity, and including us. And if any random developer like you or you comes in, work with our tools, and have more users, I think that's the success that we want to achieve.
So ultimately, you're moving away from being solely the publisher, but an enabler, using new technology and new methods to expand not just your IP, but access to that IP and access to a larger growing economy.
Exactly.
Okay. How do you do that, though, without losing the identity of the game that fans love?
So we have allocated 80% of our token, to ecosystem contribution, meaning 80% of our token will go to the developers. That also applies to us. However, so all these developers will be incentivized to gain a chunk of that very part of the tokens based on the current FDV, which is 1.8 billion last time I checked. 80% of that will go to the developers, which is huge. And that's one of the incentives that we are providing. And even in Web2 worlds, even without those kind of financial incentives, there were tons of developers who were developing something fun around the game, even without our intention or involvement. So we know there are very organic demand that people have in order to work with MapleStory IP. So we are trying to onboard them and even make them rich, hopefully, and come up with the real entertainment they think they can do best.
How do the different apps, though, right, connect to create an overall ecosystem, right? Because you have your original IP. You're allowing people to build all these things on top of it. How do you try and control it so that it remains a cohesive, kind of singular vision?
Right. So I mentioned about the contribution rewards, right? These are the contribution that are given out to the apps that makes actual contribution. The fundamental pillar of that contribution is around giving more utilities to the core game assets. Meaning every app will build or add more elements, additional elements to the play loops that are available for the players to play with. For example, we are going to be pushing out one of the synergy apps called that enables people to enhance their items. Already, it's available in-game, but we are adding a separate app so that people don't have to go into the app and go into the core game, but simply use it with the blockchain interaction on the websites. So by having that particular app allows people to buy a certain item in the NFT market, enhance it with their own strategies, and sell it at a higher price. That actually becomes one play loop. And there are lots of derivative businesses people can even create around that app. So we are imagining every app adds another play loop or even multiple so that there are more users who enjoy their own particular play style, as well as their own strategies to enjoy our ecosystem.
I know we're coming up on time. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask this question. So you guys were heavily courted by a lot of different ecosystems and a lot of different blockchains. You chose to build within Avalanche. Why did you choose Avalanche?
Yeah. So when we were launching, there was 549% increase in on-chain transaction on Avalanche C-chain. It was mostly driven by the SBT minting that was taking place right before the launch. Total of 1.7 million SBT was minted in the last 1 to 2 days, 2 to 3 days before the launch. And I was sure, maybe if we could break Avalanche, it could be newsworthy, but it didn't break. Avalanche was durable, trustworthy, and also allows us to build our own chain or our own ecosystem, at the same time being part of the Avalanche, grand Avalanche ecosystem. So Avalanche team has been tremendously helping our team to build what we were ideally building. It was cost efficient as well as very easy interactions. So we never doubted that our choice was wrong or anything. Avalanche was really good. Our experience was really good.
So the tech is good, and I was hoping you would say because of me. But it's been a pleasure, Dom. Thank you.
There's John.
Thank you for being with us today. We tremendously love and enjoy our partnership. We love the game. Everyone loves the game. The market loves the game. You guys have honestly done a fantastic job, and looking forward to seeing where this takes us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
welcome everyone. This panel is about Web3 gaming, and I think everyone in the room can agree that one of the biggest reasons why Web3 can succeed is gaming. And so while it is a big focus for Avalanche, we've seen a large influx of users come into Web3, traditional gamers, as well as crypto-curious users. And so I want to talk about user adoption on this panel. And so Theo, Nico, to start, I wanted to ask what you guys think are effective strategies to acquire new users and to showcase why Web3 games are so good.
Well, I'll start. I guess it's all about basics, right? And what are basics? You need to make sure that you have something that someone actually wants to play, or in the case of any other Web3 project, something that somebody wants to use. So once you start with something that people actually want to use and want to play, then you have to take the next step, which is meet the person where they're at. Most people in this world, they don't know what a wallet is, let alone how to set one up, let alone why they should set one up, and so on and so forth. So specifically at Gunzilla, right from the outset, we said, okay, how do we make this as easy as possible, right? No setting up of wallets, no on-off ramping of fiat, no swapping of tokens. Everything gets taken care of in the background, which is, of course, why we built ultimately our own chain on top of an Avalanche subnet, right, the Gunzi chain. And those are the prerequisites. Now you have a foot in the door, right? You have something that people want to use. You make it easy to use, right? Now it's all about making sure that you retain, convert, continue giving them a good experience, continue delivering more content, continue delivering something that they don't have in other areas of gaming. In our case, right, we are really not competing in Web3 gaming, we're competing in Web2 traditional Battle Royale gaming. So what can we give people that Call of Duty doesn't give them, that Fortnite doesn't give them, that Apex Legends doesn't give them? Obviously, the low-hanging fruit is asset ownership, right, which is where Web3 comes in. But the less obvious things are, more strategic decision choices vis-a-vis our replaceable limbs, right? Arm can be a grenade launcher, an energy shield, a grappling hook, legs make you run fast, jump high, etc. So, then you kind of go and compete on those other areas, right? But you have to meet the user where they're at. That's the bottom line, right? So you have to make it easy, you have to make it engaging, and you have to understand where that person is coming from. And that person is not coming from a world that we come from, right? Where setting up a wallet is, totally normal and second nature.
Right, yeah. I think a lot of these games are competing against traditional Web2 gaming ecosystems because we've approached that velocity where they can actually do that. And so from Bean's perspective, how do you approach that going against these big companies?
Yeah, I think I agree with a lot of things you're saying here. And I think that bottom line, your game has to be good. If your game is not good, then it doesn't matter. And you mentioned that we're starting to fight with Web2. I think gaming is gaming, and that's been important for me from the start, that gaming is gaming, and that you just have some extra technology that adds on to it. It doesn't mean that you suddenly don't have to fight with existing titles. You are fighting with existing titles, and if you're going to survive and you're going to have longevity, then you have to have a good game. In terms of marketing, I think the Web2 playbook, regular launches is still what works for us. And then it's just about showing that it can be simple and you can get benefits without it being scary or without needing to really dabble too much into scary words like blockchain and NFTs.
All right, so you start off by building a good game, and you have all these Web3 features that don't exist in traditional Web2 games. How can you create effective strategies to create an engaged community? Because a lot of these games may have tokens, and that might be a good financial incentive for people to get in. But there's obviously more to that. There's a good game. There's a community behind it. What are some strategies to keep engaged audience after the token launches, for example?
Well, first of all, I think that you need to move away from the paying people to play model, right, or paying people to use your product model. That's inherently a flawed model because those are not going to be people that are going to stick around once they're not getting paid, right? They're there just to get their airdrop, farm the tokens, etc. So that's one. But number two, again, you go back to basics. What will keep the community engaged? Good game, ongoing updates, ongoing content that is interesting. In regards to where Web3 can help, specifically is, rare items, rare cosmetics that are trackable and fully traceable on chain. So if a gaming project says, hey, there's only 609 of this early Pioneer skin, you can actually go on the chain, confirm that and check that. And so you build around those, right? Those are your key kind of building blocks. But we specifically spearheaded the concept of play to own instead of play to earn. And when people come to us and say, oh, awesome, so how much can I earn? We're like, no. You either like the game and you just play the game, and you happen to also, possibly earn something if and when the skins become, valuable and rare, which happens naturally when you have a very large gaming audience. But no, we're not a play to earn game, right? This is simply not sustainable, as has been proven time and time again with, all these games from 2021 that are now either dead or dying.
That's great. I know Beam, you guys had your validator sale a while ago. So was there any interest that people would be onboarded from like a Web3 first, and then do they funnel into the Web2 game, or how do you see that?
I don't think we're anywhere close marketing to a Web3 first audience, because I think everybody comes from Web2. Like, I think we're a few generations away. To go back to the point on gaming, I definitely do think it's all about community nurturing, really being in touch with your community. I think having a two-way communication and the community and players feeling like the devs actually cares about them. You see updates coming in the game, there's events happening, is still one of the most important things outside of having a fun game. I think on a Web3 side, if I were to add something, I think having visible founders that you can see and who are doxing themselves is important still, because you're adding a level of credibility that is necessary in the space. Like, if you invest a lot of money in OTG and you want to go speak to Theo, you can. Like, that helps.
Who's Theo?
Yeah, it helps you feel more credibility to the product. And I do think that especially Web3 game founders do have to go out on the front lines and be visible and be approachable, because that human element and the credibility and validity of the game is just incredibly important still.
Yeah, definitely. Theo, I want to address this question to you, because since the last Avalanche Summit, Off the Grid had a huge marketing campaign where they partnered with streamers. They brought in a lot of Web2 audiences into Web3. And so I kind of want to walk through how that strategy went, what retention you saw, and how you kind of just like devised that whole campaign, and how that can be applicable to other Web3 games looking to get into it.
Well, again, coming back to basics, most importantly, it probably is really situationally dependent on what you have for a product. If you have a very elaborate game of tic-tac-toe, streamers and spending a lot of money on streaming probably does not make sense. If you have something that competes against kind of the top titles out there that streamers are already streaming, then it is something that's very already similar and or adjacent, right, to what people are already used to seeing. So when Ninja, Tim the Tatman, Scump, etc. streamed our game, it looks like a mashup of Call of Duty and Apex and, obviously not Fortnite, there's nothing cartoony about it, but very edgy, adult parody, unique limbs, unique actions that happen on the screen, the decoding of hexes, the extraction portion of it, and the marketplace, of course. And then people go like, oh, wow, so I can see myself playing this because it's very similar to what I'm already playing, but I see all these cool other features that I want to explore, so let me try that game. So you have to have something that really fits that mold, if you will. But in terms of results, since the last summit when we had that Avalanche Summit in Buenos Aires, we launched on October 8th our early access and signed up over 16 million wallets since then, over 500 million transactions. So a very, very, I would say, successful launch.
Nice, yeah. It very was successful, got a lot of traction. So that's the casual side of things. Nico, you come from an esports professional background, so competitive gaming. You've dealt with a lot of players, and so on one side, a lot of people watch these streams, look up to these people, and they do the same thing with competitive esports players. How do you think you can tailor Web3 games to fit esports and make it that huge entertainment industry that kind of like League of Legends has seen? making like $1 billion industry?
Yeah, I don't think it's too difficult, like the premise of it. I started playing League of Legends myself because there was bigger prize pools and more tournaments than in StarCraft 2 at the time. So I literally started playing because I wanted to earn money from playing, and then I fell in love with the game. And I think that that approach will work for a lot of different games, like Off the Grid as well, long term. As long as you show that you have professional leagues, you have professional tournaments, you actually pay out your winnings, and you see that there are players who can actually make a living, and there's teams that are invested. Once you start getting more and more esports teams on the field as well, that they want to participate in the game, you have the tier 1 teams actually wanting to have a 5-man team in your game, then you can start building storylines as well, which is important.
Yeah, that kind of goes into the community thing. You think there's like a way that Beam and Godzilla kind of can work together to adapt the traditional Web3 community aspect and turn that into Web2 gaming to make things more aggregated together?
Well, so I'll say two things. One, some stats that we have, but two, some really fun anecdotal evidence. The majority of our players that we have are not Web3 natives. And the kind of really fun anecdotal thing is I play almost every day when I'm at home. And even though I have some friends that I love playing with, I always spend at least a couple of games playing with randoms. Randoms means that the system just matches you up with whoever. And I always ask 3 questions. Number 1, how did you find out about us? It's always the same. It's like TikTok, Instagram ad, etc. Or, in the free-to-play list on Epic, on PlayStation. And then the second question is, what did you play before? And in 9 out of 10 cases, it's Call of Duty, Apex Legends, Fortnite. And then I say, well, what do you like better about Off the Grid than those? And it's always, the marketplace, the movement, the speed with which the team does updates. So that's absolutely, to me at least, right, the kind of pinnacle of the success that we're trying to achieve, which is to compete with these large giants in that space. And so, yeah, I'm not quite sure what it's exactly 90%, and like I said, it's only anecdotal, but I do know that the majority of people that play our game have absolutely nothing to do with Web3. We have one large team of 80 plus gamers, one of our best teams, and they said that prior to Off the Grid, they didn't even know what a crypto wallet was. Now they're all rocking Avalanche wallets, they're like talking about tokens. Again, that's not the main goal, right? It's not the main goal for us, but it does show that people, once they're exposed to it and they see that, oh, it's not all a scam, right? It is actually some really good, useful application to this technology. Then they actually start on their own researching it, learning about it, exploring it, etc. And I think that's the natural way of what this technology needs to start doing, right? Being really easy to use, being really approachable, providing really fun, engaging experiences, providing good products in order for that adoption to mainstream to start happen very naturally.
Nico, can you speak from the Beam point of view?
Yeah, you mentioned like how Beam and Off the Grid can do stuff together and actually help the space. So for those of you that don't know, we made a YouTube account last summer, Beam Gamers. Since last summer, we grew it to around 400,000 subscribers as of now. And the main premise of this YouTube account is showcasing Web 2 and Web 3 games side by side. Top 5, top 10s, funny moments, whatever. And also, for example, when Helldivers came out, we were like, but what if there was NFTs? And the entire point of this YouTube channel and also TikTok and Instagram has been just showcasing that it's just games. Gaming is gaming. Off the Grid is just a game. It's a cool game. You want to try it. You might like it. And if not, that's okay. There will be other games. So we're getting to the point now where we have a certain quality of games where you can just market them as games that are just like any other game. And it's just a rule of brand awareness, right? Not everybody's going to like your game, but if you hit the people that are interested in trying your game and you have an easy enough way for them to try your game, that's how you're going to get your player base.
I think for a lot of us gamers, I grew up gaming. I think a lot of it was just we enjoyed the game, and then we started forming these online communities and whatnot. And then we kind of like dove deeper into that aspect. And so I want to ask you guys, because you guys are both building games where Web3 is on the back end, and so we want to onboard like more wallets, more people into the Web3 gaming ecosystem, and that's kind of like the funnel that we're doing. If these players aren't engaging with the Web3 community, do you see that as like a successful launch or game, or is it, okay, we're onboarding these users into Web3, that's what success means to us?
Well, so I'll share my personal thesis, and that is over the next decade, we will do away with all these terms of Web 2, Web 3, Web 55. It doesn't really matter, right? It's simply gaming. What are the best possible technologies that you can bring to the table to give the gamer a good experience? Asset ownership is absolutely one of them. So are a bunch of others. And users will not care, right, what community they're part of, in the sense that it's not about a Web3 community, it's about, in our case, the off-the-grid community. We also have a separate community for Gunzi, our blockchain, right? We have all developers that want to build on Gunzi. That's what the communities will be around, right? It will be really kind of goal, mission, and task-oriented and not technology-specific. So I see games moving into that direction. I believe that then over the next decade, gamers will demand from all these other gaming projects that they are interacting with and all these other top games that they're playing, they'll demand asset ownership. They'll be like, why would I pay $5 for this and never be able to own it, resell it, etc. I always like telling this little anecdote out of my life with regards to my own two kids that played Fortnite for a couple of years, spent a couple $1,000s of their own hard-earned cash, and then when they moved on, inevitably from Fortnite, right, to Apex and Call of Duty, they were like, oh, hey, Dad, so how do I get my money back? I'm like, what are you talking about? Well, I own these assets. Anyway, so in the future, kids, right, especially, will not put up with that nonsense, and so everyone will naturally move to some type of a, asset ownership model, and blockchain just makes it so much easier. Why rely on some, black box in the cloud, right, when you can use blockchain and have it all be transparent and people can verify how many of an asset exists, etc.
Nico, how do you think the next 3 to 5 years are going to look like?
Long term, a decade, I agree. I definitely agree. And I really hope that we go that direction. I think a lot of people would have made a lot of money if they could have invested into the CSGO skins index. And I think it's a natural evolution of gaming. And I think gamers in general are quite demanding, and they push the developers of the big studios quite hard. So, but changes doesn't necessarily happen so fast. 3 to 5 years. I'm not sure we will have the biggest game studios, but a decade, I'm pretty confident. Yeah, I would bet money on that.
And for those that don't know, guys, CSGO 2, the marketplace, which isn't even an internal marketplace, but external third-party marketplaces, is valued currently at $5 billion. And those are just game cosmetics for one game, which is insane. And selling them on third-party websites could still get your account blocked. It's not like it's sanctioned and fully authorized by the gaming project itself. Yeah, it's insane. $5 billion. There's whole hedge funds that do nothing but invest into skins, even though they don't play the game, they don't do anything, to hedge against, S&P 500 going down, Bitcoin going down. That was a really fun chart earlier this year for the first couple of months of the year, where the S&P 500 went down, Bitcoin went down, the marketplace, CSGO marketplace went up. It's incredible. And $5 billion, it's now, earlier this year, is 4.3. I mean, like, we added 700 million in value CSGO in a couple of months. Insane.
I think on that point, historically, whenever there's a recession, gaming still goes up. So I think gamers don't care so much about the market. Gamers are going to game no matter what's happening outside. Like, gamers going to game.
Definitely. So you're saying that I should sell all my Bitcoin and just start investing in limbs on off the grid?
I wouldn't get that far, but your investment strategy is entirely up to you. But the whole point, of course, all joking aside, is that when you spend a lot of time on a game, and I tell my kids the same thing, I have 3 of them, when you spend a lot of time, let alone some money, right, that it took you a lot of time to acquire, you should be able to show something for it. So I was against my kids gaming, not because I feel like gaming is a bad idea. I think it has a lot of positives, not the least of which is socializing, which of course the COVID pandemic showed us that, suddenly you couldn't talk to anybody and all of the socializing moved primarily into games. But it's really a matter of just making sure that you have something to show for the time that you spend. So I was against my kids gaming, and we really limited it a lot. As soon as Off the Grid came out, I'm like, go play. I mean, not quite as much as you want, right? But the idea was like, hey, get into this early access, get into this Pioneer program, because whenever you do lose interest, you'll be able to monetize that. We have people, we now have over 20,000 people moved over to mainnet. We have people that spent $12 last August on a battle pass that got them access to, let's say, 10 different things right on the battle pass, selling stuff for hundreds of dollars, in some cases over $1,000 for these rare items, right? That they spend, whatever, a couple hundred hours on and $12 a month on. So, yeah.
It makes a lot of sense. So we're at Avalanche Summit. Kind of have to address this. I wanted to ask you guys why you guys started building on Avalanche and what advice and resources you think you can give to the people at home, or they want, like, how to reach out to build a good game.
Sure. So first, in regards to Avalanche, since our main criteria was to abstract away all of the complex technology into the background, there was never a question that we needed our own chain. Once we started looking around, how could we build our own chain short of, forking a chain and spending a lot of time and money and resources away from our core focus, which is game development. The only project and the only chain that actually did what they promised they would do was Avalanche. That was the only chain that we tested in our office where we could use our own tokens for gas. And that's a prerequisite in order for everything to be abstracted away. You have to have your own token for gas, because then you can subsidize everything automatically. It doesn't cost you virtually anything, and everything starts working. So that's part one, why Avalanche. Part two, of how to go about building your own project, I come back again to my first answer, which is you go back to basics. You better make sure that you have a really good and entertaining game. It doesn't need to be complicated. I would bring the example of this runaway hit Among Us, or Boltaro last year, right? This card deck building, poker mashup game, etc., that sold millions of copies. You have to have an engaging game loop. It doesn't have to be crazy, amazing graphics like Off the Grid, but it has to be something that people really enjoy, really want to play, really want to spend time on. And then, yeah, sky's the limit, right?
What resources have been?
That was a really long, convoluted way of saying coup.
Contact coup, that's right.
Yeah, they have coup. Like,
don't worry about the rest. Forget about the rest. Yeah. Don't build a good game. Contact coup.
Yeah. Now, Beam is obviously not a game. I think at the time.
Hold on. Beam is not a game. What are you doing on stage here?
I don't know. I'm supporting you. I guess.
I thought Beam was a game.
I go off. Now, at the time, I think Avalanche was the only one who actually aligned with the values of our C-suite, and we're actually technologically able to provide what we wanted in a chain where we were building. Now we've gone L1 and proof of stake as the first on Avalanche, and I think from my side on marketing, it's been a hell of a good journey, and love working with the team. Been doing a lot. We had Avalanche featured on our side event last week. We will be doing a joint event together, Off the Grid, Beam, and Avalanche in Gamescom.
Germany in August?
Yes, Cologne. I think value alignment and technology and team has been the big core reasons.
So you guys think any game can build on any chain, but if you want to really establish that community aspect, that interoperability, you would advise people building on Avalanche. So you say that you guys envisioned on building a chain yourself, but you ended up building one. Do you think every chain needs a game? Every chain needs a token? How do you tackle that?
I think what you meant to say was that does every game need its own chain?
I said, yeah.
Yeah, no worries. I knew what you meant. So no, the answer is absolutely not. So if we had the opportunity to find a chain out there that had a custodial and a non-custodial wallet solution, that had an advanced NFT marketplace, that had a visual blockchain scanner, that had an NFT minting engine that was built into sustainable economy, we would have most definitely not gone through the headaches of building all of that over the last 3.5 years. We would have just focused on the core game. But now that we have it, of course, this is something that our Gunzi ecosystem now will offer through an API and an SDK to other games to come and utilize all of these different tools in essence for free to bring their games to an ecosystem that has all of that already figured out. But no, I don't think that every project should go through all that headache of building all of this. Now, having said that, for some projects, Beam, obviously, right, makes perfect sense. A whole ecosystem, yeah, you have to have your own chain. You want to onboard other projects, smaller projects, you have to have your own chain, right? So it really the answer is it really depends, right? And that's where Coop comes in, right? You contact Coop, he'll straighten you out, he'll figure out what you need, and then you can determine what you need.
Yeah.
Now you have to follow it up with a Coop joke as well, right? Is Coop here?
Yeah, he's here.
Hey, Coops! Go talk to that guy that waved from his hand.
If you were looking for Coop, he's right there, so go talk to him after. No, I think a lot of indie game studios and new game studios think that, hey, let's just do blockchain and we're going to be rich. And it's not that easy. And so I think that either you need to have an understanding or really have a vision from the beginning that that's something you want to do and have a logic with why you want to actually integrate, or you have an existing game that has like a history like MapleStory, and you're like, actually this technology would make sense. Can we find a partner that can help us integrate this and make this into a reality and handhold us through this? Which is why I think they chose Avalanche in the end. I think those two cases are where a game should. And yeah, you don't need to have blockchain today to launch a game. You don't.
Right. So we're coming up on time here. Outside of everything that we've discussed about just starting basic, just build a good game, what piece of advice would you give to the next generation?
Build cool shit.
That's it, build cool shit?
That's it, build cool shit. Hustle, work hard. Don't do the whole wasting time on TikTok and Instagram. Build stuff.
Nico?
Be authentic and maintain a two-way communication stream with your community and actually value your early community members. Even when you're early stage, you have 50 to 100 followers on your Twitter account or in your Discord. Take care of those guys. Like, make them ambassadors. Like, throw merch at them. Throw whatever you can at them. Just take care of them. And those are the people that are going to be really valuable long term. So take care of your community.
Great. Theo? Oh, one last thing?
No, thanks, guys.
Theo, Nico, thank you so much for sharing your insights. And shout out to Coop back there. Thank you.
Oops.
Well, this is working, so that's a first good start. Cool. We will go into a nice interactive gaming style presentation, but before that, I'll spend a bit of time on this slide. First of all, the pleasantries. Thank you guys for being here. And big thanks to the Avalanche Foundation. This event is cool. I mean, this is the coolest room I've ever given a speech in. And last week, Avalanche and Coop's team announced their partnership with Pixelmon. It was one of the busiest weeks, I think, for Avalanche in a while. They had the MapleStory launch, and yet they found some time for us. So I'm very thankful for that and for that announcement that made honor to us. From there, I'll segue into the topic itself. So, and maybe before I go through these slides, a quick background. The Pixelmon team and I have been developing and working on this IP and this, hopefully, franchise for now the past 4 years. And that development has been pegged on ultimately 2 core beliefs. The first is we all just love what we're doing. We're all what we call ourselves Pokemon nostalgics, monster collecting obsessed, and we truly just want to build the next monster collecting franchise. We love gaming, we love world building, and we believe there's a blue ocean here for monster collecting over 16 years old. We'll say more about that later. But the second belief, and what ultimately brings us here, is that we believe that the IP building process itself, the launchpad for IPs, and the experience of gamers and IP lovers is enhanced by blockchain technology. And that we can effectively increase our chances of success and tap into the next generation of IPs because we underlie blockchain tech to IP building and to gaming. From there, let's, and this works too, so second great step. Let's go a little bit into media franchises and how they're born. Media franchises, and we're not talking in this slide about their first inception. That could be a book, that could be a story, that could be anything. But typically, the launch pad, so the point where they go mainstream, the channel from which they start becoming cross and transmedia franchises changes with each generation. There's overlap. But it has been pretty clear, at least to me, that in the last 10 to 20 years, the predominant launchpad channel is gaming. Whether we look at World of Warcraft, League of Legends, Minecraft, Cyberpunk, these are all massive gaming titles that have gone transmedia. And they've gone transmedia starting from gaming, which is a deep change from what was happening in the 90s and early 2000s, where the launchpad was different. Now, why? And we're still talking about traditional gaming, no blockchain integration, but the why is gaming is just superior in its experience and immersion depth to the prior channels that we call passive, effectively TV, books, comics. It's superior because the interaction points increase. It's superior because the community building is embedded in the game itself, particularly in the last 10 years with multiplayer, esports, and mobile gaming, and effectively maximizes the depth of interaction and bonding curve between a gamer or a fan and that IP. And as such is ideal as Launchpad and to create the core initial community. Now, we then add to that and let's layer on top of those great strengths, blockchain strengths. And I love the previous panel and a lot of what Theo said, talking about the off-the-grid and guns aspects. But ultimately, we truly believe, like he said, that 10 years from now, every game needs to embed true ownership in its game if it is an asset-heavy game or a game where essentially microtransactions are embedded. Player-to-player, real, transparent economies are just a double that community building. You can take it further. You can start decentralizing governance. Touchy subject for every developer, but we believe in it. You can do it at different layers from the guild to the game balancing itself. Complex. And when we're talking about IP building, and Pixelmon is not anymore the only example about this, but you start having the ability to decentralize the IP itself. So RWA setups and frameworks built around the IP itself, which we have implemented, and we're seeing more and more across the space. So back to second belief, the experience and the chances of building the next media franchise are enhanced by blockchain. We do believe that the next channel of IP launchpads will be at the intersection of gaming and blockchain. Now, going from theory, hypothesis, philosophy to actually doing it, and our take on it. We were born in 2022. 2021 as a Discord server, 2022 as our first assets on chain. We were born as an NFT collection. For a very long time, and probably still to an extent today, we're known as an NFT collection, one of the so-called OGs, with a colorful past. Kevin walking around the event area. If you recognize him, you probably know a bit about that past. That's a separate presentation. But effectively, by mid-2022, we were one of the biggest collections by trading volume, by holder count in the ETH-L1 category. We now have 5 different NFT collections, around 20,000 hyper-loyal core holders. We think a good, basically, rock bed to build that IP upon. And by essentially blockchain terms, around 50,000 ETH in transaction volume. But the next step to that was to start building our gaming studio and our storytelling abilities. So effectively, let's bring players in that multiplayer, blockchain-powered asset trading environment with games. And let's contemporarily go transmedia and bring them into world building, bring them into deep immersion and character love with storytelling. Storytelling, effectively animation, anime. We'll see it in a moment. Phase 4, far away. Phase 4 is what we gun for, but not what we're building for now. And it is effectively what makes you an IP and a franchise rather than just a product. It's the ability to license and gain extra reach, gain extra momentum through licensing to third parties that know how to do certain channels, certain game genres better than you. We spent some time on this. First step, kicked off in 2022. Still one of the strong communities out there. Quite a few members in the crowd that joined us from the UK sub-chapter. But moving on from that, and that's the box we ticked, the boxes that instead we are working on and are scheduled for launch this year, our games. We're building in the, by building an IP, we're building in the RPG predominant sector. Our flagship title is a turn-based RPG with MMO components called Warden's Ascent. It's a mobile title, free to play, already live in Play Store in testing version, going live with a full push first to developing markets, then developed markets later this year. It has those elements that we believe are strength of gaming for IP building. It is a PvP competitive game. It has MMO, high community engagement elements in its social hubs with up to 200 players per zone. And everything you're basically creating and minting in the game is a on-chain asset, tradable, and resting on effectively one of the most collector-centric IP genres, which is monster trading and monster IPs. That goes hand in hand with a second title that we're also developing in-house, and it is the trading card game. Now, this is a digital trading card game, mobile first. We'll go physical if successful after that. But the key characteristic of it is, first of all, making a trading card game is de-risked versus making other game genres in Web3. Trading card game loops are better battle tested in Web3 than other loops, than RPG or shooter yet. And secondly, with trading cards, you can start tapping into the idle or idler components of the same player base. And by having 2 titles in a collecting IP, you start leveraging interoperability. And one of the third big pillars of what blockchain can bring you, which isn't as easily brought by a pure Web2 centralized technology. So, second title, also going live in the second half of this year, 100% interoperable with Warden's Ascent. So effectively, you have these monsters, you can run around in a world with them, or same asset, same wallet connecting to a different game represents a card in a trading card game. That's not all. Gaming has strengths, and that's community building when we spoke about them. But it also has, to some extent, other than single-player, very well-done games, it has a layer of weakness in IP building. And that layer of weakness is gaming tends to be less narrative intense. Gaming tends to have a harder time making you fall in love with characters and an easier time making you fall in love with worlds and loops and communities. We are hence marrying the game approach with a anime approach brought through at the same time. We have signed with 2 external studios. You don't do anime yourself. You do it with the people that know how to do it back in Japan. They're both studios that have been in the industry for 20 plus years, published on Netflix, Crunchyroll's Prime, et cetera, et cetera. Japanese politics, corporate politics dictate we can't announce their names. But we've effectively been working with them for the past year and a half, very close to finalizing a pilot, and then taking a 12-episode anime season to market through the usual channels, ultimately. We don't believe in revolutionizing wheels that work. So Netflix, Prime, Crunchyroll, whoever will take it. We think this will have 3 impacts. Yes, deepening that love for the IP, focusing on storytelling, focusing on character and persona building. Second, Web2 has a problem in gaming, and that is UA, user acquisition. User acquisition has become incredibly expensive on all channels. It is very, very difficult for new games to emerge and build true momentum. The best way that we've seen in the recent examples in the last 4 or 5 years of hacking that algorithm is through long-form content. We've seen this done by Cyberpunk. You can actually go and see on the Steam chart the very kick of Cyberpunk's release. We've seen this with Arcane and League of Legends. Effectively, every Tier 1 game from Honkai Star Rail to PUBG is working on releasing their own anime because it's the biggest boom to effectively paid for UA. And paid for reach. I'll jump from there to probably in closure, talking a little bit about why Avalanche and why we're doing this on this blockchain. There's a lot on this slide. It's quite a few points. I think ultimately the middle 2, user first, scalability, these are becoming, even for the blockchain world now, hygiene factors, a bit more of a commodity. I'm going to focus on the first and the last. The last first, so chain sovereignty. And this was discussed interestingly earlier by both the Maple story discussion and the guns discussion. I strongly believe that if you're a single product, I doubt you need your own blockchain. I think technology, and more than technology, products out there are moving fast enough to cater to what your needs will be. And if it's not there yet, it's coming fast enough. I mean, whether it's Guns developing it on their own chain or Beam or Avalanche or whomever else. But I do believe that if you are trying to build a multi-product environment, an environment where in the future you can actually onboard new games as licensees, so effectively as decentralized dApps in a mechanism that is very similar to that of finding dApps to build on your own chain outside of the IP world, you do need sovereignty. You do need control on those flows. You need control on that UI, UX. You need control on whether and when to offer a gasless experience. And you need control on, we're talking about very optimistic scenarios, but you need control on block space. Because if you're really scaling games at mass level, you need control on block space, you need control on capacity. Segue from there to instead the first point. We've been in the space for 4 years. We've fought the NFT trenches of 2021, 2022, the various gaming mini bulls and mini dips. And whilst we love our community and we truly believe that the bedrock of our kickstart is our NFT community and the existing Web3 users, it's clear to us, and it has been clear in a while, that ultimately, for an IP to flourish, we need to flourish outside of the current size of the average Web3 user. We need to tap into user bases that are multiples of the current actually active wallet count globally. And we need partners that believe in that vision, which is harder. It's a lot harder. From a marketing perspective, from a UI, UX perspective, and are willing to walk that path with us. We spoke to dozens of chains. Love them all, not going to speak badly about any of them, but ultimately only one was laser focused on that goal of mass adoption and going beyond the current user base. And this is proven over and over and over again in my conversations with them. It's been proven with the launch and approach of MapleStory last week, proven even in the conversations I've had here in the last day and a half. And I think this very venue and setup and what the kind of audience we've been seeing in the earlier part of today is proof of that. So very happy to have so far picked Avalanche. We don't believe that chain sovereignty needs to come first. Chain sovereignty is what we will focus on if the product traction is such that we can justify it. Diverging team attention towards infra before knowing if our product truly will be able to retain 1 million users makes little sense to us. We probably have less resources also than an Exxon or a Guns. But yeah, we're quite confident that we will be focusing on that in the later part of this year after successful launches with the games. And yeah, with that I'll close and thank the Avalanche team and you guys for listening. Thank you.
Hello.
Hey, hi everyone. Good afternoon. How are you? Are you okay? What a nice first day, right, in the Avalanche Summit. It's a nice place to be. So I'm glad to welcome you all to the role of AI in the next era of gaming. My name is Carmen. I'll be moderating and hosting this panel for you. And I'll start with some facts. Artificial intelligence is no longer a futuristic concept, is it? But it's an active force shaping how games are built, played, and experienced every day by millions of users worldwide. We're experiencing rapid advancements in generative AI, machine learning, real-time decision engines that are transforming user engagement and gameplay personalization. Now, at the blockchain layer, that's why we're here. In this panel, we will talk about the convergence of Web3, AI, and gaming. Today, I have leaders from 4 pioneering companies who are actively building the future of gaming with AI at the core. I will ask for an applause for all of them, and now I will introduce them. First of all, Michael O'Connor. Hi, how are you?
I'm very good. Great to be here.
Michael, you're the co-founder and CEO of Jumio, a platform that empowers users to create intelligent 3D agents for games and virtual worlds. With a strong background at companies like Sports Interactive and Nintendo, he's leading innovation at the intersection of AI, gaming, and blockchain. Next up, we have Matthew Baxton. Hello, how are you?
Fantastic.
Matthew is the CCO and co-founder at Warp, With nearly 2 decades of experience in gaming, tech development, and operations, he's an expert in integrating AI into dynamic gaming systems that adapt into real-time player behavior. Wow. Up next, Marty Burgess. So happy to have you here. Marty is an experienced game developer specializing in free-to-play and multiplayer experiences. As a co-founder and CEO of Lightning Forge Games, he's pushing the limits of player-driven creativity through blockchain and AI. And last but not least, Nick. He's a lifelong game designer who has worked in every field of gaming, having designed talents for Survivor, created the newest version of the board game Jumanji, and recently starred in Hulu's new game show, Got to Get Out. Woo! As a founder of Win-Win, he's pioneering tokenomics for the next era of gaming. Oh my God, we have such a great panel here, and I want to start with an opening question for you all. In one sentence, how would you describe the role AI is already playing in your current projects? I'll start with you, Michael.
AI is absolutely central to what we do. We've been an AI company from the outset. 3 years we've been doing this, and we're a company that makes AI characters. So we work with LLMs a lot. Our background is working with teams like DeepMind and NVIDIA. And what we think is that, we think that there's an enormous opportunity for the democratization of creativity with AI. And we are offering a solution to that through the characters that you interface with in Umia. So this is a long one sentence, actually. So listen, we're big on AI.
Great.
Yeah, so essentially as a publisher, our role is to assist games with all the potential tools that they need. So we have AI baked into many different things, from agents to live operations platforms to automation to part of the arts processes, design processes that they could need. So it's absolutely integral into what games will need. Therefore, we have it.
Amazing. Marty?
Hope this works. Hey. So for us at LFG, without AI, LFG just literally wouldn't exist. AI, our core thesis is what happens when you bake AI into the core loop of a game experience, and what can you actually create that couldn't be done without the use of AI. So we've actually developed what we call LFG agents, which are human or AI-powered players that look, feel, and game just like a human, to the extent that real players can't tell the difference. And it opens up this incredible world of creativity, of new innovations, of tokenomics, and hopefully of some really fun, innovative design.
Hey, everyone. So I'm a lifelong game designer and game player. And my background is non-technical. So I don't actually know how to code. I've scripted a little bit. But AI is super important to me because it now allows me to actually make the games that I've been dreaming of for a really long time. And this is a huge change because now I'm in the industry. And this is a really big deal. We're also doing something pretty interesting with the game that I'm building right now. We want this game to be botted. We are designing it so that you can plug in your AI agent or whatever ecosystem it's from so that it can play the game for you. And we're going to see who's better, humans or agents. I don't actually know the answer, but we're going to find out.
Oh my God. Wow. Now I would like to talk about real-world use cases. I mean, you're all building amazing products right now, and I want to talk about your experiences as players and also as founders. So I'll start with you, Nick. You have, as you said, a huge background in game design and tokenomics. How do you envision AI enhancing tokenomics in the gaming space, specifically in terms of live ops and game economics?
Sure. So I've been running Win-Win for the past several years as a game tokenomics designer. I feel like AI is going to be important for a lot of areas in game design. Tokenomics specifically, I'm actually not so sure. So the design of the token should probably be specific to each individual game or ecosystem. Frankly, if you're thinking about like liquidity provisioning, I would send you to something like a protocol called Baseline. That's really, really good. And they have used some elements of AI to provision for different types of liquidity. Using it in a game economy, I feel like that's already been happening as well in Web 2 formats too. So I think that's just going to accelerate it. I think AI is going to be incredibly useful in live ops though. live ops as well as liquidity or player liquidity management. So allowing lots of players to be in the ecosystem all at the exact same time, as well as keeping players super interested and right in that flow state, below frustration but above boredom. So I think that's kind of what you're going to talk about as well.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, talking about enhancing players' experience. Warp uses AI to create dynamic gaming systems. So can you share a specific moment of your life or in Warp where AI is, oh, sorry, yeah, I was looking at you, where AI significantly changed the way the game responded to player behavior, and how was the impact on player experience?
So I believe this was one of the things that we were sort of talking about, that Warp is currently making games. So essentially, when we're looking at the impact that AI is having right now on that, it's very difficult to judge. But what we can already see is that we've been using AI in a very brute force, non-LLM sense since God knows when, since Speed Tree, since doing all of the bots in all of these games. And essentially, I think the first time that you notice that AI is performing in a good way and it's actually a fun experience is something as far back as like Time Splitters 2, when the bots were actually decent. We've seen everyone just craps on bots for being terrible, and they have been, because essentially you would just use the same solutions as everyone else. But the first time that you could actually have a fully multiplayer game and have players that are bots running around and shooting and doing that, that was massive. And we didn't have that at all in the games industry. You just couldn't do that. And just the advent of that, and now what we're building on top of that, with the ability to then talk to these AIs, with them to do things like, if they like you, they'll give you quests. If they don't like you, they won't. Generating on-chain personas for this, so that games companies can actually bring those personas to their games and pick up and play all of these things. I think that's going to change massively. But I don't think we're actually too far away from having full games generated, like full proper AAA games. In the next 2 years or so, there will be a content platform where people will just put in a prompt and out will come a game. And I think that's why Web3 is a great hedge against that, because if someone can make GTA 6 and then you can have about 300,000 GTA 6 clones or parts of it done with AI in seconds, and then the only thing that sort of makes it real is this kind of routing in blockchain, which is then routed to an economy, which is then verified, legally set up, and has all of that sort of stuff. So I think the change has been massive for when no AI to now, but the change again will be even bigger. So that's what I have to say on that.
Yeah, Michael, now yes, sorry. How do you envision the agents specifically? You're leading Umio in the Agentic era. How do you envision agents transforming this player interaction Matthew was just talking about?
Yeah, it's so much fun. I mean, I've always been a simulation gamer. I've played a lot and made a lot of simulation games in my time. And the addition of smart agents into these games is a total game changer. The ability to connect to NPCs, like to kind of become mates with them, is going to have a revolutionary effect. We've noticed that you can see this broadly within AI. You know, last year the biggest use case for like ChatGPT was a lot of people using it as a search replacement. Whereas this year, it's more common that people are using it as like a personal assistant or a therapist. People say thank you to, they inform them about.
I do.
Exactly, yeah. So this is really common. And when we think of the impact on that inside of virtual worlds, it becomes really profound, because people are already using virtual worlds as a place to hang out with their mates as much as they are to play, So, yeah, I think that character-driven experiences, there's a profound change coming, and it's deeply exciting. The other thing I'll say is, which I think is a little bit touching on some of the tooling of this, which is particularly interesting, that there's a cost of software manufacturing is trending towards zero. People are, I think, 30-40% of Microsoft, Google, and folks like that are the engineering is by AI. That's going to increase, So the ability for, like it's kind of shocking in one way, but it's also really liberating that people are going to be able to create all manner of amazing things. And if the cost of manufacturing is trending to zero, then all of a sudden the competition ground becomes distribution. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to hear you, Marty, here as how are you anticipating these challenges in the development phase of Lightning 4 games in balancing player autonomy with AI-driven systems?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And it's actually really interesting what like Matt was saying how we've had bots for a very long time, but it's that human element that's sort of been lacking in these experiences. And obviously a very obvious example of that is the NPC that you can relate to that has a backstory that if you say please and thank you, it actually cares about that. We sort of look at it and taking that one step further, where what actually happens if you take all the data we have from every single player in all of our games and actually use that as the training data for our actual LFG agents. So everyone will actually own their own agent, which is based on your particular playstyle, your mannerisms, to the extent that your friends and your opponents shouldn't be able to tell the difference. We're not trying to build the best bots. We're not trying to build the best agents. We're trying to build the most human agents, which is such a key differentiator, I think. It's what we're actually trying to create. Because humans make mistakes. Humans will miss a critical shot in a tense match. Humans will go left when they should go right. They'll make mistakes. It's very, to err is human. And I think the perfect AI agent should replicate that true human experience. And for us, that's been one of the biggest challenges of what we're actually trying to build, because it's very, very easy to make a bot or an agent which is good or bad in very arbitrary terms. Making one that feels is such a, as you said, is such a key part. And we're seeing a lot of different agentic systems all coming together, whether it's playstyle, whether it's mannerisms, whether it's the ability to talk through an LLM, whether it's some form of like emotion system, whether it's the ability to understand, say, trade or secondary markets, or understand its place in a tokenomic system. Bringing all these things together, which is exactly what we're doing with LFG agents, and then making that available to other studios to build with, we think that's really the future of where this is going to open up incredible possibilities for new, innovative forms of gameplay.
We're talking about the future, and what is the future without trends? Trends, things that happen, that get thousands of likes, people start playing something and create content and everything. What are the trends that you think or you're most excited about for the next 2-3 years in AI and or gaming? I will let any of you answer.
I'm going to start this one just to go off of what you guys have been talking about already. I think, so the three of them have all been in the Web 2 video game industry for a very long time. And one of the things that we've all noticed on this panel is that the industry is shifting drastically in like unimaginable ways, and AI is going to accelerate the shifts that are already happening. One of the biggest ones being the supply of games is drastically increasing, and discoverability is getting very hard too. And so how do you cause games to exist and continue to live on over time? I think you need really strong retention, really great FTUE, as well as really great player liquidity as well. And that's what everybody's been saying up here is we're going to create agents that can look and feel like humans, so that you personally, maybe you like a niche topic, a niche subject, you can still play those games and have it feel that you're like playing with real people. And I think that's a really big trend that we're going to start seeing, especially as we're going to get drowned in content in the next 10, 20 years.
Yeah, discoverability, oversaturation in the gaming space is a very real problem. I don't know what the number is for Steam releases this year, but it would be in the tens of thousands, I would say, at least.
Yeah, it was 23K last year.
Yeah, cool. It's absolutely insane. To try and break through that is incredible. And especially depending on the style of experience you're trying to create. If you're trying to build a 100-player battle royale, the number of concurrent users you need to have online at any given time to actually have a positive experience is mind-blowing. We're talking in the tens of thousands of concurrent users in the same region at the same time, playing the same game mode, which is crazy. One of the huge benefits we see of things like, we call them LFG agents. I'm sure you guys have a different name for them, AI agents in whatever flavor they happen to be. It opens up this incredible design space where we can turn around to a partner project and go, right, how many players do you want online on day one? How long do you want your maximum queue time to be for a certain game mode or a certain match? It really does open up this just crazy design space for us, right through to the extreme where we consider ourselves pioneering, AFK and play, where you can have your agents playing while you're offline. And, there might be a tournament at 2 o'clock in the morning that you really want to play. Cool. You set up your agents, tell them what to do. You get to go to bed. You wake up in the morning to the results, to replays, and hopefully to some prizes. It really does just, create a world of possibilities. But it really, you say you've worked in this space for a long time. I had a full head of hair when we started. Don't get into gaming if you like money or hair. You'll get there.
It definitely. I'm still happy I got my hair after 41, but it's about 470 crypto years in crypto terms, because everything moves faster in crypto. This is one of the things I find interesting, is that we talk about trends in crypto. We're talking about like what happened last week for 3 days that made like 400 million for one guy. And then saying that as if it's an industry thing. But in general, life is speeding up. And I think it's actually people are using AI to slow life down and make that more understandable. People are asking for summaries on topics like Grok. As it was introduced to X, it's kind of like any other LLM. It's a little bit crappy, but then it became such a fad very recently to say, okay, Grok, what does this mean? Or ask Grok.
Grok, is this real?
Yeah, Grok, is this real? And invariably Grok says, no, it's not, it's all crap. And then people get angry with Grok. And I think, it's at this point that we need to understand that there is no such thing as an absolute truth now. There's no such thing as an absolute opinion. There's no consensus. So the role of AI and what that's going to do in terms of games and surrounding yourselves with like-minded players for a smaller community, there's so much that can happen, right? And I think AIs as friends, companions, and avatars, it's going to be big. Like the dream of this metaverse, it's not going to be able to happen with 100% real people all the time. I think there will be a point, and I see the trend that agents which are currently just earning money and doing those things and speaking on X, if they can then play games, you are going to get a pseudo-sentient entity that has its own wallet, has its own mixture of friends that's AI and real, can play several games, and can look like a character from Yu-Gi-Oh! And can have a personality based on a famous player, So I think we're actually going to see through the creation of Web3, which is financializing something digital, and RWAs are going to make AI become real. So if you look at RWA, AI, agentic questing, earning, and actually avatars as one system of creating potentially a pseudo AI community that can potentially earn and spend in games. We could see in the next couple of years, yes, we're going to be drowned in content, but we could have a new brand of real players that can't exceed certain thresholds, that can earn money from multiple projects around, and actually a new economy that's purely digital but can react with the rest of the world through RWAs. So I believe we're going to, in the next, say, 5 years, as a trend, see the birth of a new type of entity.
Grok, can you vibe code that for me just now?
And yes, it can.
I'm gonna counter that really quickly. So I think it's because of those reasons that play to earn is toast.
Agreed.
Yeah. You won't be able to make a sustainable in-game economy where you're giving out free value when there are agents running around. It's not going to happen.
Play to earn as we know it today is dead.
Yeah, exactly that.
AFK and earn, now that's interesting.
And the game that I'm making as well, I think there are ways to earn in the game. But at the same time, it's not like you're just going to be getting a bunch of free stuff. You are paying in to the game, to the start.
Exactly. This is really critical. It's like Warp as a publisher, we don't publish games that use the existing models. We only pick outliers. We only pick like fantastic games like Sarge Universe sitting there in his drip, like that do something different, like create a social network for their game or create something special. Like the paradigm is shifting so fast, you cannot just bet on something just being big because of its IP or big because of the raise. You have to look outside of the box, because this is what's going to happen. Everything will speed up fast. Content will be able to be created faster, and games are going to struggle to stay ahead when vibe coding becomes more like real games in minutes, and those games are of higher quality than what you can produce with a team, even a very, very good team, when that happens, you're going to need like non-existent people to play those games and to manage to earn money digitally, and they're going to need to be within a rule set where that's possible for this to even be in any way sustainable. And then at that point, is it even real? Is it a simulation?
It's all a simulation, yeah. Yeah, it's a tough one to answer the question about where the trends that are the most exciting, because we all know crypto moves really fast, but AI is a steamroller. And if for the folks who are following AI, I'm sure there's lots in this room, it feels like every couple of weeks something magic happens. And yeah, that's going to exponentially increase, which is like terrifying and exciting, especially as a builder. You have to make predictions about what to build, but the truth is that the whole nature of software development is, you use the term paradigm shift, it's all changing. Right now, I mean, it's only November, I think it was, where MCPs came out. MCPs give agents the ability to interact almost with any software. So you can use an MCP for Blender, for example, and describe what kind of 3D model you want, and it will build a 3D model. So that's a trend that's particularly interesting. It means that we're co-inhabiting the internet, really, with these agents. And of course, we're co-inhabiting all of these game worlds as well. So, but yeah, I mean, one of the trends that's really exciting for me at the moment is MCPs, and these beings that are co-inhabiting these game worlds with us, the ability for them to be able to do all manner of things online from the game worlds is a far out concept.
I mean, it's making Ghost in the Shell become a documentary. I don't know if anyone's seen that. It will be a documentary at some point as well. If you look at like the rise of med tech, if you look at all of this kind of stuff, like imagine that people start getting these chips because AI is so relevant, and so to compete, you would actually have to upgrade yourself as a person. Now imagine someone like Elon Musk has control over those chips. Imagine if a virus or another entity gets into those. Like, we are entering, like, in the next 10, 20 years, things that are science fiction are fast becoming plausible, at least.
That's the next Black Mirror chapter, I mean.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw one more trend in there. It's not necessarily microchips in the bloodstream, but it is very much, I think, because of the shift in supply of games rising, I think you get a shift in funding as well. I used to be a VC. I think you start seeing a commoditization of gaming content in general, similar to what is happening in both Hollywood as well as music. And I think as a result, you start to see different shifts in what gets funded and how those funding patterns come about. So I would guess that VC funding probably comes down. 1, 2, 3 person teams probably start getting funded more. But they are funded more on like a revenue sharing model for upside, and time to market is much drastically reduced. So we're talking 6 months instead of 3 years. And you probably start seeing a lot more like gray box style games rather than fully fleshed out concepts, proving that community is excited about the game so that you can then scale up and put more chips on the table for it.
I would like to talk about something that everyone has faced with AI. You're talking about trends, things that go famous for 3 minutes and then leave, and humans and bots, ethical questions. I mean, how do you ensure that AI is being used responsibly in all your projects?
Well, I mean, it's relatively simple to ensure that it's being used responsibly in things you control. It's really about how much control others have afterwards and what they do with it. You're always faced with the content problem, like the moderation problem. Like, that moderation problem is never going to go away, and it depends on the regulation as who is responsible for the moderation. Like, let's just say there's an image generator online. If you can create heinous images of celebrities or people obviously that's offensive, but who shares that responsibility? Is it the person who would have never done it without the tool to do it? Or is it the person who allowed them the tool to do it? And if you look at, say, how the Americans regulate, guns are innocent, people are guilty. But if you look at how the Europeans regulate, guns are guilty and people shouldn't be given the power of God. So it's crazy. And I think it's a very, very thin and gray line generally.
The other side of this as well, though, just comes down to the actual ownership of models, ownership of data that is being generated. In all of our examples, we're talking about, building AI systems, whether they're, 3D models, agentic agents, and what it comes down to is, are we all trying to be the next, say, FANG, or are we actually willing to put the actual true ownership of the training data and the models themselves in the hands of the players, hands of the communities?
100%.
We're a big advocate for that. Everything we're doing is owned by our community, owned by the people that actually generate and own that data. But this is a very unregulated space, very similar in some ways to crypto, and we feel we're probably going to be the exception, not the rule, unfortunately, because we know in the digital era, the true value in a lot of the products we create is actually in the data that we collect. Companies with 20 million daily active users don't get acquired because they have an amazing platform for whatever it happens to be. They get acquired because somewhere in their back end is a database with 20 million email addresses.
Exactly. But then what happens when those email addresses are for bots? And does it matter? If those bots are making money and have money to spend, does it matter?
Well, the problem is an email address, you can't associate anything to an email address and actually go, okay, this is a real person or a fake person. But a wallet, now we've actually got a digital history. Now we can see a history of transactions on chain in a verifiable manner. And now we can actually assign weight and value to that particular wallet address, whereas we can't do that with traditional forms such as an email address.
I'm afraid we're running out of time, but I don't want to close without a closing stance from each of you, from your experience, a piece of advice or a thought for every player, developer, or anyone in the industry that has to face now that AI is a fact that is coming bigger and bigger every day. One sentence. Who wants to start?
AI is coming. You can't avoid it. Get used to it. And all hail Skynet.
Don't ignore it, and hope that you get into the Gundam before someone else does, and hope that your Neuralink doesn't get possessed by a bad AI.
I think my advice would be liberate yourself for the next generation, the agentic era, by learning how to use the tools as fast as possible, because they're going to become standard.
Yeah, I'm going to echo that one as well. It's a creator's paintbrush. Learn how to use it and create the thing of your dreams.
Don't forget to say thank you to ChatGPT.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Turn to me, and everyone else turns away. Turn to me when the sky is gray. I'll never let go of you. everyone else turns away. Turn to me when the sky is gray. I'll never let go of you. Bye.